Good morning, welcome along from Emerald Headingley for day 3 of this Bob Willis Trophy North Group fixture between Yorkshire and Leicestershire, which of course saw absolutely no play whatsoever on day 2 and means that Yorkshire remain 36 for 2 from that overnight day 1 score, having seen Leicestershire all out for 124. Jonathan Doidge with you throughout, along with Paul Shaw, our third voice, and the man next to me, BBC Radio Leicester's Richard Ray. Good morning, Rich.
Morning, Jonathan. Good morning, everybody. Great to look out on a dry Headingley. It's not so blue overhead. There's still lots and lots of grey cloud around, but the forecast, which has not been reliable over the last 2 days, suggests we might be lucky. And if we are lucky, we will have 98.5 overs today. It is going to be a long day's cricket, and I suggest at the end of it, things will have moved on to a massive extent, actually. I can see this game possibly finishing today if the pitch continues to play in the same sort of manner it did on day 1, or at least the first 2 sessions of the first day.
Now we think we've had the brains trust of the press box working on the possible scenarios, and as it looks as though Essex are probably going to beat Middlesex, and with what's going on elsewhere, it looks increasingly likely that Yorkshire are going to have to post 400 runs in this, bat once here, 400 runs to get maximum batting bonus points, and obviously then make sure they see it through to a win to have any chance of qualification for the Bob Willis Trophy final.
400 in these conditions is a big ask.
It's a huge ask, isn't it? Because it's overcast. It is dry, but of course there's been so much rain around. You can still see plenty of dark patches on not only the strip they're playing on, but elsewhere. And it's going to be Dieter Klein to open up from the Emerald stand end of the ground. First delivery of day 3 then to Will Frayne, wraps him in the thigh pad, and there is no run. So it's a very tall order, and don't have the precise figures, but if you look at the amount of play lost at Headingley in this competition alone, that's not including the T20s that have taken place, well, should have taken place but been washed out here. Around about 450 overs of play have been lost at this venue this year in first class cricket, as Klein's next delivery is dropped at the feet of Will Frayne and there's no run. So 450 overs, roughly 5 days play completely gone. And well, Yorkshire with the players at their disposal, and given those conditions, got to say they've given it their all, done everything they can to try and get to the Lord's final. Klein in, and Frayne shouldering arms, and that may still be possible because it's a funny game, it's cricket, and so there might be a surprise or two in the last couple of days elsewhere. You never know, and they themselves have got to ensure that they win this anyway. Klein then turns at the end of his run, running towards our commentary position from the Emerald stand end. That one was the best ball he's bowled so far, round about off stump, turned into the leg side, and there is no run. Frustrating all day yesterday with rain around, and it stopped for quite lengthy periods, and the ground staff, what a job. They were out there doing so much work to clear the water, but just ran out of time. Klein in, Frayne steps back this time and chips the ball, really lofts it over the head of Dieter Klein. It's going to just about make it to the boundary rope down the Emerald stand end. Tentative little chase. They get back for 2 in the end as it's pulled in just inside the rope. Frayne on to 13, and Yorkshire 38 for 2 at the end of the first over of day 3. 13 have been bowled in this Yorkshire innings in total. Yeah, so we got to the stage, I know that 1 or 2 of you were wondering what was going on, and it was just one of those days where, although the forecast hadn't been that bad, rain on a couple of occasions during the day did fall quite heavily. There was standing water. It's taken a lot of water, that 450 overs that I mentioned, is an indicator of just how much water's been around here at Headingley during the last few weeks. And it isn't taking long now before there is standing water, particularly at the other end of the square from where we're sitting, the Emerald Stand end of the ground, and away to the left, the east side of the ground. It's been difficult. So Peter Hartley and James Middlebrook had a good old walk around and were testing it out with their feet quite a lot. We weren't sure when they walked off around about 5 o'clock as to whether they'd try to get a few overs in or not, but sadly, I've got to say, I think sense prevailed in that respect, because it didn't look particularly safe out there in the outfield. And so first ball of the second over is by Gavin Griffiths, and sees Tom Lowton shoulder arms. And it's through to Harry Swindles, and there is no run. You can get in touch with us, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or on Twitter at Jonathan Doidge, at Rich M. Ray, or at Inside Leader 1 if you want to get in touch with Shawsey.
Or Robin, as he's now known.
Oh, Robin, yeah. Well, Barney Rubble, I like to call him, but you come up with Robin Williams as opposed to Robbie Williams. Here's Griffiths again, and Lowton opens the face and pushes it out to point. There is no run. I said I'd come back to Simon's email as well from the other day. We were talking about run hard when Shawsey was in and saying, why do we say that? Surely that's not right. Well, as with all these things, you stand to be corrected, and Simon has done just that. I'll tell you what he said in a moment, because Gavin Griffiths is about to turn at the end of his run here at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. A little check on the ball position in his hand, a little jig on the spot, and then he comes in, and that's wide of Lowton's off stump, and he shoulders arms, and there's no run. So Simon says, during today's, or as it was Sunday's commentary on the Yorks-Leicester match, I heard an exchange about the merits of run hard and run fast. The technical explanation is as follows. Run in this context is a verb, and to qualify requires an adverb. Fast is an adjective, not an adverb, so run fast is grammatically incorrect. Hard functions as both adjective and adverb, so run hard is grammatically correct. More to come in a moment, because Griffith's turning at the end of his run. Ball number 4 of over number 14 of this Yorkshire innings. Good attempted Yorker and well dug out by Tom Lowton. So Simon continues, if you want to emphasise speed as opposed to intensity of running, you would need to say run quickly. That's not quite as snappy because of the extra syllable, which presumably explains why run hard became the vernacular at a time when cricket coaches, and indeed the vast majority of English speakers, cared whether or not how they spoke was grammatically correct. Some of us still do, by the way, says Simon Clough. Thanks, Simon, for putting us straight. Gavin Griffiths then at the Kirkstall Lane end again, and Tom Lowton this time happy to watch that go through. More evidence, Rich, as well out there of just the amount of damp in the ground. We've got sawdust footprints as well at the Emerald Stand end of the ground.
Yeah, rather oddly really, because that sawdust obviously wasn't there yesterday, and nobody's been bowling from that on that offside as yet. Dieter Klein's been coming in from the other side, or came in from the other side for the last 5 balls that he had to finish off from the over that he started on Sunday.
Now we've got sawdust being applied at this end as well. Ben Mike, I think it is, who's just helping out his bowler by stamping some into the ground about a couple of strides away from delivery. So
yeah.
1 to come in the over. 38 for 2. Quiet start to proceedings so far, with just that 2 off the bat of Will Frayne. I think we're okay to continue. Griffiths again with that little shimmy, number 93 on his back, right arm over the wicket to Lowton, who's solidly behind that to complete the over at 38 for 2.
Yeah, no great early movement for the two Foxes seamers. Griffiths, the right arm over, Klein the left arm, skiddier kind of bowler. He's going to continue. Wasn't entirely sure with that sawdust going down whether they were going to make an immediate change, the Foxes, but Klein obviously having had a day off yesterday, can continue. 7 overs, 1 for 19 for him. Had Adam Lyth dropped off his very first ball. Nevertheless, Yorkshire managed to pick up Lyth reasonably quickly thereafter. Made just 4 as Klein comes in and bowls, drops slightly short, swings back in towards Frayne, who is solidly behind it, playing it back down the pitch on the onside. Picked up by Harry Dearden, coming in from mid-wicket. There's no run. Ben Mike's obviously the designated polisher today. He's got a beer towel or something similar hanging out the back of his whites. He's going from mid-on to mid-on, but he'll anticipate doing a fair bit of bowling, Mike. He gets a lot of movement, not always consistent in terms of lines and lengths, though, as Klein goes in, bowls outside off stump, too wide. No great swing either. It's probably a degree or 2 warmer out there, without the rain, obviously. We have to have our temperatures taken at the start of each day. And when I came in yesterday, having walked in from the rain, my temperature was about 3 degrees lower, according to the lady with the thermometer that's applied to one's forehead, than it should be. But she'd got a raindrop, I think. Did it again, and it wasn't so bad. In goes Klein, and bowls outside off stump. And does have a little feel for that one, I think, Will Frayne. Just pulls the bat back inside the line, but I suspect after he'd had a little push at the ball as it went through outside off stump. He wanders down the pitch and prods. Just trying to get his feet moving. Goes back into his stance, slightly open, short-sleeved sweater, or sleeveless sweater on for him. As in goes Klein and bowls outside off stump, whipped away off his hip. Is he going to be caught at mid-on? He is going to be caught at mid-on. It didn't quite come on as well as he would have liked. Well, in the previous Klein over, he hit one back over Klein's head, clubbed one back over Klein's head, but he didn't get all of that, and he certainly didn't get all of that one. It looked like it was going to go beyond mid-on, but Ben Mike, running back in the end, took the catch reasonably comfortably. And, well, Frayne bangs his bat down on the ground as he walks away. He did get a little warning in that the previous over, it hadn't come on quite as quickly as he thought it was going to. It sat up rather in the pitch, and that one stopped a fraction as well. And unfortunately, he'll feel, I think, don't know what you feel, Jonathan, but he might feel he's just given it away a little bit there, Will Frayne.
Yeah, maybe so. He certainly didn't sort of go through with the shot, did he? It was almost as if maybe there was just that brain adjustment of, yeah, it has stuck in the pitch, and he's stopped on his shot, hasn't he? And that's what's done him in the end. And he's got enough power behind it, obviously, to get it a fair distance. But in the end, he just sort of left it hanging in the air. And a good catch. So 13 Will Frayne has gone for. And Yorkshire 38 for 3, and that 400 we talked about that they needed. Well, a man who's got a first-class century to his name back in the pavilion, so that's not going to do their cause a huge amount of good. But here's a man who's got more than one to his name, Harry Brook. And the further you get down the order, the greater, if you like, the pressure on players to find those sort of runs. At the moment, in fact, they've got to make sure they get some sort of lead before they even think about 400. They're 86 behind and 3 down. Brook's gone to the non-striking end because they crossed, and so Tom Lowton is on strike. You may be hearing us on the streaming, hopefully, but you're not apparently on the BBC Sport website and app, so I'm trying to work on that for the moment.
I'll keep chuntering away for those who can hear. Dieter Klein obviously now 2 for 19 with his tail up. Mid-wicket, Dearden has come in a little closer for Lowton as Klein bowls. It swings back in a bit, but Lowton, tall man, solid in defence, stroking it back down the pitch as it swung back in towards him, pushing it back down the pitch, and walks away towards square leg, making all sorts of gestures as to what the ball is or not doing. But there is movement out there under this blanket of grey cloud above Headingley, above Leeds, above Yorkshire, as Klein is in past umpire Middlebrook and bowls outside off stump, too short, too wide. It swings back in, but Lowton can lift his bat over the line of the ball, let it go through to Harry Swindles, and then rehearse a cut off the back foot, or back foot drive through the offside that discretion demanded he didn't play, and he didn't. End of the over, 38 for 3. Yorkshire chasing 124 in terms of establishing a first innings lead. And that's all they can do, really, play the situation, I think. There's the shot, leaning back, rather. Got it on the top part of the bat. Klein watches as Mike had a bit of ground to make up, but he made it up athletically and never really looked like not being in position to take the catch, which he did.
Aha, getting some positives. Thanks, Sam, for telling us that went out back on the Beeb website and app. So 38 for 3. It's going to be Gavin Griffiths at the pavilion end. 3 slips waiting for an edge, but not on this occasion. Harry Brook shouldering arms. And of course, well, we were both sitting here, weren't we, in the earliest part of last season when he came up with a ton in the 50-over game between the sides. And it was a quality effort, I seem to recall. I always remember the ball he got out to because he seemed to be in such good nick that he probably could have played about 5 shots to it, and in the end managed only to hit it straight up in the air. Just over 100, I think it was, as Gavin Griffiths is in. Brook with his new trigger movement, slight step to the left and then step to the right, I should say, and then back and across. Shouldering arms this time.
103. Is his list A best? So I'm guessing that was it.
Yep. He'll be joining the dots, the sawdust dots at the far end of the field soon. It's probably about as good as my artistry gets with the pencil or pen. Dot to dot. So just still those 2 runs and 1 wicket in the opening 2.5 overs now, as Griffith's third ball is pushed into the offside by Harry Brook. No run.
Griffiths needs to sort of model himself on Code, Ben Code, on Sunday, the way Code bowled. Didn't try to bowl too fast enough, but top of off stump, getting a little bit of movement. Gave nothing away. 5 wickets. As well as I've seen him bowl, can Griffiths replicate that? 2.3 overs, none for 1 so far, so he hasn't given anything away.
Good delivery here, and that has the beating of Harry Brook, who plays just inside the line, and that nips away. We've got the flickering monitor syndrome going on again today. It was perfect yesterday when there was no play. Sat there all day saying rain delay, but it's now going blank and then back on.
He's hitting the seam, isn't he, Griffiths, at the moment? Nicely. Off it goes again.
So 2 left in the 16th, and he is, yeah, as Richard says, just one of those days bowling yourself. A 4th slip comes in now, which gives you an idea of what Leicestershire are thinking about things here. Harry Brook turns this into the leg side, though, through straight mid-wicket, and he's going to get back for his first 2 runs of this knock, and takes Yorkshire onto 40 for 3. It is it's not easy out there at all. Ben Code himself admitted in his post-day day 1 interview after his fifer that conditions certainly were helpful. There was just a little bit of give in the top with that moisture, and so anybody who could hit the seam, he said, could get that bit of bite, get it to go sideways. And he was certainly a case in point, as was Matthew Fisher, who was getting it to go sideways in the air. Last ball of the 16th over then. Harry Brook stands tall and waits as Gavin Griffiths comes in. And it's a good length delivery, but wide of off stump, but is able to let it go through. So 95 overs remaining. By the way, folks, lunch will be taken today at 12:40. So a slightly longer session as they're trying to make up some time. Tea is either at 3:30 or 32 overs remaining. And then play is set to conclude at 6 o'clock or after 98.5 overs have been bowled.
Latest forecast I saw was just a possibility of an odd shower around about lunchtime, but fingers crossed. It was so frustrating yesterday because twice the ground was cleared and very close to being ready for play when the rain returned. Ground staff really did do their very, very best to get some play. In comes Dieter Klein and bowls outside off stump, again too wide. No great swing, a sort of shape back in from outside off stump, but Tom Lowton can allow it to go through. Harry Swindles, just the 3 slips for Klein bowling to Lowton. L-O-T-E-N. It's an uncommon name, isn't it?
6'5".
With the bat raised, as in goes Klein, bowls to him, turns it into the leg side as it swings back in towards middle and leg, but picks out Rishi Patel. He too has a beer towel hanging out to the back of his whites. Patel playing his first match for Leicestershire on loan from Essex. Having a look at him with a view to a permanent signing. Opening batsman for Essex anyway. Acquitted himself reasonably well in Leicestershire's first innings. Did he get in the end? 20 did he get in the end? 19. Hung around for a while. 67 balls he faced, in fact, as Klein is in and bowls again too wide. Not just at the moment getting his direction in order. Dieter Klein, and Lowton lets it go through. And then Klein, as bowlers sometimes do, having bowled a poor delivery, just fiddles around on the return crease and puts in a bit more sawdust, as if the only reason it was out there was because foot just slipped a little bit. South African, German international, Dieter Klein. I don't know how many games he's played for Germany, I'll have to check that. He's in and bowls again too wide, and Lowton allows it to go through, wasting this new ball, and it is still a new ball, just 16.4 overs old. Should be pretty much at its best now from a bowling point of view. The lacquer should be off. Do not waste it.
Now, Tom Lowton made 58 in his first-class knock at Edgbaston last game of last season, and then a duck against Lancs in the recent match. It's just his third first-class game here.
Klein is in and bowls to him, and again it's too wide, and again Lowton can just wait with bat raised and allow it to go through, which he does. Not being made to play at the moment. Tom Lowton, which will suit him just fine. That's a good look at the pitch. Get your eyes used to the light. Players have been out there for a good couple of hours before the start of play. They're netting on the far side of the ground. In goes Klein. Bowls for the 4th time in a row. It's far too wide outside off stump, and Lowton can let it go through, and does. And that was pretty much a wasted over from Dieter Klein. And wasted effort. And waste of the ball. Sounds very critical, doesn't it? It's just when conditions are in the bowler's favour like this, you just, as a former bowler, hate to see it being wasted. 40 for 3 Yorkshire.
So we're going to see Gavin Griffiths continue. 2 for 19 from 9 for Dieter Klein, but as Richard says, quite a lot of it so far this morning has been wasted energy, although he has got the wicket of Will Frayne. So 4 slips weight, there's a point. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg as Griffiths delivers this first delivery of the over to Harry Brook, who plays it into the pitch and then grabs his bat towards the bottom end and walks away for a few strides. These two have played a bit of second team cricket together. Tom Lowton's played a fair bit of that himself. Of course, Harry Brook's been much more of a first team fixture in recent seasons. Griffiths again, a little shimmy at the start of his run, And Brook pushes into the offside and quickly calls for the single. And good piece of fielding as well from Ben Mike. Knocks out the middle pole, but Brook was home at the non-striking end.
Yeah, Patel.
Oh, my apologies, Patel.
But he was in by a good couple of feet, wasn't he? Good call. Both went straight away. We were talking yesterday about how few, relatively few, first-class games some of these boys have played. But looking at Gavin Griffiths, who's 27 in November, in a couple of months' time, and this is just his 26th first-class game. Partly injury, partly form.
Here he is into Lowton, who's solidly behind that, pushing back up the pitch. No run.
But so much cricket left in them, really, if they can stay fit, that he could play 10 years as a frontline bowler, really, and we'll hope to do so, I'm sure. Looks like a bit of a quiff at the moment, Gavin Griffiths. Something of a 1950s barroom crooner about him.
Well, in he comes again. And that was straight down the middle to Tom Lowton, who pushed it back up to mid-off, and there was no run.
I'll just feed them up. I'll set them up. I'll chuck up the full tosses and you put them away.
It's 11:15. Well, it's not. It's 6 minutes to actually. That was wholly inaccurate, as well as being out of tune. In comes Griffiths again, passing umpire Peter Hartley, and that's run nicely down through third man, wide of the cordon. Big gap there, as Tom Lowton well knows, and the ball bounces over the boundary rope for 4. First boundary of the morning then. Lowton into double figures, now on to 11, and Yorkshire 45 for 3.
Yeah, good shot. He waited for it, didn't he? And just steered it down and wide of leaping Harry Dearden at fourth slip into the ground, and it bounced wide of him. It was not the semblance of a chance. Knew exactly what he was doing, the big man.
Elsewhere, Middlesex, Essex, Yorkshire supporters will have half an eye on that at Chelmsford. Middlesex are 8 down in their second innings and lead by just the 35. I think we know which way that one is going. And no further wickets for Lancashire at Liverpool against Derby this morning. 137 for 7 Derbyshire, trailing now by just the 82. Griffiths in, and that's a Yorker attempt, and well dug out by Lowton. And that will complete over number 18 of this Yorkshire response to Leicestershire's 124 all out. Leicester, of course, have got themselves a first bowling bonus point today with that third Yorkshire wicket. The wickets still fallen so far for Yorkshire. Tom Kohler-Cadmore was caught Sam Evans in front of square off Alex Evans without scoring when the Yorkshire total was on 4, and it hadn't moved when Adam Lyth then went, caught Swindles off the bowling of Dieter Klein for 4. And that wicket this morning that you may have missed if you're just joining us more recently was that of Will Frayne, who a short arm jab didn't really get the power behind it and was caught by Ben Mike off the bowling of Dieter Klein for 13 when the score was on 38. They've added just 7 more since then.
In comes Klein from the football stand end and bowls a fullish delivery onto middle and off, leaning forward. Brook just blocks it out into the offside, where it's picked up by Griffiths, who's the one fielder in front of the wicket on the offside. Sam Evans is at backward point, and then there are the 3 slips. Otherwise, on the leg side, mid-on Ben Mike, Dearden at a shortish mid-wicket, Rishi Patel in front of square, and down at long leg is Alex Evans. In goes Klein and bowls short up on his toes, nicely guided down backward of point, but Evans, Sam Evans that is, being backward of point, can scramble away to his left and get his whites muddy, diving away to his left and managing to save what would have been probably 3 runs. I'm not sure it would have made it all the way down to the third man boundary, because the outfield is pretty soft, and indeed Evans puts back a little divot. He managed to take up with his knees there as he scrambled across to save the runs. Klein is in and bowls off the legs, and that's going down leg side. A pretty sure. Klein is convinced he's got his hands up to his face now in disbelief, and certainly there was no bat on it, according to umpire Middlebrook, who then kindly indicates to us and to Dieter Klein that the ball was going down the leg side. It ought to be a compulsory thing for all umpires to do that. I think it probably pitched outside leg as well.
Yeah.
Might have been going to hit leg stump, and it might have been pitching outside leg that caused the appeal to be turned down. Klein turns and is in. Bowls outside off stump, and oh, surely he hasn't just edged that behind. He has. Oh, what an awful shot, I'm afraid, from Tom Lowton, having managed to restrain himself from trying to carve the ball away on the offside. He reached for a horrible wide short one and just dabbed a little. I think it was a bottom edge perhaps in the end, and it went through to wicketkeeper Swindles. Well, top edge actually, but he did well in a way to get any bat at all on that, because it was so wide and really should have been left. But Yorkshire have lost their second wicket of the morning, and it's another one that's been given away rather. Lowton can't quite believe it as he wanders off despondent, and to be honest, John, he should be a little bit. That was an awful shot. There was nothing to be gained from it whatsoever.
No, I think out of all the dismissals this season, that would be up there with all the Yorkshire dismissals this season. That'd be up there with one of the worst, I would have thought. Unfortunately for Tom Lowton, and he knows better than anybody, doesn't he? I think from the moment he realised that he got himself in a pickle. Just looking at the replay once again, it's very wide, isn't it? We've seen Dieter Klein bowl several of those this morning. The batsmen have just not been interested, and for some reason, brain fade, whatever it might be, from Tom Lowton, he was just thinking about playing the cut shot.
But it wasn't even that, was it?
No, he didn't. If he was playing the cut shot, he could have gone up the ball, couldn't he? Might have even got a top edge over the top of the slips, and it might have looked an iffy shot for 4, but he didn't play it with any conviction, just hung the bat out and feathers it through to Harry Swindles. Simple catch.
Maybe it's going to be Dieter Klein's day, because he's picked up a couple of cheapish wickets, cheapish in every sense of the word. I need to go and do an update.
Yeah, so disappointing first half hour from a Yorkshire perspective. They resumed on 36 for 2. They've added just the 10 runs for 2 losses. Those of Frayne and Lowton and Johnny Tattersall, who would have welcomed a catch like that behind the stumps. He's now trying to avoid giving one himself, because he's out there and has taken guard. 3 slips weight. There is a mid-on, a mid-off in a shorter position. The wicket ends at the bowler's end. Big yawning gap through the covers. A point in place as a short catcher. Well, he's walking in actually at mid-wicket as Tattersall plays his first delivery square into the offside, and there's no run. And just to complete the field, there is also a man at square leg and at long leg. So 46 for 4. Klein, who now struck 3 times out of 4 in this Yorkshire innings. Left arm over the wicket, comes in past umpire James Middlebrook. It's full length and turned nicely through the leg side by Tattersall. Fielders are giving chase, but even with a slow outfield, that's making its way over the east side of the ground boundary rope. Tattersall off the mark with 4. Yorkshire have made it to 50, but it's been tough going, Shawsey.
It certainly has this morning, but that's a great shot from Tattersall. Tattersall's found himself in this position a number of times over this season, and he's the type of player that Yorkshire will want to play his natural game today, but he's played that beautifully through the mid-wicket boundary. He's let the ball come to him, he's played that under his eyes and just timed the ball away. That's a beautiful shot. But yes, an interesting morning so far, Jonathan.
So Griffiths is going to continue. He's got the 4 slips in place still. Point, mid-off, mid-on, and just in front of square. So the square leg come mid-wicket and a long leg. Andrew Gale is having a perusal, as they say, around the boundary edge away to our right. As Griffiths is in, that's a similar delivery to the one that got Lowton out from the other end in the last over, but on this occasion Harry Brook waited and slapped it away for 4 through extra cover off the back foot. Wide, poor delivery, and this time got the treatment it deserved.
Yeah, Griffiths has dropped this short, it's wide, and Brook has just rocked back onto the back foot and then just timed the ball away well in front of square, which you don't often see with a wide ball like that. You normally see that put through the point area, but it just shows the pace in the pitch and the time that Brook had there to score those boundary runs, which obviously Yorkshire need at this point.
Yeah, played with control. Griffiths this time straightens things up and Brook flicks off his legs along the ground, I have to say, and that's fielded at just in front of square by Sam Evans.
It's quite important here. There's still a little bit of life in this wicket, but it's really important with 2 new batters at the crease that the Leicestershire bowlers hit really good areas here and get the most out of the pitch, because they've took 2 early wickets this morning, but if they can take a couple more, then they're well and truly in this game, but they do have to bowl accurate areas.
So Griffiths sets off in again from this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. And that strays to leg again, but he's got Sam Evans positioned to do the fielding once more. A couple of strokes in succession then that Harry Brook might have picked up runs from, had he managed to get it a couple of yards either side. Ben Gray has tweeted us, morning to you Ben, it's frustrating they didn't arrange for semi-finals. Seems mad if you top your group but not to qualify for the final. The North group's been impacted by the weather more than the other two, which it has. And yeah, of course it's frustrating, I know, but it's one of those things, isn't it, where they'd sorted all this out before the season started, and frustrating as it is, we all knew the rules, if you like, that it was only going to be the top 2 from the respective groups, and somebody was going to miss out. Griffiths in, pushed into the offside by... Oh dear. We've lost our BBC line for some reason. We'll try again. Meanwhile, Gavin Griffiths turning at the end of his run. And hopefully you have us back now on the BBC online and app as Griffiths turns his next delivery, sorry, Brook turns his next Griffiths delivery into the leg side, and they get through for a comfortable 2. The first runs for a couple of balls, so 56 for 4. Brook on to 9, Tattersall 4, 1 left in the 20th over.
Yes, Brook just managed to work that ball through a straightish mid-wicket. The mid-wicket here today is pretty square, so Brook managed to get that with a thickish inside edge just in through a straightish mid-wicket for 2 runs. Well timed, actually.
Sun in and out with a little bit more breeze today. The clouds are moving on a little quicker. Short ball here, and that's a lovely shot by Harry Brook. He's controlled those 2 boundaries really well in this over, and that was another case in point. Straight through the covers off the back foot for 4. 60 now for Yorkshire, and Brook on to 13.
Yeah, that's a class shot from Brook. Griffiths drops the ball short and slightly wide. Brook just rocks back onto the back foot and times the ball, caresses the ball through the covers for a beautifully timed 4 runs for Yorkshire. That's a great shot. It's a game of risk-reward here, Doige, at the moment. There's a big gap through the covers, and to combat that, there's obviously a very tight slip cordon. So the Yorkshire players will be looking at that gap, but they will also be very much aware that that's the trap that's been set by the Leicestershire players, hopefully to get the nick caught behind or caught at slip.
Klein continuing then at the Emerald stand end. Good delivery. Wraps Johnny Tattersall in the midriff somewhere. He's got his back to us in our commentary position, so not easy to tell you where, but I can tell you that he's got no runs for it. He's on 4 with that boundary in the previous over. A shout out as well to Charlie Hall, old teammate of mine, listening in, top man. As Dieter Klein makes his way in from the Emerald stand end of the ground, and Tattersall shoulders arms, and there's no run.
Just looking at this slight field change, as I said before, there's 3 slips at the moment. There's a big gap through the covers for the Yorkshire batters to be tempted by, but there is now a very short mid-wicket, fairly straight on the leg side for Tattersall. Tattersall plays the ball well through mid-wicket, but he's there just in case he hits it slightly early on the up for the catch.
Here's Klein again, left arm over, short ball, and Tattersall gets nicely inside this and is able to guide it wide of the cordon, and he's picking up, well, 2. They've decided to stick at that. Harry Brook just having a think about the 3rd, but absolutely no reason at the moment to offer Leicester any more opportunities than they're already having by committing a running gaff. 62 then for 4. Plenty of grey cloud away to the right, bit of blue sky above, and lots of white, not necessarily fluffy stuff. Some of it looks a little bit angry as Klein's next delivery is turned into the leg side by Tattersall. And there's no run. Johnny Tattersall, of course, has made a good fist of things in red ball cricket so far this year with bat in hand.
There's one thing for sure with these two batting, with Tattersall and Brook at the crease. Both of them are quick between the wickets, aren't they? So we'll accumulate runs quite quickly. Already the partnership is 16. They'll obviously want to build this partnership and extend it as we talk about it from a batsmanship perspective. So that's important. But they will also rotate strike and they won't hang around. They will put the bad ball away.
Here's Klein, good delivery this time. Straight across the face of the right-hander who is beaten. The ball through to Swindles. Good piece of bowling. I was saying Tattersall started the season well. Made 31 on 53 against Notts at Trent Bridge. As we see this Klein replay.
Oof. Yeah, it's a good delivery, isn't it? It's just a fairly straight line, and then it just off the pitch, just goes away slightly, draws Tattersall into the shot. It's a very good delivery from Klein. It just shows again, still something in this Headingley pitch.
Yeah, a fair bit, I think, as Klein is in again. This is full though, and he's turned it down to fine leg Tattersall to take him on to 7 with that single, 63 for 4. So yeah, scores of 31 and 53 at Trent Bridge. He made 17 and 2 not out prior to that up at Chesterley Street in the win against Durham. And then here against Derbyshire, batted just the once and made 66-25 against Lancs. So he's been chipping in. Not really the case though in T20 recently, but different form of the game. 21 overs gone, 63 for 4. It's going to be Harry Brook back on strike for the first ball of the 22nd, and Gavin Griffiths continuing. Klein 11 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 26 so far. Griffiths hasn't yet taken a wicket, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. Yorkshire would be happy with this. Bit of bright sunshine for the rest of the day, dry things out properly. Still trailing by 61 here in the first innings. Griffith's first delivery fades away down Brook's leg side, and there's no run.
Just looking round at the field, we have mid-on in place, squarish mid-wicket, fine leg, 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, and a mid-off.
Griffiths turning at the end of his run. So in he comes, and that was decent length delivery, but again wide of Tattersall's off stump. He's able to watch that through to the gloves of Harry Swindles. The 2 wickets to have fallen, if you're just joining us in more recent minutes. Will Frayne this morning was first to go, caught by Ben Mike off Dieter Klein for 13. Faced 35 deliveries, 2 fours, and then Tom Lowton, an inauspicious end to his innings, chasing a wide one, caught behind by Swindles off the bowling of Klein for 11 from 56 deliveries and including 1 4. Tattersall on strike. In comes Griffiths, wide of off stump, no run.
Yeah, and Johnny will be happy just to let that ball go through. The last 2 deliveries you've seen, there's been a little bit of movement off the pitch. But actually it's just that little bit too wide, isn't it, from a Leicestershire perspective, whereas Johnny all day long will be looking to let as many balls go through that corridor, and he'll start thinking about it when it's in and around that top of off stump. So it's all very well saying there's something in the pitch, but really important to extract everything from ball in good areas.
Griffiths then, halfway through his over here, good delivery, and that is more like it, isn't it? He's on and around, fourth stump there. Tattersall, well, we're given the benefit of the doubt that he might have just pulled the bat inside the line. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, this is a much better delivery, much tighter line. Yeah, just slightly angles the ball in, and it just goes away quite slightly, draws Johnny Tattersall into the shot, but also with that brings all dismissals into play, the potential of LBW, the potential of bowled, caught behind, caught slip. Good delivery that from Griffiths.
So Tattersall on 7 weights, in comes Griffiths again, shorter, and that's a nice shot from Tattersall off the back foot, punched away through the covers and crosses the rope for 4 more to him. Takes him on to 11, 67 for 4.
Yes, and that's the game Yorkshire will play. So anything in and around the stumps, they'll try and leave as much as possible, or be very watchful. But anything short, then they'll look to pounce on. And we saw Johnny then just get up onto his toes and just work the ball away nicely through the covers for 4 runs, for a well-timed 4 runs. And this partnership is just building. Partnership now 21 for Brook and Tattersall. Going well quite nicely.
Yeah, 21 in fairly quick time. Just under 3 overs. Griffiths in, and that's, well, Tattersall playing one-handed really. Thickish inside edge into the leg side. No harm done. End of the 22nd over, 67 for 4. You can get in touch on Twitter when he's around with Rich M. Ray on BBC Radio Leicester. Shawsey is at Inside Leader 1, and well, keep it simple for me, at Jonathan Doidge. Or you can also get in touch on the emails, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Tattersall does a bit of sweeping of the pitch. Dieter Klein is going to continue, try and get the ball out of his hand at the moment, having taken 2 this morning and 3 in total in the innings. And left arm over the wicket then. In from the Emerald stand end, that just shapes in towards Brook. It's a little bit short of length and wraps him somewhere around about the waistband. No run. Charles has tweeted, hello from Spain, watching via the excellent streaming service. Disappointing start to the day, but conditions look ideal for the bowlers. With the scores in other games, we're unlikely to qualify for the final, but the lads can be very pleased with their efforts. It's a fairly reasonable summation of things. Thanks, Charles. Klein then, just as I think about it, at the end of his run, and then comes in, and he thought quite well, because Brook was able to dig out a good delivery around about off stump, then just, I think, just keeping the fielders honest, has a little 2 or 3 strides up the wicket as if he's going to take a quick single, but then thinks better of it.
Yeah, Klein's bowled well this morning. He did the other day as well. He's got 3 for 26 off 11.2 with 3 maidens, but this morning he's got a little bit of swing, but also when he bowls it just back of the length, the ball is darting back into the right-handed batters of Brook and Tattersall.
Here's Klein again, and now then hands up to his head after that delivery, because just looked for a moment as if it might have snuck through a gap between bat and pad, maybe cannoned off the equipment onto the stump, something like that, but Harry Brook got down on that fairly late and played it into the leg side. He remains 13 from 20. As you can see on this fab new scoreboard on the streaming that the lads have added for this match, 67 for 4. And still 57 behind Leicestershire's first innings total of 124. Klein in again. Looks like he bowls a pretty heavy ball, Dieter Klein. not the tallest, but quite muscular, and that just shaping in on Brook, wasn't it? Dropping into the leg side.
He strong through the crease, hustle bustle through the crease, and as you say, I think does ball a heavy ball, and he's getting that little bit of movement here today. It doesn't look easy when he gets the ball in the right areas, but these two batters, I think they'll work through this period, keep rotating the strike, and as I say, put the bad ball away. Yorkshire can't afford to let the bad balls go, can they? They've got to score.
Brook waits, Klein in, short ball pulled, 4. And that is a good shot again from Harry Brook, just a loose delivery, a rare one this morning from Dieter Klein. But he was very quickly onto that, wasn't he, Harry Brook? And it was 4 from the moment it left the bat. Was aerial for a while, but nowhere near the field.
Yeah, they say that good batters play on length, and certainly Brooks picked that ball up early. He's picked the length, he's rocked onto the back foot, and he's picked that one up and hit it over square leg for a really good pull shot. And again, a much needed 4 runs. That partnership's just moving forward still, Dodge, isn't it? Up now to 25.
Yep, 17 to Harry Brook, 71 for 4. He really did tuck into that one. A good trip up from Barnsley this morning. You might have stayed overnight because it's a long way, isn't it, from Barnsley up to Headingley for you?
It is in my car.
You South Yorkshireman. In comes Klein, short ball, pulled again by Harry Brook, and this time it's going to go all the way for 6 into the east stand. And Dieter Klein, unnecessary, absolutely unnecessary. He's been bowling really well, and he's dropped 2 halfway down the pitch. Didn't think Harry Brook played that previous 4 convincingly enough by the looks of things, and thought, well, let's try him again.
Yeah, and
for 6.
Brooks just waiting there on the back foot, isn't he? Just hanging back. He's picked it up, hit it over the square leg boundary for obviously a well-struck 6 runs. But the Yorkshire pair here are playing the situation really well. Watchful in and around off stump. When it's short, they're looking to pounce. So yeah, I think they're playing this situation really well. The partnership now up to 31.
He probably walked down the pitch then to Dieter Klein and said, "Nah, I didn't quite time that right. Will you just bowl me another one and start on the next over as well?" 77 for 4. Harry Brook then clocking on with a 6 and a 4, or 4 and a 6, whichever way around you want to put it. The last couple of balls of the 23rd over. Super stuff from him. We've got the first change of bowling of the morning, and that is at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Then Ben Mike coming into the attack for Leicestershire. Gavin Griffiths, he's done for the moment. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22. Wickets have been coming at t'other end, and so in comes Mike. Right arm over the, well, no, right arm put the ball back in your pocket as he ran through the crease. Not happy with something, perhaps just maybe landing stride. Sometimes it's not always the last one, is it, as you're about to bowl? It might be the stride before where you hit a soft patch and then you've just lost your rhythm. So Mike turns then. See if we can get a delivery this time. We can, and it's short and wide, and the sort of ball that Harry Brooks dispatched a couple of times, but Johnny Tattersall not interested, and having seen what we saw from Tom Lowton a little bit earlier on, then I suppose discretion is the better part thereof and all that.
And certainly with Ben Mike, I mean, I've heard a lot of good stuff about Ben Mike over the last few weeks. Good developing all-rounder, good bat, bowls a reasonable pace, gets a little bit of movement. Let's see how he goes here today. Certainly the conditions favour the bowlers.
Here's Mike, short ball again, not quite as wide, but can't tempt Tattersall into a pull shot, which he clearly thought about. He's still on 11. The partnership now worth 31. They came together following the dismissal of Tom Lowton. That wicket fell 4 balls into the 19th over. So ain't been together too long, but they've taken full toll of the bad ball. More sawdust being applied, and again an indicator of just how much rain there has been around Headingley. Not just yesterday, but just in recent times. The drainage has always been pretty good here, but that just
excellent.
shows you, I guess, they talk about water tables. I wouldn't know too much about that. Mike is in. That's thick inside edge from Tattersall to Sam Evans on the leg side. No run.
And that's a much better line and length there for Mike. Just looking at where the sawdust has been applied, it's been applied for the front foot, so on delivery, almost the delivery stride. So it looks like Mike, that first couple of balls might have been slipping a little bit, or certainly a little bit uneven under that front foot. But since the sawdust has been applied, that last ball was much better. Good areas, made Tattersall play.
Here's Mike again, short and very wide this time, and signalled as such by Peter Hartley. Dear me, that was nearly on the next pitch.
Yeah, he's just struggling a little bit, both not just with his length but also his line here today. The ball before he seemed to get that right, but this one is short and wide, and has rightly been awarded a wide ball. He just needs to just settle down here if he can.
There'll be a few jeers around the club grounds, having seen that one, let alone a professional throwing it out that wide. Not the first we've seen here this season. There's been a few of those. Mike in this time and does find a straight one, which Tattersall has to push out into the offside. There's no run. Good morning to you, Steve the postman, Steve Milner, who tweets, "Morning all, good to hear a fellow Barnsley lad on the wireless, listening in from the streets of Cudworth to what will hopefully be a Yorkshire rebuild and win." You see, I could have said Cudworth there, couldn't I?
Yeah.
Listening in from Cudworth.
Cudworth.
And I'm not even local. Even I knew that. Tattersall 11 waits as Ben Mike comes in from this Kirkstall lane end. Short ball again and wide. Not wide enough to be given by the umpire, but not so far short of.
Yeah, just having a little look at this on the replay again. This is a very... Jeez, that's wide, isn't it? That's a long way away.
Yeah, Harry Swindles almost took it down at third man.
Well, Swindles is certainly getting his steps in today, isn't he? Burning a few calories off.
You'll be getting yours in as well, of course, won't you, lad?
Of course, yeah.
Twice as many for you. You only have to walk half as far as me.
It started early, hasn't it?
Oh, aye. We've got to get him in while we can. 78 for 4.
Shot.
That's a good stroke from Johnny Tattersall, as Shawsey calls it. Short ball from Ben Mike, who's just not finding the range at the moment. And Tattersall, with a lovely controlled push off the back foot through the covers, takes him on to 15 and completes the 24th over with Yorkshire on 82 for 4.
What's really good about this is, again, he picks the length, he just rocks back. He doesn't try to hit the ball too hard, he just lets the ball come into his bubble, hits the ball under his eyes and just times it away on top of the bounce off the back foot for a beautifully timed 4 runs. Well played, Johnny Tattersall.
You never really see Johnny trying to hit the ball too hard, do you? It's almost like it's not within somehow that he can do that.
Yeah,
it's all about timing and running the ball around.
He's a great timer of the ball, isn't he? I like the way he plays the game, actually. He's a very busy cricketer, as you say. He runs the ball around. He likes to get up and down and run very hard between the wickets as much as he possibly can.
Run hard.
And also he just times the ball away beautifully. Good cricketer, Johnny Tattersall.
Yep, learnt his cricket at Knaresborough. More recently has been involved at York, of course, but... Knaresborough lad learnt his cricket there. And that's a big ground. I've played there quite a lot of times over the years, Knaresborough. For a club ground, it's big and it's quick between the wickets. You can imagine if anybody could run a 5, you know, if you guide the ball off down to one of the far corners at Knaresborough, then probably somebody like Johnny Tat would be able to do that. Certainly, I would be surprised if he's not at some point been involved in all run 4s there.
Down to 2 slips now, Doidge.
And a change of bowling. Alex Evans then from the Emerald stand end. Dieter Klein having a breather after a good spell this morning, but just losing that towards the back end as Brook guides his first delivery down wide of the 2-man cordon, as Shawsey called it. And picks up a 2. Sam Evans doing the fielding. 25 now to Harry Brook, 84 for 4. And while conditions haven't changed, the sort of feeling of play definitely has.
Yes.
Hasn't it? With those couple of loose balls from Klein dispatched by Brook. A fairly ordinary opening over from Ben Mike. We'll see what Alex Evans can produce here. Sweatband on his left wrist, but he's bowling right arm over the wicket to Harry Brook, who's able to watch this one go through under the armpit. And there's no run.
Just a little bit of cloud cover now. That sun's been covered by the cloud that's just passing by. Whether there'll be a little bit more swing or not for Evans, I'm not sure, but certainly he's running in close to the stumps. Looks to have a pretty good action, and he's looking to bowl good length on this pitch. So I think this is going to be an interesting couple of overs. See how Yorkshire combat Evans.
Harry Brook then waits as Evans makes his way in past umpire James Middlebrook. This one, another wide delivery. Too wide to tempt Brook into playing. Harry Brook's shortened season in first class cricket so far. He made 41 in the first innings at Durham and then an excellent 66, and of course won the game with those 3 successive boundaries, or finished the game off. 62 in the first innings at Trent Bridge and then 30 in the second. He made a duck here against Derbyshire, and then 6 also here against Lancashire. So started well. He'll want to get another score on the board here though. Turns this into the leg side, where it's fielded at mid-wicket by Harry Dearden, who's fielding fairly close in there, about 15 metres or so off the bat. No run.
It's pleasing to see the way Brook and Tattersall's played this situation, isn't it? Because sometimes 2 quick wickets you can just be bowled at, can't you, and soak up that pressure. But what they've looked to do, as we've said previously, is to rotate the strike as much as possible and run hard, turn the 1s into 2s, and just wait for the ball to come in into their area and then time the ball away. Yeah, played well so far, these two.
Partnership 38. Evans in, short ball, dealt with by Brook. He rocked back and just eased it into the point area where Sam Evans made a good diving stop, but they were able to get through for a single.
Yeah, it's a good one-handed stop there, isn't it? It's certainly saved another 3 runs there. Good dive, good athleticism and good commitment at this stage of the game. Yeah, just looking back at how Brook and Tattersall have played, and their temperament and mindset for this situation is absolutely spot on.
Evans then again. Bowls this time to Tattersall, who's able to shoulder arms, and that is a dot ball to complete the 25th, 85 for 4. Be a cock a hoop you want anyway after them Reds won at weekend, and was it Notts Forest to beat, something like that?
Yeah, beat Notts Forest 1-0. I tell you what a fantastic finish to the season they had last season, managing just to stay up by the skin of their teeth. But I've got a good feeling about this season. I think they might just do all right.
Everybody has a good feeling about the season at the start of it.
I thought you were going to say the Super Reds. Everyone's got a good feeling about the Super Reds.
Shots there of the Yorkshire contingent on the balcony. Tom Lowton to the left, Matthew Fisher sharing a little smile with him. Mick Cadmore, who's been up here bothering us in the box this morning, is out there imparting his wisdom on, looks like young Josh Sullivan. And Ben Mike coming in for the first ball of the over, then to Harry Brook, who's playing this top of the bounce into the covers, where Rishi Patel does well to stop that when he was also grappling with the mat, protective mat that's covering one of the practice strips out there. Returns it for the concession of 2. Just has a little rub of the elbow, Rishi Patel. And looks like Harry Dearden, I think, is pulling the mat straight after it was disturbed by the fielder. So 28 to Brook, 15 Tattersall, 87 for 4.
Partnership up to 41 here with these two batters.
Oh dear me, another rank wide delivery by Ben Mike, I've got to say, and that is another wide signal by Peter Hartley. Started just about on the edge of the strip and went further and further and further away.
And Swindles here has put some serious miles in. He's took 2 steps across, dove full length, and gone in between, right in between first and second slip in that stagger. Good job they are staggered, or there might have been a collision there.
In comes Mike again then. Short ball and smashed away backward off point. Lovely cut shot by Harry Brook. Will pick him up 4 more and he's on to 32. Yorkshire 92 for 4. Partnership already worth 46 in absolutely no time here.
Yeah, both Brook and Tattersall are certainly looking to pounce on anything short, and he's give it the full kitchen sink, hasn't he? He's gone at that, so if he gets any type of nick on that, that ball's going to travel, and he just got that one behind square for 4 runs.
Super short, poor delivery again by Ben Mike, who just is struggling to find any semblance of line or length here. 2 balls into the second over his bowling, and he's already gone for 12. What can he find this time? Short ball to Harry Brook, who's happy to watch that go through. Just the 2 slips in place now, plus a gully to Ben Mike, where there were, of course, 4 slips in place to Gavin Griffiths earlier. The man has now been set back on the point boundary, so Leicestershire just starting to go a little bit more on the defensive side of things.
Just looking at Brook's strike rate, it's above 100, so he scored 32 off 31 balls, and Tattersall 15 off 21. So they are, in the context of this game, motoring at a reasonable pace, aren't they?
Yeah, going along quite nicely now. Again, short and wide, and Swindles has the devil's own job of reeling that one in. And got to say, that's a tremendous effort from the keeper. He's not the tallest of men. Dear me, it needed a Professor Pat Pending sort of invention to get your arm across and is it Inspector Gadget, something like that? Look at it.
Yeah, he's done well to take that, hasn't he? Wow.
92 for 4. 2 left in the over. And it's going to be Ben Mike coming in again. That's a better delivery, just outside off stump, and Harry Brook was content to leave it in the end, but that's a little bit more like it from Ben Mike, who's got 1 left in the 26th. And then I'll step out and leave the guys to it for the next half hour. Richard bobbing the headset on. We've got a bit more sawdust being popped into the front foot as well here.
I did warn you that Ben Mike could be inconsistent, and I think
no,
that's a very kind description of the spell so far. He's been
consistently
terrible.
poor, yeah. Unfortunately, from a Leicestershire point of view, but he's in now for the last ball of the over, and this time it's slightly better, but doesn't induce a stroke from Brook, who remains 32, Tattersall 15, and Yorkshire 92 for 4 after 26.
The thing with Ben is, and I know it sounds a bit strange, that he does bowl a lot of wicket-taking deliveries normally. He gets an awful lot of movement, and he can break games open. He did against Lancashire down at Worcester on a very flat track, took 3 pretty quick wickets with 3 outstanding deliveries. But just at the moment, he's really struggling for any sort of consistency at all. His figures, relatively speaking, don't look too bad. 2 overs, none for 12, Shawsey, but jeepers, they don't tell the full story, do they?
No, they don't. He's just struggled a little bit this morning, hasn't he?
Evans is in and bowls thick inside edge, and that could have gone anywhere. It went between the batsman and the stumps as it trickled to backward short leg, I think, and it could easily have gone onto the stumps. He got quite enough on it, did Johnny Tattersall, to keep it out, but better line from Alex Evans. But they have not bowled well in the last sort of 35 minutes since taking the second wicket, which was a little bit fortunate. Tom Lowton reaching for a desperately wide one and feathering an edge through to Swindles. But since then, they've pretty much gone for a runner ball. The Foxes in Yorkshire rapidly closing in on that first innings lead. In goes Evans, bowls outside off stump, and Harry Brook just lifts his bat over the line of the ball. A runner ball, pretty much 32 for Brook, and likewise 16 for Tattersall, just about. Just what the Yorkshire doctor ordered, essentially. Came together with a score on 46. Approaching the 50 partnership in next to no time, and Yorkshire now trail by just 31 runs with 6 first innings wickets intact. Evans is in and bowls. That's a better line, and forward goes Brook studiously, playing it back down the wicket to the straw-haired Evans.
And Richard, I think that is the line to ball on this pitch, and if Evans can just get it a little slightly fuller and just induce that drive, then I think he's in the game. From a Yorkshire perspective, they'll be real happy that the two young players of Brook and Tattersall have played in a really positive fashion and still relatively low risk.
Absolutely. Evans is in and bowls outside off stump. Doesn't really come back in to Brook, who lifts his bat, lets the ball go underneath his eye line through to Swindles, who's had to work very hard this morning. He'll have to be very athletic to clear up some of the frankly dross that the Leicestershire bowlers have served up to him.
Yeah, they've started well and got the 2 early wickets, and from that period they've just struggled to hit their lines and lengths, really.
Very much so. Evans has been a little bit more consistent in this over, though. In he goes and bowls, and Brook turns him off middle and leg as it comes back in towards him, towards Rishi Patel, who comes in from forward square leg to field, and there's no run. Bright over the city at the moment, but worryingly cloudy where the weather's been coming from in this game. Brook twiddles the bat in his hand, takes his stance. Evans, a longish, very straight run, is in and bowls to him. He's looking to drive, bit thick inside edgy as it squirts out towards wide mid-on. Evans won't mind that too much. Again, looking to be positive though. Brook got plenty on it, but certainly wasn't out of the middle. And Klein scrambled across to his right and took a chunk out of the Headingley outfield as he made the stop. End of the over. 93 for 4. 84 overs remain to be bowled today. It's going to be a long day. Lunch is 10 minutes later, so 22-1. Tea with 32 overs remaining, theoretically about 3:30. My guess is probably nearer 10 to 4. And 98.5 overs should be bowled in the day. What do you reckon? Maybe?
Well, it's looking okay at the moment, isn't it? The clouds are fairly high. See how the day goes.
Ben Mike kicking up his heels, runs in and bowls outside off stump. Cut away down to third man for 4 again by Johnny Tattersall. Again the width, and again the batsman tucked in.
That's the thing, isn't it, Richard? It's the width on this pitch that enables Tattersall just to play the way he is. He's not hit the ball where he wanted, but obviously there's a big gap there, and he's hit it through the vacant third man area. And of course the partnership now I think is just above
47 from 52, 51 from 52. You're right. So half-century partnership.
And in the context of a low-scoring game, that's probably worth double, isn't it?
Absolutely. Especially when you've lost a day, getting them that quickly as well. Leicestershire have got to drag it back the scoreboard. In he goes, Ben Mike. Outside off stump, seams away and draws Tattersall into an attempted force off the back foot. Just getting a little bit carried away there, Johnny Tattersall, and fortunate not to edge through to Swindles.
Yeah, this is a much better delivery. It's the line that pulls Johnny Tattersall in, just pulls him in. Yeah, and that's a wicket-taking delivery, as you say, that Mike is able to bowl from time to time, and would have been so easy just to get a little feather on that one and through to Swindles. But fortunately for Yorkshire, that didn't happen. Let's see if Mike can back up again now.
In he goes, past umpire Hartley and bowls outside off stump, and that's a good, decent line as well. And Tattersall, this time, more circumspect, steps forward and lets it go through.
Much better line again. So the last two deliveries, one slightly back of a length, just pulling Johnny Tattersall in, and then this one slightly fuller, good line. Johnny Tattersall able to leave that through the corridor of uncertainty as we know it to be, but it's a better, much better line from Mike the way he started this over.
Leans forward and gets into his run-up. In he goes. Bowls outside off stump. Tattersall rehearses a one-handed drive through the offside, but that was too wide to tempt the shot. It was a better length from Mike, which is something at least, but again it was too wide to tempt Tattersall into really launching himself at it. And Mike asks Dieter Klein to put a little bit more sawdust down on where his front foot lands on the crease. Right on it. You could actually see that he'd cleared the sawdust away, and it was the soil very dark underneath, almost slippery. Dieter Klein obliges with a handful of sawdust as Klein watches as Mike goes in outside off stump and drags his length back a little bit up on his toes. Tattersall just defends with an angled bat off stump down to Aaron Lilly, who's in the gully, bounces a couple of times, fielded by Lilly, and there's no run. But again, I think he's not trying to bowl quite as quickly as he maybe was in the first 2 overs. I'm not quite sure, or maybe he's just settled into slightly better rhythm. Don't know how much he's bowled at Headingley before. I suppose it takes a little bit of getting used to. In he goes, Mike, and bowls outside off stump, and Tattersall does attempt, I think, to steer that one away. It all happened a little bit in slow motion from the batsman's point of view. Either way, he didn't get anything on it, and it went through to Swindles behind the stump. So much better over, by and large, from Ben Mike. It did go for 4 from... Did he go for 4 from the first ball? Was that the previous over? I thought it was, down to third man. But he's still showing as 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12. Could have sworn the first ball went for 4, but there we go. 97 for 4.
Johnny Tattersall hit that one through the vacant third man area, didn't he, for 4 runs?
Not showing on the scoreboard. Alex Evans is in from the rugby stand end. That one seems back in, and it hits him very high, Harry Brook, and Evans goes up. The slips don't really. And although it did come back, I suspect it was a good couple of inches too high.
Yeah, he gets fairly close into the stumps, doesn't he, Evans? It's good to nips back quite a long way, doesn't it? Nips back a long way, but probably a little bit too high. But I have to say, he's really bowled well in the 2 or 3 overs we've just seen him perform. He bowls a good area, he gets close to the stumps, and brings all dismissals into play. He's done well so far.
In he comes again. That one is just drifting down the leg side and stepping slightly across his stumps. Brook shapes as though he's looking to glance it away, doesn't really try to do so, and taken by Swindles.
But Evans has bowled well this morning, hasn't he? He's bowled decent areas.
Yeah. Hugh Alexander Evans uses his second name, Alex. In he goes, bowls and forward, reaching a little bit for it is Brook, getting to just about the pitch of the ball and defending it off the front foot out into the offside. You heard the call of no as he saw it going straight towards Sam Evans, one of the best fielders on the Leicestershire side.
Just looking at his figures this morning, the bowler Evans, 7.3 overs bowled, 2 maidens, 71 for 17, economy rate of 2.3. Certainly bowling good areas at the moment.
In he comes, bowls, and again good line and length, and looking to walk forward into it almost. Harry Brook defends it out into the offside, off stump. Rehearses the shot, wanders off towards square leg. Better, as Shawsey says, from Evans.
It just shows it's not difficult to score if you can hit those areas, is it? I mean, Brook there is looking just to work it through the gap between backward point and short extra cover, isn't he, for a 1? But again, he'd have to be forcing that through.
Evans bowls, and he does drive it into the gap in front of point this time. Evans turns, Sam that is, chases after it, isn't going to get there. So nicely played off the front foot. Quite a controlled square drive from Harry Brook, who's looked in really nice touch this morning. Did reach for it a fraction, but got plenty of it and got right on top of the bounce. That was the main thing.
Yeah, nice square drive there from Brook. He watched the ball come on, and he was just away from his body he is, but he just watched it on and played it through the covers for 4 runs.
59 balls. In goes Evans and bowls. Line and length delivery, and Brook can only defend that one on the front foot off the off stump out into the offside. 100 up for Yorkshire though with that 4, the previous delivery. 101 for 4, all looking much rosier from the White Roses point of view than it was when Tom Lowton edged off to Dieter Klein, and it was 46 for 4, 101 for 4 when Leicestershire only managed 124. How the game has changed in 45 minutes.
Certainly has, and important now though that for the 2 Yorkshire players that they can extend this partnership.
Ben Mike trying to prevent them doing that outside off stump. He's not going to do that with those wide deliveries really, and carved away backward of point by Johnny Tattersall, but he has got cover out there, which is an admission of defeat really on the part of the bowler and the captain did, and ran around to his left from deep point to wide third man. So just the one, wrong word really, admission of defeat, but he's there for the bad ball, isn't he really?
Yeah, he is. It's that little bit of cover, and he's been taken from the slip. So with that movement, with the cover out on the point boundary, you've now got 2 slips and a gully as opposed to 3 slips.
Mike is in and bowls outside off stump, wide one, and Brook reached for it, didn't get anything on it, tried to cut it away again. Slightly half-hearted shot from Brook. He knew it was too wide, couldn't resist it. One of those that could just easily have just ended in disaster for Brook, didn't do so.
Yes, I'd be disappointed with that. It's a time you've still got to concentrate. I mean, they've done a lot of hard work and played exceptionally well and scored at a good rate this morning, Tattersall and Brook, but it's really important now that they can extend this partnership.
Mike is in again, bowls Fuller outside off stump and just waiting for it, defended out into the offside by Harry Brook, picked out Rishi Patel in the covers, and there's no run. A little bit of perhaps in swing for him.
Just a slight sign of that just beginning to tail inwards, wasn't it, there? Yeah. Just having a quick look at the field as Mike goes to his mark. Mid-on, square mid-wicket, fine leg, 2 slips, gully, short extra cover catching, cover on the point boundary, and a mid-off.
Mike is in and bowls onto off stump, line and length delivery. Brook can only defend and does, pushes out into the offside. Picked up by Patel. And Mike seems to have just settled down a little bit now, as one would hope he would. 3.4 overs, none for 13. I'm sure those figures are wrong. I'm sure he went for 4. But anyway, maybe the scorers. I wouldn't dare tell JT Potter. 102 for 4. Brook 40, Tattersall 17 as Mike goes in and bowls lovely on drive, over pitches, and Brook tucks in. Big man leans forward, punches it away very straight on the onside. Took advantage of the fuller length.
Beautiful shot here from Brook. Just leans into the ball, powerfully strikes the ball with the full face of the bat, as we say, downtown. So that's a great shot down the ground from Brook. Brook's now on 44, and Yorkshire progressed to 106 for 4 here at the Emerald Stadium, Headingley.
It's been a super little innings so far from Harry Brook. Worth, as Paul says, more than the actual numbers, you think. In goes Mike and bowls to him outside off stump, cut away through the offside, off the back foot. Don't think it'll be four because Dearden's going to cut it off. He is going to cut it off. Patel dived and couldn't get there in the covers. Dearden ran 20 yards or so to his right, picked it up on the extra cover boundary. Brook picks up a couple, moves on to 46. And that's off, well, not many more than a 52 balls. That scoreboard's a little bit behind the scoreboard on the... Well, they disagree at the moment. The electronic scoreboard at the ground and the scoreboard on the actual feed or stream in slight disagreement. They've given 4 to Tattersall. That might belong to Brook. In goes Evans and bowls onto the legs of Johnny Tattersall. Turned out into the onside, but straight to the man at in front of square, who's Patel. And there's no run. They'll sort themselves out one way or another. So they've given 4 to Tattersall. That on the stream that the electronic scoreboard on the ground has given to Brook. Interesting one. In goes Evans and bowls just outside off stump. Good leave from Johnny Tattersall. It was a tempter. It wasn't quite there to be driven. And he stepped forward, got in position, realised he wasn't quite there to drive it and lifted his bat over the line of the ball.
And it is the type of line and length, the type of delivery that you can just nick off there, can't you? You look to force that drive, but actually he got his head over the ball and then just pull out at the last moment as such. It's well played by Tattersall. Good judgment.
Evans is in and bowls to him. Same ball, same shot, i.e. no shot from Tattersall. Got in position, another tempter. Good little battle between Alex Evans and Johnny Tattersall at the moment, the two young men.
As we say, Evans is bowling well this morning. He's, as I say, tight into the stumps, got a nice approach, good action, good strong action. Gets close to the stumps and delivers and just works that off stump, just outside that off stump line, doesn't he? He bowled well.
Can he keep it up throughout the over? In he goes, bowls, Tattersall, good delivery again. Off stump, maybe just coming back a touch and thick inside part of the bat as he defends that one. Bat not quite next to the pads. Got enough on it though, just kept it out, dropped it out into the onside. There's no run. Dieter Klein has a word with the younger man as he walks back to his mark, but Evans looks like he's just settled into a really nice place as a bowler at the moment. Leans forward and stands up as he goes into his run and bowls for fuller delivery, fuller and straighter, and just turns his wrists on that one. Johnny Tattersall out into the onside, times it quite nicely, but doesn't really put any weight into the shot, and a comfortable stop for Dearden at short-ish mid-wicket.
I've just been watching the way Evans has bowled this morning. He gets back to his mark, very consistent with his approach, turns at the end, as we can see now, gathers himself, ball in hand, nice approach, leaning forward, running in as he comes into the crease and bowls strongly through the crease. Pretty good action that, isn't it?
I think so.
Pretty good action.
They see a lot of potential in the young man, and that one is played out back past him, but only as far as mid-off by Tattersall, who takes his helmet off and his gloves off because it's a sanitisation break time, and Yorkshire in a very strong position. That scoreboard's gone bonkers. It's now showing 144 for 4 with Brook on 84, and it's gone back to 104 for 4 with Brook on 42, Tattersall 17, which let us hope it is correct. And that is the same as all the scoreboards now agree, so everything went just a little bit haywire for a few moments, but happily we can now confirm that Yorkshire are 104 for 4, trailing by just 20 runs. So it's been a great hour for them in the shape of these two young batters. They've put together a really valuable partnership, coming together with a score on 46 for 4. They've added almost 60, 58 now in pretty much a run a minute. They've got the run rate up to 3.5. They've seen off Ben Mike. 4 overs, none for 19. And they've forced Colin Ackerman, Leicestershire skipper, to go back to Gavin Griffiths. Griffiths probably wasn't quite at his best this morning. Can he bowl better? He often does in his second spell, curiously. Sometimes young bowlers do. Need him to, Leicestershire, because they're in danger of conceding a dangerously big first innings lead here. Still got a few runs in hand though, as Griffiths from the Kirkstall Lane end goes in and bowls short of a length, steered out through the offside for 4 by Harry Brook. So he's going to move on to 46, and again, yeah, lovely shot.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? He spotted that ball. He plays well on length, does Brook. Saw the ball was short, just leant back onto it. He's already waiting on the back foot. Just waits, plays it under his eyes, plays it late in the bubble, as we say, and just times it away through the cover towards the cover boundary.
Ackerman at second slip. Just the body language is not a happy man with his bowlers. They've bowled far too many 4 balls this morning. Bowled a few balls that haven't been able to be reached. But Harry Swindle's talked in his interview on the first day as Griffiths goes in and bowls, and that's a better delivery, and Brook has to treat it with respect. He's half forward, back very close to front pad as he defends it out into the offside. The importance of following the example set by Ben Code and Matthew Fisher, but they haven't done that, the Leicestershire seamers.
No, they've not quite been able to hit the areas as consistently as possible. And I know we hear it a lot, but it is looking to focus on the top of off stump, isn't it? You know, that's the... It's no secret, but it's much more difficult to do consistently, and certainly with a young attack it is.
I just wonder whether they feel something should be happening. In goes Griffiths and bowls, and forward goes Brook, defending out into the offside, off stump, picked up by Patel, and there's no run. Whether they feel something should be happening and are so trying too hard to bowl a magic ball. Pitch may have just settled a fraction, may be a little less in it than there was on Sunday. But there's still a little bit there for the bowlers. I think patience and consistency the key, as it so often is. There's Griffiths, 93 on his back, runs away from us and bowls, and drawing a firm push out into the offside from Harry Brook, takes a thick edge. He's going to pick up a single, but he wasn't really in control of that one, along the ground all the way out into the offside. Dived to his right at point, Dearden, and made the stop, but not cleanly, so a single is taken. Brook on to 43 now, 109 for 4. Shawsey takes a break. Jonathan comes back alongside as Griffiths turns. Little shimmy into his run up and bowls, and clipped nicely away through the leg side, just drifting towards middle and leg. Evans has to run round from wide long leg to deep backward square, gets his throw away, but not before Tattersall has picked up a couple of runs, moved on to 23, 115 for 4. Yorkshire continue to score quickly and draw in on Leicestershire's first innings score. They are now only 9 runs behind, with 6 first innings wickets in hand. They keep scoring at this rate by tea. They're going to be well over 100 ahead. Griffiths turns into finishes over. Bowls, looking for the Yorker, waiting for it. Tattersall keeps it out with a degree of comfort, pushes it back down the wicket, end of the over, 115 for 4. Updates time.
So partnership now worth 69, 115 for 4. Good morning to you, Dean in Doncaster, Dean Southall, who's emailed us. You can do the same on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. He says, I've been enjoying the commentary as always. Pity we've lost 2 wickets already. Happy to see so many games being televised this season with your commentary in the background. Thanks, Dean. It's going to be Alex Evans continuing from the Emerald stand end. Of Good length ball turning to the leg side by Brook. No run. Chris Turner. Good morning to you. He says, earlier this morning you read out a very strange email about the expression run hard. It is not true that fast is simply an adjective. It is both an adjective and an adverb. It has been since at least Shakespeare's day. For example, they stumble that run fast from Romeo and Juliet, he says. More to come in a moment because Alex Evans pushes off and comes in from the Emerald stand end again. This time off the hip. Harry Brook is going to pick up another at least one, make it two, because Ben Mike couldn't control his stop and has flicked it back inside the boundary rope by a few yards. That couple takes Harry Brook on to 49. So Chris continues. It isn't remotely ungrammatical to say run fast, and so far as I can judge, it never has been. There is a nuance of difference between run fast and run hard. The latter puts the emphasis on effort rather than speed. Not everyone can be Usain Bolt, but everyone can make an effort. Thanks to Chris Turner. The debate rages then as Evans is in. That's it for Harry Brook. Another half century for him with that flick off the hip for 4. A third one of this shortened first class season in the Bob Willis Trophy. And it's been an excellent one as well. And it now takes him to 6 first class half centuries to go with the 2 centuries that he's made. It's taken him 57 balls, 83 minutes, and has included 8 fours. So good stuff from young Harry Brook. And he has certainly played with control out there today and put away a fair few bad balls that he's been offered up. This one is a better one from Evans, and Brook treats it with the respect it deserves, pushes into the offside, and there is no run. Back with those emails. Any more offerings you've got on run hard? That would be good.
That's a good standard of debate, isn't it? I mean, I'm hugely impressed.
It's beyond cricket commentary, this, isn't it, really? It feels like Radio 4 at the moment. As Evans comes in, Brook waits. Good delivery from Evans, shapes away from Harry Brook, and this time he's drawn into a rare fish at a delivery outside off stump. Fortunately for him, doesn't get a tickle. Morning, JD, says John Logan. Great to have some play today after yesterday's washout. And you're right, it is frustrating for us guys all dressed up and nowhere to go. Although I've got to say, yesterday Graham Orange, who was here to be third voice, but you never heard him, he did dress down by his standards, having turned up in the full suit and tie for his previous Bob Willis Trophy appearance this year. Evans is in, and this time Brook has gone. He's got an edge, and he's been caught at second slip. The catcher, Colin Ackerman. And Harry Brook, well, he's got himself to 53, but then soon gone. Yorkshire 121 for 5. And Harry Brook caught Ackerman, bowled Alex Evans for 53, 85 minutes, 60 deliveries, 8 fours and a 6.
The really surprising thing about that, from my point of view, was not so much the dismissal as the fact that it was almost an exact replica of the previous delivery. Almost exact. And that when Brook pushed at it, the previous delivery didn't get the edge and was fortunate not to do so. You would think, oh, learnt from that, let the next one go. Evans, who's been very consistent this morning, put the ball in the same place. Brook went for the shot again, got the edge, and a decent low catch by Ackerman at second slip. So, super knock from Harry Brook. His 53 came off 60 balls and included 8 fours and a 6. And it's done the Yorkshire cause no end of good, but he'll be, I think, a little bit disappointed not to have gone on. He was sort of playing so well, really. On the other hand, I suppose you'll say, well, positivity got him to that point. So, lived by the sword and died by it in the end. 121 for 5. Super partnership there.
Yeah, good stuff from the pair of them, but has come to an end. Alex Evans, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 27 now, and of course he beat in the ball before and then offered him up something similar, and having been beaten, Harry Brook couldn't resist the temptation of playing at the next delivery.
It's what I couldn't understand, really. It was just the same.
So back to John's email. He says, regarding the state of the match, I'd like to voice some realism, brackets not negativity. Yorkshire are unlikely to score 400 in 110 overs, so won't be able to qualify for the final.
Griffiths goes in and it's defended off stump by Johnny Tattersall.
The final will probably be contested between Essex and Somerset, first and second in last year's county championship, if I can get the teeth in, so you can't be too disappointed as the two best teams in four-day cricket of recent times are in the final. I think Yorkshire need to post a first innings lead in order to try and win the match in an attempt to finish top of the North Group and at least have some satisfaction that they are cock of the North. Ideally, it needs Brook and or Tattersall to score 35 to 40 plus.
Well, Brook did that. As Griffiths turns in past Peter Hartley and bowls full to Tattersall, digs it out rather, hits it down into the ground, half stopped in his follow through by Gavin Griffiths.
Good morning, or good afternoon now as it is to you, Marcus Moore in Cirencester. He's emailed us on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com asking about the rules for qualifying for the final after half an hour of frustrating and fruitless online research, he says. Come back to that in a moment because Griffiths is about to bowl again.
Turns, runs in and bowls. Again full, nicely clipped off his toes though by Tattersall. Waited for it and clipped it away through mid-wicket. Sam Evans isn't going to drag that one back, however much he stretches his legs, and he does. He can't get there. Tattersall moves on to 27 and Yorkshire are ahead. They've moved on to 125-4-5, so they lead by 1 run with an awful lot of power to add.
So Marcus continues. The likelihood is that Essex will beat Middlesex today and finish on 90 points. If Worcester beat Somerset, they too will finish on 90. If Derbyshire make fewer than 200 in their first innings against Lancs but go on to win, they'll finish on 90. And if Yorkshire reach 400, improbably, in 110 overs in their first innings and beat Leicestershire, and they'll finish on 90.
Griffiths is in and bowls again very, very full. Waiting for it, just dug out a little bit by Tattersall, down into the pitch. Stopped by Griffiths in his follow through.
In this not unrealistic scenario, says Marcus, which two teams will contest a final at Lord's?
It's a bit unrealistic because I don't think the 400 is going to be achievable.
No.
But, point taken.
Yeah. So the criteria is, to answer his question, it's decided first of all on most wins and then fewest losses. And the next point of criteria is most wickets taken by the team in the competition, and finally most runs.
Griffiths is in, bowls again onto the legs and turned by Tattersall off Midland leg down to Alex Evans at long leg, takes the single.
Now yet to be confirmed by the ECB's Tom Harrison, but I believe that the fifth criteria, if all that can't sort them out, is that there's going to be the cut and thrust of a healthy debate about run hard or run fast to decide who goes through to the final.
Yeah, English experts, grammaticians from Yorkshire and Essex and Somerset will go head to head to argue their case for a court of the finest in the land. Griffiths with that little shimmy at the start of his run-up is in and bowling and down onto the legs of Jordan Thompson, who just clips it, the left-hander, nice and cleanly down towards long leg. Harry Dearden finds himself down there and the single is taken. Thompson keeps the strike. A few good mornings or afternoons now to Leicestershire listeners. Good afternoon or evening from a still locked down Melbourne, says Fango down there. Good to say D decline, pick up a couple of early wickets. Is he out of contract at the season's end, and if so, is he playing for his career in this game? He is out of contract. I don't think he signed another one as yet. I don't know whether he's been offered another one as yet, to be honest. So decisions to be taken in a way then. He is among those who's playing for his career. Good morning to Dr. Dan, who's been with us this morning. Good morning to Steve Roberts. Good morning to Sally, who's been listening via the BBC website. We came on apparently on about 10:42 on, so we're only 10-12 minutes late or so.
Is that all? What's the problem then? Dear me. So in comes Evans to Jordan Thompson, who walked out there, of course, to replace the recently departed Harry Brook. That wraps into the bottom of his pads, round about leg stump just outside. No run. Thompson not out one. 127 for 5. Dr. Dan. Yeah, it was swinging in towards him, wasn't it? It looked like it was probably going down.
Bit of an inside edge, I
Stifled appeal.
suspect, as well.
Yeah, maybe so. So Evans comes in again. Similar delivery, and there is bat on this one for definite this time, into the leg side where Sam Evans feels no run. So Dr. Dan, is that offering health advice while you're on air, Richard?
Doctor Dan Diaper. Sometimes he listens around all the commentaries, and often sends a drawing based on a description.
No,
sometimes
I don't.
Sends a drawing.
Does he not?
He must
avoid
favour you with his
my
custom.
commentaries. No, he's probably clearly clever. In comes Evans to Thompson, full length delivery. This time pushed out into the offside. Rishi Patel does the fielding. No run.
A lot of talk about Tom Taylor amongst some of the Leicestershire supporters this morning. The suggestion is that he has now actually signed his a contract at Northamptonshire. I will ask at the end of the day to see whether Leicestershire at this stage able to, or willing to, or prepared to confirm or otherwise.
Evans coming round the wicket at 127 for 5. That's well wide of Jordan Thompson's off stump. We've seen some of that from Ben Mike from the Kirkstall Lane end earlier, and that's a wide.
Did you see who fielded it?
The Emerald stand end.
It wasn't.
I think it was the photographer sort of 4 rows back.
It wasn't Swindles. It was Ackerman at second slip took it.
Dear me.
There it is. Two-handed to his right.
That's an absolute shocker.
Might just be getting a bit of reverse.
Evans in again wide of off stump. Jordan Thompson hits it wide of the man at mid-off and gets through for a single to double his score to 2. John Logan mails in, says, "Hi JD, the rules for qualification in the scenario described by your other emailer. If Essex, Worcestershire and Derbyshire / Yorkshire all had 90 points, Yorkshire would win the North Group by scoring 15 to 13 points in their head-to-head with Derbyshire. The final in that scenario would be Essex with 4 wins against Worcestershire, more wickets than Yorkshire. Hope that helps. ? Well, I can't check that out, John. I can't confirm or deny it because, I just can't at the moment. But I've got no reason to disbelieve what you're saying, so thank you very much indeed.
The bottom line is it's going to be a heck of a job for Yorkshire to qualify from here.
Aye. Tattersall on strike, back
Oh,
over the
lovely
wicket.
ball.
Evans, good delivery. Bowling quite well here, isn't he? And getting the ball to shape into the lefty and away to the righty on this occasion, Johnny Tat.
He's been the pick of the bowlers, Alex Evans, this morning. Young man from Bedford. Just his 3rd first-class game. No, it's not, because he's got a couple.
And he comes again. That is up there to drive. Tattersall turns it actually into the leg side. He's gone past the man who's close in at mid-wicket, and it's had the legs, timed it better than it first looked, and he's got 4 through straight mid-wicket. So 32 to him, 133 for 5. Lily says, "Good afternoon, Jonathan, Richard and Paul. Good partnership between Brook and Tattersall. Yorkshire need to get a big first innings lead, Lily thinks, if they're going to do the business here." And Jeff says, "Could you please read out the Yorkshire scorecard?" Much enjoying the commentary as ever. The Yorkshire scorecard looks something like this. Tom Kohler-Caldmore first to go. Caught Sam Evans off Alex Evans without scoring. Adam Lyth then caught Swindles, bowled Klein for 4. Will Frayne first to go this morning. Caught Mike, bowled Klein for 13. Tom Lowton followed him. Caught Swindles, bowled Klein for 11. Harry Brook, the last man, or most recent man to go, caught Ackerman, bowled Evans for 53. Tattersall not out 32. Jordan Thompson not out 2, and they're 133 for 5. Hope that's filled in a few gaps. At 3 for 36 for Dieter Klein, 2 for 29 for Alex Evans. Wicketless Gavin Griffiths for 35 from 8 overs, and Ben Mike none for 23 from 4.
Little delay because Hassan Azad has been off the field putting pads on underneath his whites, suggesting he's going to go in at short leg before too long. He brought out a helmet as well, but that's just gone behind Harry Swindles for the time being. Griffiths is going to come in from the Kirkstall Lane end to bowl to Thompson outside off stump. A little bit of shape back in. Thompson not entirely certain. Lets it go through to Swindles, which it does quite low. And there's no run.
James Green tweets, is this the most inexperienced side, or maybe the least experienced side that Yorkshire have put out in a first-class match in terms of appearances? Can't be far off. Yeah, it's got to be up there, hasn't it? A couple of the teams have put out this season, but clearly that's an onerous task to go looking back through all the teams and their number of appearances on the field before they set out for any given match.
Give JT something to do. In goes Griffiths and bowls very full outside off stump, and Thompson this time much more certain in his leave. If that makes any sort of sense at all. Lets it go through. Leicestershire, we did work out curiously, did put out their youngest ever side in the first game of the Bob Willis Trophy this season. That was against Lancashire, when Ackerman at 29 was 3 years older than the next oldest man on the side, and the average age was just 24.01 or something like that. Griffiths is in and bowls again very wide, and Thompson has nothing to do with it.
24. Oh, to be 24 again. Black and white in my day at 24. Gary Balance was here, by the way, earlier in the day. I did refer to Andrew Gale walking around the boundary edge with somebody. He was on the other side of him at the time, but also, I've got to say, it didn't smack of being Gary Balance. His hair appeared to have grown a fair bit. Lockdown hair, possibly, but good to see him around the place.
Missing his runs a little bit, and that experience. Yorkshire, in goes Griffiths. Bowls to Thompson, looking for the Yorker, as he has done almost once and over, and kept out comfortably enough by Thompson. Jammed out, examines the bottom of his bat carefully, make sure it isn't cracked. It isn't. But I think you can tell that Griffiths has been practicing his white ball skills. His Yorker's a decent one.
Yeah, Essex, by the way, needs 6 to win. They're just 1 down in their second innings against Middlesex, so that one a done deal.
In goes Griffiths and bowls to Thompson, who tries to turn it off the pads. I think it came off the pad. I suspect it's going to be a leg bye because it's going slowly down towards fine leg, and Dearden, running around from long leg, has time to get there, and indeed umpire Hartley signals that it is a leg bye. Yorkshire 135 for 5 now, lead by 11.
Derbyshire are 9 down now and still 22 runs short of getting a batting point, trailing Lancs by 41 at 178 for 9.
Leicestershire sort of interest kind of reduced to hoping Nottinghamshire don't win, really. In goes Griffiths and bowls cut hard, and a good diving stop away to his left by the athletic Evans at point, saves 4. We timed that nicely, Jordan Thompson, but not sufficiently wide of Evans as far as he was concerned, and the 21-year-old dived to his left and made the stop. End of the over.
Yeah, here's the replay. Jordan Thompson, who I would describe as being a compulsive cutter. He's very good at it as well, but can prove his undoing sometimes. One of those classic strengths sometimes being your weakness type strokes, but it was over the top of that one. Just couldn't quite get it far enough behind point to get the runs that the shot probably deserved. Durham 294, Notts 354 for 5, leading by 60 runs at Trent Bridge.
Well, I'm sure Durham will dig in. The former Foxes that populate their side, Ned Eckersley, Ben Rain, will make sure that they don't get over the line.
Dieter Klein 3 for 36 back into the attack for Leicestershire. Oh, tell you what, that's not a bad first delivery. He can't believe that it's not got a wicket, and hands on heads all around here. It's a bit like being at play school when somebody's done something naughty. Hands on your head, fingers on lips. Swung in and wasn't far away from Johnny Tattersall's off stump. But to be fair to him,
a couple of inches, yeah. He knew what he was about, I think.
I think it was a pretty good leave. But certainly shape on the ball from Dieter Klein. And the teacher says that they can all take their hands off their Heads and walk in again, and this time he plays it top of the bounce into the gully region. There's no run.
You were a very strict
Tell you
primary school or whatever.
That was my first job. That's working for the BBC. Hands on heads, fingers on lips. Do you never get that at school?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, dear me.
Did you still have the slipper and things like that?
Yes, oh yeah, they did. The cane, still in evidence when I was at high school. Klein is in, and that's driven back up the pitch by Tattersall. The bowler feels it, jumping to make the catch in his follow through. Yeah, there was, those typical days when somebody's done something wrong in class, nobody wants to admit it, so that it'd be all hands on your head or whatever it might be. Nobody's going home until somebody's admitted it. That get you into a lot of trouble as a teacher these days, keeping people back unnecessarily. I think you've got to deal with it during daytime hours, haven't you? Klein is in, and that's flicked off his hip by Johnny Tattersall. Very fine for 4. In fact, no, he didn't get a touch. Has got his back to us, by the way. So although the mince pies are not always brilliant, I think I've got that get out excuse. Must have just clipped the pocket, maybe something like that. 4 leg buys. 12 of those in the innings so far. 8 wides.
And that's being quite generous on the part of the umpires, isn't there? There's 1 or 2 that they could have given that didn't. Every possibility, had they given everything, that we'd have been looking at 100 overs today.
139 for 5. Klein coming in again to Tattersall. 2 slips in place. Tattersall rocks back, and that's a lovely controlled, just late cut, isn't it? Backward of point for a couple. 36, 134, I should say, 141 for 5. Love watching that shot. I think that's one of those I could never play. The late cut. It probably involves too much control, so it's one of those that you marvel at.
I think club cricketers always try and do more than they need to when they're trying to play the shot. Certainly, you try and put some weight into it when you don't always need to.
Klein again, this time similar to the ball earlier in the over that Tattersall got 4 leg buys off, but no contact on this occasion. End of the 37th over. So 34 Tattersall, Thompson 2. Partnership already worth 20, and Yorkshire 17 runs ahead at 141 for 5.
Tom Taylor, who may be Northants bound, is, according to many, comes on with a helmet for Harry Swindles. So we're going to see a little bit of spin for the first time in the game. Yorkshire didn't need to bowl any. I don't think anybody bowled any spin.
Nope.
Thinking back, didn't need to. Seam all the way down the line, but Leicestershire are going to give Aaron Lilly, and it won't be the last over, the almost compulsory last over before lunch, because remember lunch is at 22, so he's going to get at least 2 overs. The bearded Lancastrian has bowled very little in red ball cricket for Leicestershire, Aaron Lilly, and certainly this is the first time, well, this is his first appearance in red ball cricket this season for the Foxes. He's going to go around the wicket, but it's not a bad shout with the left-hander Thompson at the crease, and plenty of footholds for Lilly to aim at. In he goes, tosses that one up, and forward goes Thompson, just dropping it out into the offside, off stump. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball. There was no obvious immediate turn for Lilly. Bearded, probably more hair on his chin than on his head, to be honest. In he goes and bowls, tosses that one right up, and slog swept away over mid-wicket for 4 by Thompson. A powerful shot which will have brought short leg Hassan Azad's heart into his mouth momentarily, I suspect. He is in front of square, but he hit it pretty much on the 45. Thompson.
He did one of his favourite shots. I mentioned compulsive cutter, but he also plays that to good effect.
Whacked away without ceremony as Lilly goes in and bowls to him again. Again, a full delivery, which he drives without putting any weight into the shot out into the offside. Thick outside part of the bat is picked up at the second attempt by Ben Mike in the covers. Lilly grips the ball. Bowls outside off stump, cut hard away for 4 by Thompson. It was wide, it sat up. It's very slow, gentle off spin from Aaron Lilly. He's trying to give the ball a chance to spin. Just sat up and asked for the treatment that it got. And Thompson has tucked in rather, second 4 in the over.
Yeah, I think I might have mentioned that he's a compulsive cutter, and
I think anyone would have been tempted to have a go at that one, wouldn't they, really? Sat up outside off stump. No man back on the offside boundary, as long as you keep it down. Safe-ish shot. He moves on to 10, Yorkshire. 149 for 5. Still 51 short of that first batting bonus point. Maybe that 400 is on after all.
There's a few more deliveries like that, it might be on.
Indeed, Lilly tosses that one up, desperately slow stuff, and just waits for it to Thompson, just blocks it out on the offside.
One thing that you'll see from this pair is that the scoreboard will, while ever they're together, will definitely keep ticking.
It's been an entertaining morning's cricket so far, as Lilly goes in and goes back and cuts hard down into the ground. Dearden, who's dropped a few yards back at extra cover really, managed to stop it, bounced about 3 times before it got to him. 149 for 5 remains the score at the start of the day. Yorkshire were on 36 for 2, so 113 runs this morning for 3 wickets at the best part of 4 runs and over. Can't complain about entertainment value, JD, and I'll go and update BBC Radio Leicester accordingly.
Mark Taylor, good afternoon to you. Mark in Thetford, a fairly regular emailer into our broadcasts. Thanks for your positives about the commentary. He says, I was also thinking, if this is the youngest Yorkshire side to compete in a red ball game, as was previously mentioned, I've been racking my brain without any research, but can't remember an 11 as young as the side playing here. There we go. So it's up there, isn't it, with the youngest? Klein is in, and off the back foot, Tattersall cuts that square and will pick up 4 runs, just disappearing over the western terrace boundary rope. Despite the chases of those 2 Leicestershire fielders. Again, another typical example of the control shown by Johnny Tattersall. Just doesn't try to hit the ball too hard. Waited, sat back, straight out of the middle of the bat. 38 to him now, 153 for 5. So another little milestone ticked off, and 47 short now of a first batting point for Yorkshire, and they'll definitely have their minds on getting at least one of those. I think the 400 still sounds a little bit fanciful, with conditions still in favour of the bowlers. Good delivery from Klein, chopped down into his stumps nearly by Tattersall, who turns and knocks the ball away quite legitimately, having a second effort to defend his stumps. Those who are watching on the stream, there you go with the replay. So again, in swing, yeah, he just turned the bat, didn't he? Bat face towards mid-wicket, chopped it into his foot. Wasn't far away from leg stump when he guided it away. So a little reprieve for Tattersall. Klein in. Tattersall this time pushing forward. There's no run. John has messaged in again. He says the rules for qualification brackets, I do understand on commentary you've got to take on trust what emailers say to you is the truth, as it's not easy to check information. Thanks, John. The rules are not available on the ECB website to view. Yeah, I think we mentioned this a couple of times in earlier games during the competition. He said, I was watching to the Lancs Derby match yesterday where Scott Reed read out an email from Kevin Howells, who received the information from the ECB. Good delivery from Klein. Tattersall just holding his line inside the line of the ball, no run. So Kevin Howells had received this information from the ECB, says John. The criteria in a group whereby teams are level on points are wins, then losses, then head-to-head points, then wickets, and then runs. The criteria across groups where teams are level on points. Strange. Wait a minute, I'll go back to that one because Klein's in again and Tattersall pulls the bat inside the line. There's no run. The criteria across groups where teams are level on points. Oh, right, across groups rather than in the same group. Yeah, okay. So the criteria across different groups where teams are level on points are wins, then losses, then wickets, then runs. So if Derbyshire can score 200 and beat Lancashire, they'll be in the final regardless of the other results.
But they're not going to do that, are they?
I need to go for a lie down, I think. and a
Steam's
sleep.
coming off your head.
Run hard, run fast. Qualification for the finals. People asking next what the qualifications are for the T20s, even though we're not even playing it here, no doubt. 153 for 5. Klein is in. Tattersall tries to flick that off the hip, but misses, and Swindles cleans up behind the stumps. End of the 39th. Yorkshire leading by 29 runs.
And I think they'll be pretty pleased with their morning's efforts, Yorkshire, because as I've been saying, the runs have come quickly. And although, yes, they've lost the 3 wickets of Will Frayne, Tom Lowton and Harry Brook, Tattersall is going nicely. Thompson is starting to look in, and a lead of 29 runs with 5 first innings wickets intact. Plenty of time left in the game. Strong position. Lilly, with his gentle off-spin, is going to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end. In he goes and bowls. Back goes Thompson with all the time in the world. There was just a whiff of turn there as he went back, and he just waited and waited and waited and steered it out into the offside. There's no run. Lilly is in again. Thompson goes back and crashes it away off the back through the offside. Mike dived to his right, couldn't get there. Thompson is going to pick up 4. Down to wide extra cover. Wasn't the prettiest of shots, but goodness me, it was effective. Crashed away in muscular fashion by Jordan Thompson off the back foot, well in front of square on the offside.
Now Essex have beaten Middlesex to win the South Group, so Yorkshire have to get 400 and win this game to stand any chance of progression to the final.
Well, Tattersall and Thompson doing their level best. Thompson on to 14 as Lilly goes in and bowls to him. He goes back and waits and defends off the back foot. He's a left-hander, of course. His right leg is sort of in the air as he plays that shot, lifting it away from the line of the ball. It's rather odd. In goes, and he's done it again there, Lilly, and he's pushed it out into the offside. But if you can imagine, he's defending off the back foot, and as he defends, his right leg goes into the air to one side. Slightly odd looking from Jordan Thompson, but very effective so far as Lilly goes in and bowls to him, and he cuts it away through the offside for 4. It was too wide from Aaron Lilly, and it gave Thompson all the time and width he needed to tuck in, and proximity of lunch notwithstanding, he's not going to miss out, because that was buffet bowling from Aaron Lilly.
Yeah, started wide, went wider, and I think I keep mentioning about Jordan Thompson loving a cutter, those sort of deliveries, and he's taking full toll on anything offered up outside off stump.
16 from his 11 deliveries so far, Aaron Lilly, who goes in and bowls to Thompson, tosses that one up and is defended by Thompson, but 16 off those 2 overs. A reflection of their worth, I'm afraid.
Yeah, not the best. It's been an in and out morning with the ball for Leicestershire. There's been some real good stuff from Klein and from Evans at times, but not particularly strongly backed up by what's been coming from the other end at the same time. Now, if just talking scenarios here, and I know we've kind of been dismissive about Yorkshire getting 400, and given the conditions and all the rest of it, I think we can be forgiven for that when they're already 5 down. You'd have to say that probably both these batsmen need to score 100 if they're going to get there. Neither have done in a championship game before, as Klein is into Tattersall, who was happy to watch that go by. There's no run. Johnny Tattersall made a score in the 90s at Scarborough last season. I think that's his highest score against county opposition. Did make his maiden first-class century in the game against the Leeds Bradford University up at Wheatwood at the very start of last season. So 135 is officially his highest first-class score. And Jordan Thompson, as Yorkshire listeners will know, made 98 down at Trent Bridge a few weeks ago. That's his highest. Klein is in. Tattersall pushes that one up to mid-on. There's no run.
Might just get one more over in after this. depends how quickly I beg your pardon, how quickly Klein bowls it, but I'm just trying to work out the number of overs that have been bowled then this morning. This would be 41, and it started 12.1.
Klein again round the wicket. Tattersall plays that nicely backward of square leg. Lilly is out sweeping on the square leg boundary. They settle for the single.
But the overall run rate for the morning is 4.5. For the innings now, it's just about 4.
Yep, they're either going to be a bit of time wasting for the next 2 or 3 deliveries, or we're going to get another over, I think, aren't we, if Aaron Lilly's going to continue. Well, whoever continues, I guess, as long as I've got time to start it. So
I think it's been a really good morning for Yorkshire. 1 wicket less they'd have preferred, I think.
Switches to over the wicket to the left-handed Thompson, who's just slightly squared chest on. There's maybe a word or two from the bowler.
Dieter Klein. Almost got that one through.
Might
the
have been a
defences
smile.
of Thompson, yeah.
So Jordan Thompson waits. That attacking stance he has. Klein thuds this one into the pitch again. He opens the face, runs it down through point. Excellent support from his partner Johnny Tattersall. Mentioned how quick he is between the wickets, and he called it straight away and got there comfortably. 163 for 5.
Yeah, Leicestershire will be a bit miffed about that because it was almost straight to Alex Evans, but as is sometimes the case with tallish seam bowlers, not always the quickest in the field. And he did rather wind himself up before hurling the ball at the stumps and missing.
Klein in again, just short of length, and dropped into the pitch by Tattersall. There's no run. That completes over number 41 then at 163 for 5. The umpires are making their way into their positions, so we're going to get one more in before the lunch break.
Peter Hartley not hurrying. 12:39 showing in green on the electronic scoreboard. Peter Hartley eyeing it. It stays at 12:39 as he gets to his position, so I suspect Jordan Thompson won't be displeased to have another over before lunch, given what Aaron Lilly has been serving up to him so far.
And Yorkshire won't be displeased to hear that Derbyshire have been bowled out for 195 in their first innings.
Lilly is in. Thompson goes back and steers it off the back foot to backward point, picked up by Sam Evans, and there's no run.
Thanks to Chris Sharp for the little tweet on that front.
Lilly a couple of steps to the wicket and bowls a better length, and forward goes Thompson, studiously defending it off the front foot into the offside. Evans again the fielder.
James Green says Yorkshire have only 2 cap players in the team, which is the lowest I can remember. With regard to 400, I've said no chance, but this is some of the most rank bowling I've seen.
Lilly is in, bowls, and Thompson goes back with that now becoming very familiar lift of the right leg as he defends that one off stump, off the back foot.
He follows up, James, by saying the chap at short leg is more at risk from the bowling than the batsman.
Lilly is in again. Forward goes Thompson and looks to drive it away, or looks to push it away into the offside, and that one he did actually miss, and not taken cleanly by Swindles. And Evans running back from backward point towards a sort of deepish third slip has to complete the fielding, but no run taken. Did it turn a little bit? In goes Lilly and bowls. Evans goes back and crashes it out into the offside, but there is a sweeper in the form of Harry Dearden coming in off the cover boundary or point boundary between the two, and so Thompson has to settle for 1 on this occasion. He moves on to 20. Yorkshire 164 for 5. 1 ball left before lunch. Lilly will be bowling to Johnny Tattersall for the first time. So a few changes to the field for the right-hander before Lilly goes in and tosses it right up, and almost a full toss. Was a full toss, but Thompson turned it straight to Ben Mike at mid-wicket. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is lunch on the 3rd day of this Bob Willis Trophy match between Yorkshire and Leicestershire. Johnny Tattersall goes in for lunch on 39 not out, made off 61 balls. He's hit 7 fours. Jordan Thompson goes in on 20. He's faced 30 balls and he's hit 4 fours. So a really decent partnership between the two. They came together when Harry Brook was caught by Colin Ackerman at second slip off the bowling of Alex Evans, who's probably been the best of Leicestershire's bowlers this morning. But Brook had already made a very, very good 53 off just 60 balls, hit 8 fours and a 6. But this 6-wicket partnership now worth 43, and again it's come at a good rate, 55 balls. That's all that they have faced, and it's been a really good morning overall for Yorkshire. They finished on 164 for 5, have begun on 36 for 2, so 128 for 3 in the morning session. Entertaining stuff, and Yorkshire now lead by 40 runs.
Thanks, Rich. Richard, Paul and yours truly will take a little bit of a lunch break ourselves then, and we'll be back with you just after 1:20 for the resumption of play. Good afternoon. We're live at Emerald Headingley for day 3 of this Yorkshire-Leicestershire Bob Willis Trophy North Group match, which sees Yorkshire leading by 40 runs as batsmen Johnny Tattersall and Jordan Thompson make their way back out to the middle. Tattersall 39, Thompson 20 in a partnership so far worth 43. They're 164 for the loss of 5 wickets. 42 overs bowled in this Yorkshire innings. It is grey and overcast, and you can see that if you have streaming pictures in front of you. There's a bit of brightness down the south end of the ground, the Emerald stand end of the ground, immediately over the top of the stand, but elsewhere it's a blanket of grey cloud. Now I'm looking around the periphery. There isn't any obvious evidence of rain in the distance, so hopefully what's above will hold off. Floodlights aren't on, but it isn't the best viewing conditions at the moment, you'd have to say. Paul Shaw alongside me for this first little spell post-lunch. What was on the menu at lunchtime, Shawsy?
Pasta. I had a tomato pasta sauce mix, which I made myself, actually. Well, out of the jar, don't you, if I'm honest.
You made yourself out of a jar?
Well, I mixed it.
Is that not a contradiction in terms?
Mixed it myself, but yeah, came out of a jar. I added a few bits here and there, you know, as I do with the skills I have now in the kitchen.
So it's going to be Alex Evans starting off from the Emerald stand for this afternoon session. Jordan Thompson watches the first one of the afternoon go by, and with every passing moment it's looking increasingly unlikely that Yorkshire are going to be able to get themselves into a position to make the final at Lord's, sadly. Essex have won, of course, this morning, have 4 wins out of the 5 games they've played, drew the other one. They've got a total of 90 points, and if there is a result either way between Somerset and Worcestershire, and it looks like there's going to be one unless there's a lot of rain, then it looks impossible for Yorkshire to get through, as Evans's delivery is across the face of Thompson, who shoulders arms, and there's no run. First of all, of course, they've got to get past Derbyshire in this group. Derby 5 points clear going into this final round of fixtures. They've been bowled out for 195 and they trail Lancashire by 25 runs with the 2 sessions left today. Plus, of course, what time they get tomorrow. I noticed on the weather forecast this morning that it looked like there was a bit of rain around the west coast tomorrow that wasn't going to be in evidence here, as this next delivery from Evans shapes away down the leg side. Thompson, I think, missed it. We'll wait for the umpire, James Middlebrook, to give us a signal. They've got back for 2, and it's going to be 2 byes. So 166.45. So, of course, they've got to hope that Derbyshire don't win. They've got to take 24 points, really, from this one. That's scoring 400 and winning, which still seems unlikely. And then they have to hope that there isn't a positive result between Worcestershire and Somerset. And given that Somerset are 91 for 6 in their second innings, as this next delivery is watched through by Thompson, there's no run. So Somerset lead by 142 with 4 wickets left, unless there's loads of rain down at Worcester, and I know that's not beyond the realms of possibility, but unless there is, and that one concluded in a draw, then either of those 2 sides, I think, are going to have too many points anyway to allow Yorkshire, if all the other things drop right, to get into the final. Thompson waits and drives this one into the ground. Crowd catch, except that there isn't a crowd to cheer for Rishi Patel's piece of fielding. No run.
Just reflecting on this morning's play, obviously with the rain being around in the last 24 hours, it's just great to get some cricket, some good cricket. The 2 early wickets from Leicestershire first thing this morning, getting them into the game, and then the partnership of Brook and Tattersall laid very strong foundations to Yorkshire to start getting ahead in the game.
Final ball of the over is worked down to fine leg. Ben Mike round and does the diving, but can't reel in the ball, and 4 off the bat this time for Jordan Thompson takes him on to 24. The partnership now worth 49, and an over into the afternoon session. Yorkshire 170 for 5.
Yeah, and just reflecting, as I said, on this morning, we talked about the importance of of the partnership between Tattersall and Brook and the way they played the situation. They played this situation incredibly well. They were very, very, very watchful just outside that off-stump line and when the ball was in and around their off-stump, but also when it was short, they looked to pounce on that short ball, so played extremely well and went at a decent rate as well. They accumulated quite a lot of runs in just a short space of time. Yorkshire now with the lead of, I think it's 46 runs. The partnership with Thompson and Tattersall already 49 means that Yorkshire are really beginning to forge ahead in this game. And I would expect once they get through this first probably 15-20 minutes of this session to start to accelerate the run rate somewhat, although it is already 3.95 Dodge, isn't it? Been a good rate to go at today.
That's well worked out, that, Shawsey.
Thank you for the graphic on the screen. I was just
Ben Mike then, 4 overs for 23. I was going to say the radar was slightly out in the morning session, but that's probably been kind, really. It wasn't that much back in when he was practicing during the back end of the lunch break, warming up for this spell now, but we'll see what happens. And again, he starts off with another delivery that Harry Swindle's. He might as well stand at third slip and take some of these. He was right across, wasn't he, behind the other two to take it?
Yeah, he's not happy with
in front of the other two.
His front foot is landing down that front foot, but the angle of that's gone, yeah, in between first and second slip, really. Yeah, his radar's not quite zoned in at the moment, is it?
So takes a turn at the end of his run. 2 slips and a gully in place. Cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, long leg. And this is a better delivery from Mike. Probably around about 4th stump, and Tattersall pulls the bat inside the line. Yeah, looking gloomy at Headingley in more ways than one at the moment. You can get in touch with us at Inside Leader if you want to ask Shawsey any questions, at Rich M. Ray, or my colleague from BBC Radio Leicester, or at Jonathan Doidge, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Mike is in to Tattersall, who turns this to Sam Evans, just in front of square on the leg side, and there is no run. Pleased to say that so far, since I arrived this morning, there's been no rain. It looked as though there had been some still overnight, and there's just a feeling of, one word to sum up what was going on at the moment at Headingley, conditions wise, heavy. Heavy skies. Underfoot still feels a little bit, looks a little bit on the heavy side. Mike is in, short ball, nicely cut by Tattersall, out to the sweeper at deep backward point. They get a single.
Yeah, Tattersall plays that shot well, doesn't he? Just lets the ball come right onto him. He plays it late, and he's just angled that one behind point and to the backward point that's sitting and sweeping on the boundary at the minute. He's been providing a little bit of cover for Mike's short delivery, which has been balling just outside that off stump.
Developing a red stripe on the back of his right leg, Ben Mike, as he's in over the wickets. And then a bit of a loose shot this time from Jordan Thompson, whose weight was on the back foot as he tried to drive that away through the offside. Didn't make a connection.
Just shows the mindset of Thompson. We know he's a swashbuckling cricketer, if we can call him that. He's certainly a powerful striker of the ball, and shows that he's looking to be on the attack, but I think it was a little bit early in the afternoon session to a decent length ball. Little loose shot that, wasn't it?
Yeah, here's Mike again, and it's just short of length down the leg side. A little flick at it from Jordan Thompson, but no contact. End of the 44th over, 171 for 5. John in Putney asking if we can let him know how to stream the game Well, you need to do that via the Yorkshire website, John. There we go. Hello, Mum.
Yeah, on the big screen, Doge, aren't you? Again.
You need to go via the Yorkshire website, John, for the streaming services.
For any viewers that did spot me, then I am actually stood up, not sat down.
And any issues with getting on that, I would be contacting the club, as opposed to this BBC commentary that's been provided over the pictures. Evans' first delivery pushed back up the pitch by Tattersall. There's no run.
We have a little light from above. The floodlights are just flickering into action.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine.
Don't give up the day,
Everybody
Joe.
now, this little light of mine. The gospel according to Paul Shaw here at Headingley today, as Evans is in, and that's flicked off the hip by Tattersall. Very fine. Mike is round to do the fielding, and that's an interesting throw. Picks it up and all in one movement just flicks it in. Wish I could do that. Into the gloves of Swindles. They get through for 2, and it was 2 more leg byes. 14 of those in the innings so far. 8 wides, 4 no balls, 2 byes. The only thing that's not showing up on the extras is penalty runs at the minute. 173 for 5. Tattersall on 40. In comes Alex Evans over the wicket, and that's pushed up to mid-on this time by Yorkshire's number 12, Johnny Tattersall. No run.
It's a good line though, that from Evans. I was saying to Richard earlier on, I was being impressed with how he bowled this morning. I thought bowled good areas, good approach to the crease, purposeful action, drives through that crease, good follow through, and did bowl, I think, the best line this morning of the Leicestershire players.
And he comes again then, Alex Evans over the wicket. Tattersall gets a delivery. It's a little bit wider this time and is able to get his hands through it, but no further than the man positioned at cover. Aaron Lilly, who does the fielding. Lilly got in an over or 2 before the lunch break. 1 or 2 people messaging me during the lunch break asking me if that was declaration bowling or words to that effect. And I think we suggested that it could have been better. 173 for 5. Evans is into Tattersall, who's able to shoulder arms to this next delivery, and again no run.
Just looking at the field, 2 slips, backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short extra cover, short mid-wicket that's stopping the single, but he's also in there for the little mistimed drive for the catch, potential catch, and we've got a fine leg too as Evans turns. Here we go with that purposeful leaning forward approach.
Here's Tattersall waiting and again shouldering arms for the last ball of the 45th over of this Yorkshire response to Leicestershire's 124 all out. They're 173 for 5. The story of the day, they started at 36 for 2 this morning with Will Frayne 11 and Tom Lowton 7 overnight from Monday, of course, from Sunday, having seen no play on Monday. Frayne first to go today, and he got a short ball from Dieter Klein that looked as though he wasn't convincing himself. He was trying to pull maybe in front of square, and he more or less punched it, stopped on the shot. Ben Mike took a good catch. He's in now to bowl to Thompson, who's flicking at this one down the leg side but can't get a contact. So Frayne was gone for 13. Yorkshire had added just 2 to that overnight score and were 38 for 3. And by the time they got to 46 in the 19th over, Tom Lowton, he won't want to be seeing the video of his shot to Dieter Klein's delivery. Tall, rangy figure, Tom Lowton, 6'5", and he must have used his full arm extension to try and play the shot. But he got a top edge to Swindles behind the stumps and went for 11. Here's Mike into Jordan Thompson, who plays a lovely lay of the bat on top of that one. Good control, 4 runs through the vacant third man position. takes him on to 28. The partnership 56 now. Yorkshire 177 for 5.
Yeah, Thompson plays this really well, doesn't he? Soft hands, plays it late, just opens up the blade of the bat on contact and runs it down to, as you say, Dodger, the vacant third man area. Partnership now up to 56, and both players will be looking to extend this partnership as we go through the afternoon. Important for Leicestershire supporters that they break this partnership as soon as possible.
So Ben Mike in again. From the Kirkstall Lane end, goes short this time, and Thompson thinks about the pull, but in the end sways inside the line. I was going through the story of the day after that 4th wicket. Well, Yorkshire had a real good partnership between Harry Brook and Johnny Tattersall, which was broken in the 33rd over, last ball of the 33rd over, when Brook was caught Ackerman bowled by Alex Evans for 53, the only half century in the contest so far, and therefore a pretty good one, certainly for Yorkshire's cause it was. So that was 121 for 5, or 164 for 5 then at lunch, and now 177 for 5, short ball, and again Thompson this time tries to play the pull, but it was a little bit too wide of him down the leg side to get bat on.
Not sure how close that was to the gloves then. It's one of those, isn't it, when it goes down the leg side, it's quite tight on you. You look to pull it, but not too far off the glove there as the ball goes straight through to Swindles, the Leicestershire wicket-keeper, who's kept well, I think, today. He's had to be mobile. He's took a couple of balls in front of first slip and second slip, but he's kept well this inning so far.
In comes Mike, and that's a good delivery this time, and you haven't been able to say that too often where Ben Mike's concerned, but he tempts Jordan Thompson into having a little nibble at it just outside off stump. Fortunately for the Yorkshireman, he didn't make contact. Could have been in danger of losing his wicket. Here's, for those of you who've got the streaming, a replay. Yeah, win for the bowler this time.
Yeah, good area, and you can see Jordan Thompson keen to get bat on ball, and he just pushes at the ball a little bit there, doesn't he, and then quite close to the nick.
Mike in again, past umpire Peter Hartley. Again, short and down the leg side this time. He's strayed down there a few times, and Jordan Thompson, he might be getting a little bit frustrated. He's not got a bat on a couple of those now, because if he did get something on it, long leg is quite wide, and he might be able to get it away fine for more runs. As it is, it's the end of the over. 46 now gone, 177 for 5. James Green has tweeted us, the coverage and commentary on the Yorkshire live stream is extremely good, he says. However, the dress standards have slipped. I would expect all BBC staff to be in suits with waistcoats and ties.
Well, I was just thinking it's probably a good thing you can't see my shoes. I thought I'd give you a second look at these. You weren't very keen the other day, but see what you think.
Evans at the Emerald stand end. After a quick turnaround, his first delivery sees Tattersall shouldering arms. Hello, welcome from Headingley. This is the BBC broadcasting on Yorkshire versus Leicestershire. Can you do a good shipping forecast, Richard? Not much golf in Leicester. Evans then, sweatband, white sweatband still on his left wrist, but bowling right arm over to Tattersall, who pulls the bat inside the line of this one. No run.
So back to these shoes, Dodgy. You know, now you've had a second look. Has your opinion changed slightly? What do you think? Is that no comment? Is that no comment?
I'm trying to remain positive, and if you've got nothing positive to say, then in comes Evans, and Tattersall this time does get a very fine flick on this one, and you can probably hear it clatter into the advertising hoardings from our effects mic just out the window here. So 4 more to him, 44 now to Tattersall, 181 for 5.
Yeah. Evans just got a little bit straight there, didn't he? He's angled it in, used the crease, gone to try and hit him on the pads. Just outside leg stump, and Tattersall just works that behind, uses the pace of the ball and just works it behind for 4 runs.
Here comes Evans again then. Tattersall waits and tries a similar shot. Evans just not got his own radar going quite so well since the lunch resumption. Or post-lunch resumption. 4 gone in his 14th over. He's got 2 for 41 so far, 4 of them maidens. And 181 for 5. Just feels a little bit subdued, the atmosphere among the players out there at this moment in time. As Evans is in, that's wide of off stump, and again, well played Johnny Tattersall. That's a lovely shot. Eye on the ball all the way, and he's just going to trickle over the boundary rope, but you still get 4 runs for it, whether or not it does that, or you nail it straight into the hoardings at a rate of knots. And that was just lovely, effortless push, wasn't it, through the covers for 4.
It's a fine shot. I mean, that ball is wide. Johnny just leans into the ball, waits for it, hits it under his eyes, and times it away. Doesn't look to hit it too hard, does he? Just times the ball away beautifully through the covers for 4 runs towards the western terrace here at the Emerald Stadium, Headingley.
Not a good delivery from Evans, who's going to be trying to atone for that with this next one, which was better, and Tattersall happy to shoulder arms, completing the 47th over then with Yorkshire's number 6 on 48 and number 7 on 28. A partnership now worth 64. 185 for 5.
Yes, Tattersall's got 48 runs off 77 balls. Thompson 28 off 44. Both are going very nicely here today. As you say, Doige, partnership already of 64, going along nicely, which gives Yorkshire a lead of 61. So yeah, they're building a great platform to push on over the next couple of hours or so.
So Mike then, continuing at the Kirkstall Lane end, under floodlights now. They've been on for the last 10, 11 minutes or so. The first delivery, Jordan Thompson, happy to watch it go by. You can email us on bbcwestyorkshiresport@gmail.com. John Logan does regularly and says, good fight back today by Brook, Tattersall and Thompson. Just what was required in order to get Yorkshire into a potential winning position and try and win the group. To clarify qualification, brackets, please take me on trust. We'll come back to that in a moment, because Ben Mike turns at the end of his run. And that nice measured run up he's got. He's in, good delivery. Just looks like it cuts Jordan Thompson in two, nips back on him a little bit. He couldn't move the feet there. Concrete boots, and that was through no fault of his own, but because it was a good delivery from Ben Mike.
Great delivery. Oh, so there's still some life in the pitch. We can see that ball's just nipped back off a length and cut Thompson in half as it's gone through to Swindles, the wicket-keeper. Still a fair bit of movement if you get it in the right areas and you hit an upright seam. Well bowled, Mike.
Who has ball in hand again, just checks himself at the start of his run. He's one of these bowlers who's got a disc in front of himself, but he sort of takes a couple of strides before he goes past it. Never quite get that one, as this next delivery is full and pushed into the offside by Thompson. There's no run. So John, going back to his email and taking him on trust with regard to clarification, says qualification even and clarification. Essex are in the final regardless of the other results, as their 4 wins better Worcestershire, Derbyshire and Yorkshire, who can only reach 90 points, the same as Essex. The only scenarios where Yorkshire can qualify for the final are if they score 400 plus in 110 overs and beat Leicestershire. Derbyshire don't beat Lancashire, and Somerset against Worcestershire is a draw. Yeah, which I think I said, didn't I, at the top of the session. Mike is in, and that's turned off the hip by Jordan Thompson. He'll pick up a single, take him on to 29, and 186 I should say for 5 Yorkshire. So he goes on, if Worcestershire win and criteria 1 is met, they would play in the final against Essex, as prior to this round of matches they've scored 583 more runs than Yorkshire, even though both teams would have 90 points. It's very unlikely Yorkshire could outscore Worcestershire by 584 in this round of matches. What did that crooner sing? It's impossible. 186 for 5. And that was dropped into the offside by Tattersall. And there's no run. So I think we've pretty much worked out, folks, that Yorkshire ain't going to get there, barring a miracle, as they say in Barnsley.
Never say never. You just never know. Tall order. But Yorkshire will be focused on winning this game, first and foremost.
In comes Ben Mike, straying down the leg side this time. Tattersall misses out. It's the end of the 48th, 186 for 5. John Vegan Catering says, afternoon gents, loving the commentary as always, thanks for that. Shame it's the last match. I was just wondering, given the points sitch, is it worth Yorkshire having a session of flaying, hoiking and general agricultural shots to try and make 400 before close of play? Or have we lost too many wickets already to risk it? You just don't get flaying, hoiking and agricultural shots when Johnny Tattersall's batting. That's probably the most difficult task you could ask of him when he walks out to bat, isn't it? So, no, I don't see that happening at all. And anyway, to be honest with you, there's still 62 overs to get 200 runs or 214 runs. So there's ample time if they were to stick together, this pair, for any length of time. Ample time for them to knock the 400 off inside 110 overs. It's just, there's always a good ball coming. I mean, that many, I've got to say, in probably the last hour of actual play, either side of lunch. But it only takes one to separate the partnership. That's the key, isn't it? Especially in conditions which, let's face it, whether you're watching the stream or not, it's pretty grey overhead. Would definitely be considered a bowling day, as Evans just stops in his final couple of strides, and that is because looks like Richard Patel is tying his shoelace out in the covers. Sure, Alex Evans was delighted with that. I've got to run in 7 times this over now. So in he comes again. Emerald stand end, that's out there to drive and driven by Jordan Thompson, just over pitching Evans and a little bit too much width, and it makes its way over the rope through the covers on the east side of the ground, despite that despairing chase from Harry Dearden. 4 more to Thompson, takes him on to 32, and just looking at it again, there was a little bit of shape in towards the left-hander, and maybe it was a little bit straighter than I'd given it credit for, but nonetheless he opened the face nicely and played it well, didn't he?
He did. He played it well through the covers there. Didn't look at it too hard, did he? He just punched down onto the ball and drove it through the covers for 4 runs. Well-timed 4 runs.
Here he comes again. Gets close into the stumps. Alex Evans, and that's turned into the leg side by the left-handed Jordan Thompson. And fielded by Aaron Lilly at mid-wicket. And the shadows cast by the floodlights clearly in evidence round Lilly, either side of him.
Just looking at the field, 2 slips for Evans. We have backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish, mid-wicket, and we've 2 out, haven't we? We've got, what have we got? Deep square leg and long leg.
Here's Evans again, and it's a good delivery, full of length. Nicely dug out by number 44, Jordan Thompson. James Green has tweeted us. Twitter handles at Rich M. Ray. For Richard, he'll be back with us 2ish and just after. At Inside Leader 1 for Shawsey, and at Jonathan Doidge for moi. Perhaps the third best team could challenge the winner of the final, says James. With late season cricket, sure a game could be arranged in November. Smile. 190 for 5. Evans in to Thompson. Oh, it's a big appeal for LBW here, and it does look close. Might have been, maybe, possibly. I'm just thinking about line, and we're not at the right angle. But I'm thinking, was it missing off stump on this occasion?
It's a good delivery, that's for sure, isn't it? It's coming in fairly close to the stumps.
No, not off stump. Definitely not off stump. There you go. That's why we're not sitting at the right angle.
Well, I think he's given the batter the benefit of any doubt there, hasn't he? Because that's a good delivery. It's pretty straight. Whether that's going down leg or not, it's tough to call. But I think it's a close call for sure.
Looked like it pitched just about in line, I think. Here's Evans again, and that's not a dissimilar delivery, but just a little bit more leg-side-ish. Jordan Thompson's able to pick up a single, pushing up to mid-on. 33. 191 for 5. It's probably one of those, looking at the replay again, as the batsman, you kind of just looking down, looking everywhere else but the umpire, hoping you don't see the finger raised. It's caught him round about the knee roll, hasn't it? Yeah. Again, even the streaming camera is not bang on straight, so it's hard to be definitive, I think you'd have to say.
But what I would say is Evans is just getting some late swing, isn't he?
And what you can say is it was a good shout. Evans in again, and Tattersall misses out down the leg side to conclude the 49th over of this Yorkshire response to Leicester's 124 all out. The 191 for 5 and leading by 67.
Anyway, Dorji, back to these shoes.
Oh, do we?
When Richard comes on, I'm going to ask Richard. When Richard comes on air, I think Richard might semi-like these. Come on, what do you think? You decided not to pass comment previously.
Can I just ask you one question then, just to help my knowledge, on build up the background picture? Did your granddad leave them to you in his will? In comes Ben Mike and puts in a half-hearted appeal to that one that wraps Jordan Thompson around the thigh pad. They get a leg by.
Well, it's possible because my granddad was a trendy individual. The silence is golden.
It's not a job to be speechless in this, is it? But I'm rendered so at the moment. Tattersall and on strike as Mike is in, and he turns this one to Sam Evans, who makes a bit of a fluff of things at mid-wicket, but fortunately for him it goes as far as mid-on, and so there is no run.
I have a feeling that this now fashionable, trendy shoe is going to be on Twitter any second now.
You decide, folks. 192 for 5. Tattersall on the brink of a half-century, and he's going to get it with this delivery. It was short and wide. It's not a most convincing shot. He's played a bit of a top-edged cut, but he's still going to pass the 50 mark and be the second player in this Yorkshire innings to have done so. And that is an 8th first-class 50 for Johnny Tattersall, and it's come in 135 minutes, 82 balls, and included 10 fours. Well played, sir.
He's certainly the man for a situation. Time upon time again over the last 12, maybe 24 months, Johnny Tattersall has found himself in a tricky situation, played the situation really well and got some important runs for Yorkshire. 52 of them today. Hopefully he can get a few more in this session and really set Yorkshire up to have a really positive last session in this today.
Mike in again, and this time Tattersall, he has clipped one or two off his legs fine, but he's missed quite a few down there. Just that tendency as batsmen have just to sort of slightly fall away, and that's all it takes, isn't it? When you're waiting to get a contact but the head's already gone slightly. So that's his third half century of the Bob Willis Trophy campaign. I think it's been a success for him. And he waits again as Mike comes in, and this time solidly behind it. Johnny Tattersall. There's no run, because I think there were one or two eyebrows raised when he was slotted in at number 6 as a specialist batsman. Is that really his role in the side? And you need to be coming up with runs, don't you, if you are in there, in that sort of position?
I think Andrew Gale and the coaching team here realise how important Johnny's style of batting is. You know, he plays the situation, he's a calm head, he rotates the strike and puts the bad ball away. Lots of shot players in this top order, isn't there? So I think that's why he fits in so well.
Mike in, short ball, well played. Johnny Tattersall, that was a good short delivery. Made the batsman have a go at it. Right in the firing line, and dropped his soft hands on it into the gully region. No run to complete the 50th over of this Yorkshire first innings at 196 for 5. Boys on the Dicky Bird players balcony beneath us. Ben Code, you can see gesticulating if you've got the streaming pictures. Matthew Fisher's got a bat in his hand. He'll be waiting to come in next. Harry Brook also out there, and Duhan Olivier. Harry Brook with a 53 earlier in the day. And Yorkshire were in a tricky old position at 46 for 4. Ian Tattersall got him out of that. This first delivery of Evans next over thuds into the leg of Jordan Thompson, who'll pick up a leg bye. 3 more runs to a first batting point of the match for Yorkshire, and at one stage that didn't look a done deal. Shows he's disappeared. He's thinking about his which pair of white-soled shoes he's going to buy next. Here comes Evans into Tattersall, who tries to turn it down leg, and again misses out, looks to the skies. He knows he's missed a few of these that just a little nudge on them would be bringing him extra runs. Yeah,
Tattersall's just trying to get just a little bit of bat on there to take it down to the fine leg boundary, but he's just leaning slightly, only slightly to the offside, which takes his weight to the offside. Means that he just misses that ball, which is outside leg. Evans just needs to zone in here on this off stump.
And he is again. That's wide of off stump, and his shoulders down. Did he call him Heavens then?
Heavens.
Good Heavens.
H. Heavens.
That's what we're talking about, isn't it?
H's, please,
H's,
please.
We Yorkshire folk, and our H's.
H. Heavens.
I know us.
Evans has been the pick of the Leicestershire bowlers so far today.
I bet you watch Harry Hill, don't you, on television?
I mean, Harry Hill.
Evans is in, and Tattersall is solidly behind this next delivery into the leg side. Fielded by Rishi Patel, no run. Well, at least we can take Mickey out of ourselves. Rich is going through a warm-up routine, I think, before he's coming on air behind us. Bit of gargling going on before his next update at 2 o'clock, and then ever the professional and slot smoothly into the chair while I disappear. Feels like it's a little bit brighter than it was. Not sure why I think that, but just gets that impression as this next delivery from Evans is pushed back to the bowler by Tattersall. There's no run. We're putting in for overtime anyway, in typical Yorkshire fashion. We've been on for 40 whole minutes.
We've been on a while, haven't we?
Yeah. I mean, he'd be laughing at that because he never gets a third voice doing second division games normally, see, so he's thinking, what are you moaning about? Evans again, Emerald stand end into Tattersall, who has a little swish at this one, wide of off stump. Can't have been too far away from getting a nick. Replays the shot. I think it might have been better just to probably watch that go by. Here's a replay. Yeah, he started it a couple of stumps wide of off stump and it swung away. He's definitely getting some aerial swerve, Alex Evans.
It's the atmospheric pressure, Dodge, as we've said before, you know, the cloud cover, the temperature, that little bit of humidity, and it's just beginning to go around corners again.
It is, it's that Alex Evans. He's really getting it to go at the Emerald stand end of the ground. I said Emerald,
Yes.
not hemorrhoid. Gavin Griffiths is going to come back into the attack, and thank goodness for that. 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 35 so far. I meant thank goodness for that because it was something else to talk about. Just to clarify, Shawsey. Somerset 116 for 6, by the way. They'll lead by 167 against Worcestershire. There'll be a few people heading down there in the cars tonight from Yorkshire with watering cans, dropping that all over the strip. In comes Griffiths, and that's dropped into the leg side by Thompson. There's no run. Just being mischievous, obviously, in saying that. I wasn't recommending anybody goes and does it. Although, of course, 1975 Test match here, the George Davis Test. You know, it's good enough for Headingley. So still 3 shy of that first batting point of the match for Yorkshire. First batting point of the match per se. They lead by 73 at 197 for 5. Thompson waits. Griffiths is in, and that's dropped into the leg side by Jordan Thompson. No run. He's 33 from 56 deliveries so far. The strike rates of the pair of them are similar, aren't they? Tattersall 57.8, Thompson 58.9. We know it's not about strike rates, of course, but that just gives you an idea of the fact that, I think as I suggested earlier on, when they're in together, the scoreboard does tick on. .76 this partnership is worth. And, that's a good delivery from Griffiths. Slanted across the left-hander, nipping back.
Yeah, still a little bit of life out there if you bowl or off stump line or just outside. Griffiths sets the ball up, off the seam movement, so he's pitched just outside off and the ball's just nipped back to Jordan there. It's gone through to Swindles. It's good delivery, and Leicestershire just trying to slow down the run rate here and ball one side of the wicket and give the ball every chance for any movement out of this Headingley pitch.
Here he is again, and that's just a little bit too leg side-ish. Watchfully, Jordan Thompson turns it backward of square. Rishi Patel does the fielding, and they've picked up one more, so 34 now to him, and 198 for 5. And this is the biggest partnership in the match so far for Yorkshire's 6th wicket. If we reckon that Brook and Tattersall was worth 75, 77 this would have to be. And that underlines the job that Tattersall's done here. Stayed with Harry Brook, who got 53. Has ticked off that particular box himself now as well, and sharing in another very valuable partnership. That one just doesn't quite get up as much as he was expecting, though, the Gavin Griffiths delivery underneath his horizontal bat.
We have pictures on our monitor of Emerald Stadium, Headingley, in lights. You see the lights?
I've seen the light with mine own eyes. And I'm getting out of the commentary position in a moment.
You're escaping,
I've
aren't you?
definitely seen the light.
You've had enough.
So 198 for 5. Man dispatched out to backward square leg, Sam Evans, and so Johnny Tattersall chooses to milk the single as that fielder is then brought into play from the final Griffiths delivery of the over. And we'll have a change in the com box. Richard back in the chair. I'm going to go for a lie down. Need it after 40 minutes with Shawsey. 199 for 5. 53 to Johnny Tattersall. 34 to Jordan Thompson. The partnership now worth 78. And Yorkshire leading by 75 runs. As a certain Richard Mark Ray returns.
Thank you, Doidgy. 40 minutes, eh? You can have a lie down, young man. Never work like that. In goes Alex Evans and bowls to Tattersall, who defends delivery that comes back in towards him. Blocks it out into the leg side, picked up by Patel, running in from mid-wicket, and there's no run. Thompson has definitely played in a more circumspect style since lunch. I think, obviously, they've talked about it during the lunch interval, Yorkshire. It was a great morning for them, really, but they'll know that they've got to get the 400 if they're going to have a chance of going through, and trying not to give it away. In goes Evans and bowls. Tattersall takes his bottom hand off the bat as it bounces a little bit and comes back in towards him. Now umpire Middlebrook is waving at whom? The scorers. Why? Because he didn't signal no ball. What's his issue here? He's waving down wide. Ackerman is now joining him and waving. What's everybody waving at down there? Who knows? Perhaps... I have absolutely no idea, actually. So we'll find out in due course. It's not. It's not the scorers. I've tweeted a picture of Shawsey's footwear for those who wish to see it at Rich M Ray RAE. See them. In goes Evans and bowls. Holds it back a little bit and almost draws a mistake from Tattersall, who was getting in position to drive. Wasn't quite there to drive. Thick outside edge along the ground towards backward point. Sam Evans picks it up, and again there is no run. But you were saying, Shaw, that I think Evans is, for a very young man, only just 21, very much the pick of the Leicestershire seamers in this game so far.
I've been really impressed with everything about his bowling this morning and this afternoon.
In he comes and bowls. That was onto the legs, or middle and leg stumps of Tattersall, and he's very comfortable with that. Just turns it down to wide long leg, and that's the 200 up for the Tykes. The White Rose have picked up their first batting bonus point. They need 4 more. That's going to take some getting, but plenty of overs in hand. There are 58.2 remaining today, and 57.2 of them available to get those bonus points in. Evans in to the left-handed Thompson, bowls and played firmly back to him along the pitch, and he puts down his left hand and stops the ball in his follow-through, and it's a stinger, judging by the way he threw his head up to the heavens and just reached down with his right hand to his left hand and nursed it a little bit. 200 for 5.
Evans just seems like the type of bowler that's happy to dial into a really good length and really focus in and build pressure. And I think that's the type of performer that you want, certainly in these types of conditions. You're not looking to bowl $1 million deliveries. What you're actually looking to do is dial in to a good length.
In he goes, bowls to Thompson, who goes for the drive and misses, and Evans, a little unlucky, raises his eyes to the heavens again. It was a slightly loose-ish drive, but that's the build-up of pressure in the over. Suddenly, I wouldn't say Leicestershire have control of the scoreboard again. They haven't had control of the scoreboard all day, really, but the run rate is just beginning to fall back a little bit. It was up at 4 at lunchtime, but just beginning, these two, particularly Evans, just to restrict the scoring a little bit. And it's Thompson likes to score quickly, and it's just getting to him perhaps a fraction there, and that was evident in that shot.
And I think if you look, over the two partnerships that Yorkshire formed, this one in the latter stages of the game has been based on being clear on where that off stump is, leaving when they can, when the ball's really full, putting it away, and also when it's short, really pouncing on that. But actually, they've not tried to do anything when the balls have bowled a good line and good length, because they know there's some life in this wicket. So what I've seen in the last 20 minutes or so is, in particular, Evans and Griffiths have actually bowled tight lines, and that's really beginning just to gradually dry up the run rate of Yorkshire. I mean, I know it's still 3.77, but it's gradually coming down from just under 4s, isn't it? It's just coming down, and it's giving Leicestershire that little bit more control in the game and just slowing the game down somewhat.
Absolutely. A little delay while everybody sanitises or has a drink in the case of the batsmen. 2 Leicestershire 12th men. If that's not a contradiction in terms. Tom Taylor and George Rhodes came on with the blue gloves, the sort of surgical style gloves, and the little bottles of gel and drinks, and the yellow tabards, of course. We're all ready to go again now. Griffiths will continue. Floodlights shining quite bright at Headingley, but I've seen worse light than this, and I don't think we're in any danger at the moment in those terms. Certainly Yorkshire wouldn't want to come off, as Griffiths is in from the Kirkstall Lane end, forces Tattersall back onto his stumps with a delivery slightly short of the perfect length on off stump, but accurate, and so Tattersall defends. Nice high left elbow from the young man as he pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. It is warmer out there, just a little bit, a degree or two. Notice when I was running this morning, I was extra sweat. So what do you think of Paul's footwear, folks? You had a look on Twitter? Have you looked at the picture? I like the top half. Bottom half I'm not so sure about. In goes Griffiths and bowls, and that's a fuller length, and Tattersall is getting forward, but it's a bit straighter, the delivery, and it's pushed back down the wicket on the onside this time. And again, there's no run. Sort of brogues combined with trainer souls, if that makes sense.
Dodgy was remarkable.
I have to say he wasn't. Yeah, he's not happy about them, is he?
Remarkably quiet on it, wasn't he? I've never known him that quiet.
He's not exactly a sartorially elegant himself, so I'm not entirely convinced of his in goes Griffiths, and it's defended off middle stump, just turning the face of the bat on it by Tattersall out into the leg side, and there's no run. Of his qualifications for comment, slightly questionable. In his jeans, I don't know. Black tie should still be the required wear, I feel sometimes. 200 for 5. The lead then is 76. That's a lot of runs. If Yorkshire were to be 150 ahead at tea. In goes Griffiths, bowls outside off stump. A good leave, as they say, by Tattersall. He knew exactly where his off stump were. Very much one of the ways you can tell a first-class batsman from a very good club batsman. They know where their off stump is, usually.
And I think one of the abilities that Tattersall has got, which can go unnoticed actually, is he does know where that off stump is, and he leaves as many balls as he possibly can just outside that off stump. But you can see here the conversations that's taking place at lunchtime. It's been in and around dialing into a good line and length.
Griffiths is in and bowls to him, beats him on the outside with the ball, just holds its own off the seam a little bit, and Tattersall looks quizzically back down the track and rehearses the forward defensive shot. He reached forward, but the ball just did enough, went past the outside edge.
Yeah.
Straightened actually more than enough. In fact, as far as Griffiths was concerned, just slightly too much. He just wanted half an inch less and it would have taken the outside edge. Well bowled, Gavin Griffiths. Jonathan Andrew Tattersall, 25 now, from Harrogate. Educated in Knaresborough. In goes Griffiths and bowls to him. Straight delivery. Fullish and straight. And he got forward, Tattersall, and played it firmly back up the pitch on the onside. Klein runs across from mid-on to field. And it's the end of the over. Another good one as far as the Leicestershire seam attack is concerned, in that, as we've been saying, just beginning to drag back a certain amount of control on the scoreboard. 200 for 5. Run rate 3.7. 56 overs left to score 200, exactly 200 runs for Yorkshire, in terms of keeping themselves in with a chance of qualifying for the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. it's still a possible. Alex Evans in from the rugby stand end and bowls full outside off stump and allowed to go through by Thompson. They probably feel, Thompson and Tattersall, if they can see off a decent spell from Evans, which this is, and Griffiths, then they know that, okay, then Leicestershire have to go back to Mike and Klein, who, while they bowled the odd wicket-taking delivery, have also bowled a lot that have been able to be put away. And if they're patient, those loose balls will come, if not from these bowlers, from the change bowlers. In goes Evans, bowls, Thompson drives pleasantly, hard down into the ground though, so it just slows it quickly, and Klein can scramble away to his right at mid-off and make the stop.
I think that's right, Richard. These two have bowled really well, so I think it's working through this spell and just sitting tight for a little while, and hopefully the next bowlers that will come on will not be quite as accurate. And I think they also understand the importance of this partnership in the game, in the grand context of the game. So the way that they're playing at this point is still because of the situation of the game.
Evans in to Thompson, who leaves, and a good leave. Close. Not so very far away from that off stump. Was he on 20 at lunch, Jordan Thompson? He was 20 not out, so he only added 14 in the close on hour since the interval. An indication of a slight change of mindset, perhaps, digging in. Tattersall has played the same way, the way he tends to play, very correctly, carefully, but picking up the runs where they're available. In goes Evans, bowls to Thompson, who drives pleasantly for 4, very straight off drive, and no chance, I don't think, for Klein to drag it back as he runs back from mid-off to long-off. No, indeed, it was just a bit too full from Evans. Thompson didn't have to take a big stride, he just got on the front foot, used his strength and weight and timed it away nicely.
Yeah, he timed it beautifully, didn't he? Just a little bit over pitch. Thompson just reaches out in front of him, gets his weight onto his front foot and just times that one back up the ground towards the Emerald stand here at Headingley for a well-timed 4 runs.
Evans, maybe flagging a bit, comes in and bowls down the leg side to Thompson. Nicely taken by Swindles, diving, falling away to his right. He's coming to the end of his 18th over, Alex Evans, and he won't have bowled many longer spells than this in first-class cricket, so he's learning all the time. But at the same time, well, though he's bowling, Leicestershire don't want to A, tire him out, or B, do something even worse. Maybe just see him pick up an injury. He's still growing into it, Evans. But Ackerman might feel he doesn't have too many options at the moment. In he goes. Bowls to Thompson, who drives beautifully for 4 again. Beautiful piece of timing. It was in the air for a while, but it was such a sweet piece of timing. Minimal foot movement, relatively speaking, but it was just too full. And again, just steered it out through the offside. He's a strong man, Jordan Thompson. And he picks up his second 4 in 3 balls as Evans marches off with his head down, just having given away 8 runs from the last 3 balls of his over. And maybe that will be that. One feels. That said, his jumper's at the other side of the ground, so difficult to tell. That these days, because they can't hand them to the umpires, or indeed any of the other players, they have to look after their clothing themselves, so they tend to leave it, the bowlers, across the boundary where they're fielding, roughly. But at the moment, that's on the other side of the ground for Evans. 208 for 5. Yorkshire pick up the momentum again as Griffiths is in to Tattersall, very full, almost too full, and didn't quite York himself, Tattersall, but he was looking to get on the front foot, and the ball right down underneath his eye line and jammed it out rather into the offside, just checks the bottom of his bat.
I'm just thinking about Evans and the amount of bowling that he's done so far in this innings, and with him being a young player, it's such a fine line for the captain Ackerman to make a decision on, do I pull him off now or do I let him have another one, and whether that one was one too many. It's such a fine line, isn't it?
It is. I think he's probably had enough for now, but we'll see. In goes Griffiths and bowls again, straightish delivery onto middle and leg, clipped, turning his wrists on it by Tattersall, but only as far as Klein at mid-on. rare aeroplane today, drifts overhead towards Leeds Bradford. I'm going to unofficially call it the Sir Len Hutton Airport, I think. See what Yorkshire folk think. Deutsch, you'll have something to say. Many options for it. In goes Griffiths and bowls and thick outside edge, but he was in control, Tattersall there, as it squirts away through around about fifth slip, between gully and third slip, not along the ground all the way. It hit quite high up in the bat, but well short of what would have been a chance had there been a fourth or fifth slip. Good sort of openers for, in a way. But it was a good delivery, but well played by Tattersall.
Really well played, because he plays it again under his eyes and just on contact, plays it with soft hands, and then just manipulates the blade of the bat to allow the ball to run down through the vacant fade man area for 4 runs.
And he moves on to 58. So a third 4 in the last 7 balls. In goes Griffiths and bowls outside off stump. A tempter. It was the right sort of length for driving, but it was a little bit wide, and Tattersall, wisely, having picked up 4 from the previous delivery, is satisfied with that for the time being. 212 for 5. The partnership 91 now between these two.
I'm just looking across, I think it's to the southwest of the ground, whether there's any drizzle on the horizon there as the clouds gradually work their way across the Emerald Stadium here at Headingley.
Hard to tell, isn't it? Looks a bit sort of misty over there, but that might be the sun coming through the clouds. Fingers crossed, we deserve a full day's play. As Griffiths is in and bowling outside off stump, and again Tattersall a big stride forward and a big leave in that he lifts the bat high over the line of the ball. Very ostentatious leave, if you like. 212 for 5 remains the score. Run rate is back up with those 3 boundaries to 3.8. It had got down to 3.7. Coming towards the end of the 56th over of the innings.
I think the message from Andrew Gale to the Yorkshire pair here is just keep batting nicely, just keep putting the bad ball away, accumulating runs where we can.
Griffiths is in, bowls full to Tattersall. And slightly across the line, he's pushing firmly at the ball, goes along the ground all the way, only as far as Klein at mid-on, and that's the end of Griffiths' 12th over of the innings. None for 41, his figures. Evans 18 overs, 2 for 59. He'll feel as though he can keep going. He's young and strong and keen, and he's in a decent rhythm, but now he's going to go to Ben Mike. I think that's right. I think just that last over just beginning to look a little bit weary, in that not in his body language as such, but just losing lines and lengths a little bit, trying very hard. But a really good effort post lunch and pre-lunch by Heavens. He's H Evans. It is Hugh Alex Evans, but he goes by Alex. Hugh H-E-W, interestingly. Ben Mike is in from the rugby stand end. Bowls a bounce and a good one to Thompson, who's slightly surprised.
Yes.
He ducks underneath that at the very last moment. The sun comes out.
He wasn't expecting that, was he? It was
No.
quite a sharp ball. First up, bouncer. We're just getting a quick look at the replay now. Yeah, that surprised him. It's a good bouncer, actually, that first one up.
He's such an athlete, Mike. And he looks sort of in control a lot of the time, but just searching for consistency still. In he goes and bowls to Thompson. Hurries him slightly. I think he bowls quite a quick delivery as well, as he drops it out into the offside. I'd be interested to have speed guns put on the various Leicestershire seamers, because it's quite a classical action. You can probably get quite a good view of the ball from Ben Mike, but I think it's quite heavy. He does often get pronounced movement.
We've got 2 men out on the leg side boundary for the mistimed hook or pull.
In he goes, bowls to Thompson, but that one is drifting away down the leg side. Thompson gestures at it, doesn't really try and clip it away, doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Swindles. No run.
So, quick reminder of the field. 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, well, cover really. Mid off, mid on, straightish, mid wicket, and we've got 2 men out there in the trap, in front of square and just behind square on the leg side boundary for the pull or hook.
Mike is in, and that is slightly short of a length, and Thompson is on the back foot, defending that one out into the offside. Again, he just looks a little bit hurried. Patel picks up.
Mike certainly started this spell well, hasn't he, from the Emerald stand end. He had trouble with the footholes and had lots of sawdust from this end, but certainly from the Emerald stand end he started well with this over.
And he goes and bowls to Thompson, slightly squared up, thick outside edge as it shapes back into him. Good line and length, and runs out into the offside. Much so far better over from Ben Mike. None for 32 from 8 overs. And he's got away with it a bit on that basis. So if he can pick up a couple of wickets, he can drag it right back. Capable of doing so. In he goes. Bowls to Thompson, short, and is pulled away in the air, but over mid-wicket, almost wide mid-on. And Griffiths turns and runs back from mid-on, picks up around 5 or 6 yards inside the ropes and up wide long on. So he did try the short one, and he went for the pull. It was in the air, but not quite where Ben Mike wanted it to go. Didn't get all of it. Picks up 2. Thompson moves on to 44, 214 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah, slightly mistimed, wasn't it? He didn't quite get it as he wanted, but he got 2 runs just over mid-on, really, or mid-on, wideish mid-on, which moved Thompson on to 44. Partnership now 93. So we've got Tattersall on 58 runs off 108 deliveries, Thompson on 44 from 73. The biggest partnership of the game so far, and this partnership certainly gives Yorkshire, as we said before, the foundation to get to tea and then really push on after tea if they do have wickets in hand.
90 ahead now, Yorkshire. Remember, they bowled Leicestershire out for just 124 in their first innings. Griffiths is in from the Kirkstall Lane end, seams away and beats Tattersall. Lovely delivery. Holds its own off the seam, straightens and goes past the outside edge.
Beautiful delivery, wasn't it? Nice approach again through the crease. Just angles it slightly in, just holds its line, as you said, Richard, and just goes away and just beats that outside edge of Johnny Tattersall and through to Swindles. Good delivery, and that's the area just to keep bowling, nothing different, just keep bowling that type of area and pull and influence the batters just to lean into that and hopefully get a feather behind.
Griffiths turns, slightly angled run, comes in, bowls again to Tattersall, straighter delivery. Tattersall pushing slightly across the line, thick inside part of the bat, steers it out towards mid-on, and there's no run. Gaz Purcell on Twitter. Good afternoon. Having seen the pictures of Shawsy's shoes, not my kind of thing, he says, but each to his own. And that's probably the attitude everybody should have. None of our business. Height of fashion in Barnsley, I'm sure.
Well, if they're not, there will be now.
Should be. Barnsley Market on a Saturday morning. You can pick them up. In goes Griffiths, outside off stump, beautifully steered away by Tattersall. There is cover out there for Griffiths at deep backward point in the lonely form of Harry Dearden. Gets his throwaway single taken by Tattersall. Moves on to 59, 215 for 5.
Well, it looks like we may have got away with that cloud, Richard. It may have just skirted us. Fingers crossed. It continues to skirt us. The weather, that is.
Slipping away to the south, and we have some not strong sunshine, but sunshine. Griffiths turns halfway through his 13th over. Just the 2 slips as he goes in and bowls to Thompson, fullish onto middle stump and clipped by Thompson, but didn't time it, and it runs slightly wide of mid-on, who moves to his left to make the stop. Alex Evans, sunglasses I think perched on the back of it. Is it sunglasses on the back of his cap? Something's glinting there.
Mr. Doige has just sneaked back into the commentary box.
It is half past, so updates time. I'll just do one more ball, and then as Griffiths is going to go around the wicket, trying a different angle. In he goes and bowls, and driven pleasantly by Thompson for 4. It was a bit of a half volley just outside off stump. Griffiths turns without looking to see where the ball has gone. He knows where it's gone. It's gone over the ropes. Jordan Thompson is approaching his 50, and this partnership continues to grow. It is now 98 runs, and Yorkshire lead by 95.
So Griffiths just waiting for the ball to be returned after it disappeared off through extra cover there. As Richard said, Jordan Thompson on the cusp of a half century. Griffiths round the wicket, sun shining brightly as this is angled in towards the left-hander and then holds its line, and he just hits himself above the knee roll on the pad. Jordan Thompson a little bit disappointed in himself, trying to have a little bit of a nibble at that. Survives. So yeah, we've got this strange scenario now. It's been fairly gloomy most of the day, and largely Headingley shrouded in leaden grey skies. But it's brightened up considerably from a natural point of view, natural light perspective, as well as having the floodlights on. And just looking into the distance, it looks as though, can't see as far as you often can here, that there may be a bit of rain around in the southwestern sides of the ground at some point in the not too distant future, as this first delivery of Ben Mike's latest over, his 10th, is run down to 3rd man by Tattersall, and that is a 100 partnership between this pair. 221 for 5, I think, when the board ticks over. So well done the pair of them. Johnny Tattersall on to 61, and Jordan Thompson, who's been credited with the 2 there, incorrectly on the board. He's still on 48 at the non-strike end. It was Tattersall's 2, and he's got 4 this time. It was a little bit wider, and he's had a real flash at this one. No danger of being caught, well wide of the slip cordon. And so came from 151 balls, that 100 partnership. And a very valuable one as far as Yorkshire are concerned. If they are to make it to that 400 that we certainly thought was improbable earlier in the day, it's more and more probable, I guess, with every scoring stroke, but still a long way off it at this stage. Jordan Thompson's, according to the board, has contributed 50 to it, and Johnny Tattersall 36, but it looked as though Jordan Thompson, who was 48, that's now been amended, thankfully, so he's got 48 of them, 36 to Johnny Tattersall. And we have a stoppage here. Not entirely sure why. Have lost the ball. Possibly down beneath our feet when Tattersall slashed it away there. Yeah, looking at the pictures. Disappeared somewhere into the ground equipment. Down to our right, near the T20 bench. So 104 now the partnership worth, 225 for 5. And the ball gradually making its way back round to Ben Mike, who's gone for 40 now. Going on for halfway through his 10th over. He's found it tough to find any sort of rhythm, any sort of control with the ball. Runs have been coming often. He's bowled a few shockers of wides as well. This one, again, is angled way down the leg side, and Tattersall once more looks to the heavens in disgust after he missed out on another little flick down the leg side. Could have been somewhere up in the 80s by now if he'd have picked off a few more of those. As it is 65. 225 for 5. And 3 to come in this 59th over of the Yorkshire first innings, as it still is, of course, despite the fact that we're well into day 3. That's wide, and Tattersall tries to play that controlled lay of the bat on ball to get it away somewhere backward of point, but misses out.
Matthew down in Melbourne wants to see Colin Ackerman having a bowl. He does have a little bit of a knack of breaking partnerships, but I always get the impression with Ackers that he's not really totally confident in his own bowling in a funny sort of way, and he always looks a little bit nervous about bringing himself on. But getting to that point.
Here's Mike, who again goes short this time, well over Tattersall's right shoulder. Gets the bouncer indicator from James Middlebrook, who's currently sporting one of those umpires' Panamas at the bowler's end.
It's interesting, but as is Paul Hartley, but his has the black ribbon on. I sometimes wonder whether the umpires are required to wear different ones to make life easier for ourselves, make them readily identifiable. Usually fairly identifiable.
Here's Mike into Tattersall, who shoulders arms to another delivery, which completes over number 59. Yorkshire 225 for 5, Tattersall 65, Thompson 48. Partnership still worth 104, and we're going to have a sanitisation break.
Yeah, I've just been telling BBC Radio Leicester listeners, you know, that at 46 for 4, there didn't look to be too much in the game, and that was after half an hour this morning. Yorkshire, but at 225 for 5, they are in complete control now, leading by over 100 runs, 5 wickets in hand. A day and a half, best part of, still to be played. Well, it's a fairly simple equation, isn't it? I guess as far as Lyth and Yorkshire are concerned, we've got to get to 400. Otherwise, it's not just about winning this game, it's getting the maximum points. So that's all we can do, get to 400 if we can, as fast as we can, and then we'll get Leicestershire back in and try and bowl them out. Otherwise, you'd think maybe a lot earlier, you know, sort of a lead of 200 might be enough to get Leicestershire back in, but that would be pointless at the moment.
Yep, meanwhile at Egbert, Lancs lead by 100, and they're in fact wicketless in the second innings, Derbyshire, so 76 for non-Lancashire.
Davies and Jennings again, presumably, as round the wicket goes Gavin Griffiths, and bowls to Thompson, looking almost for the Yorker. Thompson digs it out, plays it down into the ground. Griffiths fields in his follow-through.
And those Yorkshire supporters clinging on to those slim hopes, well, they'll be encouraged at least by the fact that Somerset have been 7 down for quite a while, 163 for 7 now, and therefore leading by 214. Having said that, if they go on to win that game, it's going to be immaterial what happens here, or if Worcester do, it will be as well.
Yeah, it's all still a possible. In goes Griffiths and bowls, squares Thompson up slightly, but he gets something behind it. Thick outside part of the bat, the ball runs along the ground to backward point, where I think George Rhodes is on. That's one of Leicestershire's 12th men. Well, Evans is still out there, he's at extra cover. Looking around to see who might have gone off. Not sure at the moment. Griffiths is in and bowls. Thompson tucks him nicely off his legs down towards deep backward square. Bit of ground for Harry Dearden to make up, running in from wide long leg, but he does so sufficiently quickly to prevent a second. Thompson moves on to 48, playing very steadily, as is Johnny Tattersall on 65, approaching his highest score of the season. That's a 66, I think.
Just looking at the chances of rain at New Road for the next 24 hours. No.
Any?
No, not really. It's a single figure percentage chance for the rest of today.
Griffiths is in down the leg side to Tattersall, who's really cross with himself for not just nibbling that down to fine leg 4-4. I say really cross with himself. He swings his bat. Just looks a fraction tight. He's just stretching a little bit, Johnny Tattersall. He's been out there a while.
Yeah, looks like it is. Yeah, there's a chance of some rain, but it looks fairly light at Worcester tomorrow between sort of 3 a.m. and 3 p.m. But you never know if they've got it wrong. Could be a deluge.
Stranger things have happened. Mid-wicket is being sent back 2/3, 3/4 of the way back, Aaron Lilly, by Gavin Griffiths, as he comes in and bowls to Tattersall outside off stump, beats him. Tattersall, he's just going through a little phase at the moment where he's just a little bit weary, maybe, just lost a fraction of concentration. He takes his helmet off and just checks the fastenings and just needs to regather his thoughts a little bit and concentrate again. He's on 65 at the moment, 225 for 5. Get one away, get going again, pick up the momentum. 2 slips and a gully. Griffiths yet to pick up a wicket. None for 46 from almost 14 overs. 1 delivery left in this. His 14th. In he goes and bowls it to Tattersall. And there is the ball that he's been waiting for, full on middle and leg. And he waits and clips it away down towards deep mid-wicket. Klein isn't going to quite get there. He tries to accelerate in his last few strides, but the ball beats him over the ropes. Just what Johnny Tattersall would have ordered. He moves on to 69, I think. Now his score hasn't gone up on the board. The Yorkshire score's gone up to 229, but I make Tattersall 69 now rather than 65.
Yep, and we've got 230 for 5 on the streaming service with Tattersall correctly on 69. So all over the place. Jordan Thompson's got 49 on the streaming and 52 on the scoreboard. Not entirely sure.
Well, what's happened there? Because Thompson was on 48. Well, they've given that 4 to Thompson. That's why. They've just given that 4 to Jordan Thompson, but it was Tattersall who hit it.
Yeah.
So hopefully they'll get that right before too long. Don't know who's operating the electronic scoreboard, but Jordan Thompson is a left-hander. The left-handed one of the 2 batsmen out there, if they're watching. And that was definitely hit by a right-hander.
So going to be Ben Mike continuing from the Emerald stand end to the left-handed Jordan Thompson, who drops it into the region of point and calls Tattersall for a single, and even he, whippet-like between the wickets, said, I ain't going to make it there quicker than the ball can be picked up and returned by Harry Dearden, who was doing the fielding. So still 229 for 5. Miriam's enjoying the commentary. And thanks Yorkshire and the BBC for coming together to produce that over the top of the streaming. Over the wicket, Ben Mike here. But over the head of Jordan Thompson as well, no run. It's great company, she says, when working from home. Can you ask the Beeb to provide random ball-by-ball commentary throughout the winter?
What on?
Well, we've commentated on quite a bit of rain this year, haven't we? So maybe we just commentate on the weather. Doesn't look like we can qualify for the final, she says, but with so few games, the weather's been such a big factor, and it's been a good short season for Yorkshire. Looking good for the future. Simon has chipped in again. Vis-a-vis running hard or running fast, as Mike sees this next delivery pushed into the leg side by Jordan Thompson. There's no run. He says, "Hi Jonathan, can't resist prolonging the debate. The get the teeth in. Right, slotted in. Great English literature is not a reliable yardstick as far as correct English grammar is concerned. The poet who masqueraded as William Shakespeare frequently sacrificed his grammar to the exigencies of the iambic pentameter in which he chose to write his plays." As this next mic delivery is turned into the leg side by Jordan Thompson for no run.
Scores have been corrected, by the way, thankfully.
He was in good company.
Look, it's moved it on to 50. Sorry, they're just moving him around. They've moved him from 49 to 53. He isn't, anyway.
So he says Shakespeare was in good company. Homer in Greek and Virgil in Latin did it all the time. Just because it's in Romeo and Juliet doesn't mean it's grammatically correct, he says. Here's Mike in, and that's an attempt at whipping it off the hip by Jordan Thompson. I think it came off some element of padding though, and did. Leg by. So he's been returned to 49, and Yorkshire have moved on to 232, 231 even, 4-5. And he goes on, "Suffice to say that I disagree with your other correspondents who claim that run fast is grammatically correct. English speakers all over the world will nevertheless continue to say it, and I shall continue to cringe every time I hear it. Run quickly or run hard, please." Tattersall 69 not out. Mike into bowl to him. It's wide of off stump, and he pushes it into the offside where it's fielded by Evans. There's no run to complete the over. He concludes. Also enjoyed the clarification on the qualification for the Bob Willis Trophy. All academic though. It won't sadly be Yorkshire.
It isn't necessarily so.
It ain't necessarily so.
107 the lead as on come helmet and pads for Hassan Azad, who's going to go in at short leg. Before too long, he's going off to put the pads on. Rhodes came running on with them. Azad met him halfway, and then he's running off with them. He's going to put them on over the ropes while Rhodes deputises for him. Because Griffiths will continue. Looks like they're going to give Lily another bowl. They wanted to look at Lily's bowling in this game, but, well, round the wicket goes Gavin Griffiths and bowls straight and just tucked into the leg side by Thompson, and that is his 50. Well played, Jordan Thompson. Applause from the Dicky Bird balcony, upon which are perched his teammates.
Second first-class 50, second of the season. Of course, that highest score he made was 98 down at Trent Bridge earlier in the Bob Willis Trophy campaign, so he's going to be very happy with that. 122 minutes, 86 balls it's taken him, and he's included 10 fours.
And the middle order of this Yorkshire batting lineup have been really solid. They've rescued the innings and more. In goes Griffiths and bowls, and he hits him on the back pad a little bit high for me. Tattersall was in front, but I have to say that looked a bit high. Griffiths, his shoulders slump as if he's just unwrapped a disappointing Christmas present. In he goes, just looking at the replay. Oh, it did a jeepers. It was a decent shout.
Well, for me, the fact that Johnny Tattersall looked at the ground and kept looking at the ground, that suggested that he didn't want to acknowledge the umpire might be having a real good old think about that. I thought that was fairly close.
It was. There's been two very close shouts for both batsmen now. My initial thought was it might be a bit high, but then I saw the replay and oh my goodness, that's close.
If I don't look up, he can't give me. If I don't look up, he can't give me.
In goes Griffiths and bowls again to Tattersall, full and jammed out towards mid-on by Tattersall. Yeah.
Well, we've all done it, haven't we? If I don't look at the umpire and I can't see his finger raised, I must still be in.
Replay again. Maybe just hit him outside the line. It did so much.
Yeah,
it was a super delivery.
He watched the ball out towards gully and then just kept his eyes fixed firmly on the floor.
He would have been it certainly wasn't bat on it. He would have been a heck of a batsman to have got anything on that. It almost jagged from Griffiths And his just shoulders went down when he saw Peter Hartley wasn't going to give it. In he goes and bowls again to Tattersall. Short, pulled by Tattersall. Doesn't time it. Runs out towards Dieter Klein at mid-on. And poor throw from the South African, who's got probably the best arm on the Leicestershire side, actually. He was just trying to almost lob it into the gloves of Swindles, who was sprinting up towards the stumps, but unfortunately the throw went behind him and he had to jam his brakes on. 2-3-2 for 5, the lead 108.
And a partnership worth Nelson.
Yeah. Well, it almost came to an end on Nelson a couple of deliveries ago. Well, it nearly did. Anyway, in goes Griffiths and bowls. A good line and length. And respectful forward defensive from Tattersall. Pushes the ball back down the pitch on the offside. 69. He remains. 232. The score.
Lily sent us a photograph in on Twitter of keep calm and support Leeds United.
It's not this Saturday, is it? Next, or is it the week? Is it in a fortnight's time? Or is it this coming Saturday? Or
This
kicks
coming.
off again?
Yep.
Quite literally.
Don't think she's wearing the sweatshirt.
They're at Anfield, aren't they? In goes Griffiths and bowls, tucked neatly off middle and leg by Tattersall to take him into the 70s. Just a single because Evans comes in from deep square to field. End of Griffiths over. He thought, as he appealed desperately, he might have picked up his first wicket. He hadn't. He has none for 53 from 15 overs. Been much better in his bowling after lunch than he was this morning, but in many respects Leicestershire's bowling this morning means the damage has been done. Batsmen have got in, they've started to build an impressive first innings lead. At 46 for 4, Leicestershire was still in the game at that stage. Still best part of 80 runs behind.
So Mike going to continue over number 63 of this Yorkshire first innings to Tattersall. And there's a stifled appeal. There was a bat on that, turned square into the leg side by Tattersall for a single. 70 to him, 233 for 5. John has messaged in on the back of the comments about BBC broadcasters' attire. Regarding the commentary box attire, as listeners, this is what we hope for. And he sent us a photograph of a couple of gentlemen sporting suits and ties, looking rather spiffing. And then this is more like the reality. And he sent us a photograph of Smashy and Nicey. And I've got to say, he does look like Nicey, does Paul Shaw in the box today, as this next delivery is turned out into the leg side.
I wonder if Shawsy knows who Smashy and Nicey are. Great bait.
Great bait, not off.
Great bait.
What a marvellous,
Do a lot for charity. I don't like to talk about that. Cultural reference, generational cultural reference.
Number 4 in the charts and in our hearts. 235 for 5. And Tattersall on strike on 71 as Mike comes in. And that's dropped into the leg side by Yorkshire's number 12. No run.
He still hasn't just regained that sort of momentum of his innings. I don't necessarily mean in the way, in how quickly he was scoring runs, Tattersall, but in the way he was playing. He's just a little bit out of sorts at the moment. He's just not quite there, not quite. The defensive shots aren't being middled either, and he's just not at ease with himself. Just needs to play himself out of this little phase.
In comes Mike to Tattersall again, his shouldering arms. Stuart Blackshaw, good afternoon to you, says, delighted to have the streaming available as neither of my tablets seems to be compatible with the BBC Media Player. Well, the obvious answer to that, Stuart, is just go get yourself a new tablet. I mean, how can you possibly admit to having a tablet that doesn't take the BBC Media Player? Tut tut. Sitting in bright sunshine in South Sheffield, he says, it's weird to see how gloomy Headingley appears. He likes the format of the Bob Willis Trophy, but the weather discrepancy north to south, of course, does us no favours. Mike into Tattersall, who again shoulders arms. Hopefully, he says, it'll be retained, but with the 3 regional winners and the best second place teams playing semis and a final.
Well, it looks like it is going to be retained from, I think, the feedback that the ECB have had from players as well as spectators and the clubs themselves, which the key thing, of course, is that this sort of conference system is worth persisting with. But
Mike into Tattersall, and pushes this next delivery around about off stump to Evans at extra cover, no run.
not on a regional basis, on a sort of where you finished last season, as in 2019 basis, organised that way, I think.
So how does that work? And are you saying that the top 6 of the first division will be in the conference next year from last year, and then the next 6 down, or is it the top 2 from the first division and then teams 7 and 8?
I think so. I think the second one, so that it isn't regional in that respect. But then they go, and then after those games that they play on a conference basis, then there's a sort of second conference. First and I should have got this up on the screen, shouldn't I? So I could go through it carefully. But it will mean 14 red ball fixtures, and it should mean against teams that you're not necessarily used to playing. Lilly is back on. He goes in and bowls from the Kirkstall Lane end and is turned by Thompson out towards mid-wicket. If Thompson gets out to Lilly, one feels it's going to be Thompson getting himself out. Remains could stand corrected, but I don't think Lilly's going to get much turn as he tosses that one up, and Thompson goes back and with that right leg going up into the air, just plays it down into the ground. It's stopped. It thuds into the pads of Hassan Azad at short leg. Lilly is in again. Outside off stump, goes for the cut and misses. This time Thompson.
Compulsive cutter.
You'll be happy. In a way, you'll feel yourself justified if he gets out cutting here, won't you? You said it. You're convinced it may happen. In goes Lilly and bowls, and he slashes it away to the offside, and out there is Sam Evans putting in the slide and picking up, getting his throw away, but not before Thompson picks up 2.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing by that response you think I was being critical, but just, if you're a compulsive cutter, it's not a criticism, is it? It's just that you love to play that shot and will take as many opportunities as you can to do it. So it's just sort of programmed in if it's out there.
Lilly is in, bowls, very straight, and Thompson just leans forward and pats it straight back up the pitch to the Lancastrian, and there's no run. Lilly in again, tosses it up, and just waiting for it on the front foot is Thompson, defending it off the pitch out to George Rhodes, who's at extra cover. There is no run. Tattersall 71, Thompson 53 at the end of the over. 237 for 5. The lead 113. 46 overs remain. Plenty of overs to get that 163 runs needed. It's less than 3 and over.
Yeah, well, there's definitely easily enough time to get them.
Number of wickets
these two,
in hand.
Yeah, these two just need to continue to bat. I think I said it ages ago that they both needed 100 and some, didn't they, if they were going to get there. Well, they've made a good fist of it. Absolutely no doubt about that. Ben Mike then continuing from the Emerald stand end to the right-handed Tattersall. That's a pretty good bouncer. He's tried that about 25 previous times during his various spells, and has often gone well over the batsman's head. But this time he has Tattersall falling over. That's a much better aim. Here we get the replay. Yeah, he swayed out of the way, and then the back leg gave way on him. So 237 for 5.
Aaron Lilly is sort of 29 and a half, and this is his 16th first-class game. 1-6.
There's Mike in again. Tattersall's gone. I think he might have got an inside edge onto that one, but either way, his off stump has cartwheeled, and so Yorkshire have lost a 6th wicket. They're still short of a 2nd batting point at the moment, and Johnny Tattersall has gone for a very well-built 71.
Yeah, straight through the gap. Straight through the gap. He's looked weary in a. It just hasn't looked right for about half an hour, Johnny Tattersall, as if he's been waiting for this to happen. And he was half forward. Ball didn't do too much, I don't think, but it just came back enough. Went through the gap between bat and pad, crashed into the top of off stump. Well played, Johnny Tattersall. Is it enough? Is it enough? 71.
133 balls, 201 minutes, and it included 13 fours. It was an excellent knock, and yeah, can't disagree with what Richard's saying, really. Just in the last half hour, it was almost somehow as if he was running out of gas.
Yeah, he just looked weary. Well, he's not used to batting for a really long time, is he? I mean, that's his longest innings of the summer, I guess, such as the summer has been. But great partnership between those two.
Real good stuff. Matthew Fisher can bat, although his recent figures wouldn't suggest that. He's been out at first ball in successive T20 matches, for example. But that's not a true reflection on his abilities. You may have been wondering, by the way, folks, why Yorkshire are sporting the black armbands out there, and sorry to have to report that is in honour of the passing of Director of Cricket Martin Moxon's mum yesterday, and so nice to see the gesture from the Yorkshire players out there on the field, and we obviously send our condolences to Martin and all those close. Matthew Fisher scratches his guard then. .237 for 6, with Jordan Thompson on 53 at the non-striking end. Here comes Mike. What can he offer up first ball to the new batsman? Well, it's a forward push from a good length ball. Malcolm has emailed us. Going great, great going by the Tykes middle order. Jordan Thompson's innings this season, coupled with some decent bowling and good fielding, surely augur well for the future. Couldn't disagree. But you really got to do something about the weather, Doige, or get the side relocated to Alicante. Mike turns at the end of his run to brighter skies at Headingley, or under brighter skies, as this next one is wide of off stump. Fisher shoulders arms, no run. Chris has mailed in again on the run hard scenario, or run hard debate. Lambic pentameter has nothing to do with it, snaps Chris. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, fast, meaning with speed, is a usage that actually predates the use of the word as an adjective. That perhaps explains why there's no such word as fastly. The first recorded use of fast goes back to 1275. I really hope your other correspondent hasn't been cringing for 745 years. Best wishes, Chris. Here's Mike. Oh dear me, that is very wide and given as a wide. Not what you want to be bowling, well, at any point of an innings, but certainly when you've got a new batsman in there.
No, he needs to be hitting good lines and lengths. Just looking back at Johnny Tattersall's dismissal, he did look, I agree with Richard, he did look quite tired and not quite himself for around about 20 minutes, maybe half an hour before he got out. But Mike's bowled him a really sharp bouncer, which he got out of the way of, and then a good length ball that went through bat and pad.
Here is Mike. That's flicked square on the leg side. Rishi Patel fields, so Matthew Fisher is off the mark with a single. 239 for 6. You've worked with Johnny Tattersall with the gloves, haven't you?
Yeah,
so
quite
you'll know
a lot.
a bit about his makeup in that respect and his levels of concentration.
Yeah, I mean, he can concentrate hard, and we're just getting a look at that dismissal now. Angled in, just slightly nips back, but it's the angle. It just goes through the gate between bat and pad, and you can see by Tattersall's reaction, is disappointed to have batted the way he's batted for so long. He's batted really well this afternoon and got Yorkshire into a good position. Remember, he came into bat when Yorkshire were in a difficult position, and he's been involved in two important partnerships for the team.
Here comes Mike again, short ball, and Jordan Thompson ducks underneath it. It's the end of the 65th over this Yorkshire first innings. They're 239 for 6, so still needing 11 more for a second batting bonus point, but they obviously, as we know, really need the 400 here. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 44 for Ben Mike.
Nice to have the sun shining over us, Doidgy, this afternoon.
Getting a bit bright for me, lad. It is though, yeah, you're right. And it's going to be Aaron Lilly continuing then from this Kirkstall Lane end. Just rubs his hand in a bit of sawdust, maybe a bit of dirt near the wicket end. Peter Hartley just allows Matthew Fisher to take his guard. There's a slip in place, a short leg, point, cover, mid off, mid on, straight mid wicket, who's fairly close in. 45 behind on the square leg, and also a deep backward square as the first delivery. Fisher just has a push forward outside off stump. So a stifled appeal there. What can he produce here, Aaron Lilly? Well, he has Matthew Fisher pushing forward quite firmly again. Ball was in the air for a moment. Drops well short of Gavin Griffiths, who's fielding at mid-on, just a fairly regulation mid-on. Ben Mike at mid-off is a little bit straighter, and that's a wicket. Matthew Fisher is having a terrible run of things under both red and white ball conditions of late, and that is a caught and bowled, and he just pushed it back to Aaron Lilly, who's taken his first wicket of the match, 1 for 19 off 4.5 overs, and Yorkshire all of a sudden are 7 down. Matthew Fisher caught and bowled Lilly for 1, 239 for 7.
Yeah, Lilly's ball well this over. He's just thrown that ball up there, and it's just gripped a little bit and just decided to spin. So it's obviously gripped into the pitch and spun. And yeah, Fisher there's just let's say lollipop the ball back, but he's looking to hit that ball through extra cover, and it's spun back, and that's why he's got the caught and ball there. But often in this game, one brings two. You know, the departure of Johnny Tattersall batting so long, Fisher comes in, and now here at Headingley, Yorkshire are 239 for 7. Have a look at that replay. He's just trying to push this through mid-off stroke extra cover. Watch the bat face. Yep. And it's just spun on it and straight back to Lilly. But to be fair to Lilly, he's bowled well this over.
Yeah, maybe if you were being picky with Matthew Fisher, you might say that he might have pushed it too firmly, might have been going it with too hard hands. Yeah. Shows he's given us a beautiful physical demonstration that you won't be able to see. But yeah, he just pushed at it, didn't he? Maybe softer hands early in his innings and all that, trying to feel bat on ball. But yeah, things not going well for him with the bat just lately. As I said, 2 recent first ball ducks in T20 cricket, followed then by a 1 here. So, new man at the crease, and that is Ben Code at 239 for the loss of 7 wickets now. Yorkshire 65.3 overs into their first innings. They'll be hoping it's their only one. It'll probably have to be for the sake of winning the game. And Lilly's next delivery then, first one to Code, pushed out into the offside, no run. Here's Lilly again, right arm over. Code pushes forward and drops very welcomely to the man at short leg. Lilly again throws this one up, tempts Code to throw the bat at it, and he gets it away past straight mid wicket. He's going to get back for a couple. 66 overs completed then. Yorkshire 241 for 7 after those 2 recent wickets. If you're just joining us in recent moments, Yorkshire were going along nicely at 237 for 5. Johnny Tattersall, though, who'd, what we think, looked like he was running out a bit of petrol, really, tiring perhaps out there in the middle. He'd been out there for 133 balls when he missed one that nipped back on him from Ben Mike and was bowled for 71. An innings that included 13 fours, put on a century partnership with Jordan Thompson. He'd put on 75 in conjunction with Harry Brook earlier in the day, so an excellent knock from Johnny Tattersall, and then Matthew Fisher following soon afterwards when the score was on 239, caught and bowled in that previous over by Aaron Lilly for just the one. So Lilly 1 for 21 from his 5. Ben Mike 1 for 44 from 13 overs and 2 maidens, is starting now on his 14th over. To Jordan Thompson, who opens the face and gets 4 just through the square area, round about point on the offside. Stood tall, opened the face, punched it away.
Yeah, Mike's dropped this just a little bit short, and the speed of his hands, his bat speed, so his speed of his hands through the ball has forced the ball there. Thompson Sands has forced the ball through point area for 4 runs. But just reflecting on Lilly's last over, there are just a few signs that there's some spin in this pitch. Okay, so one lad that will be happy at that is Jack Shutt. Will be sat on the balcony looking ahead, hoping that he will get a ball in this game. Now, we know there's a bit of movement still, but there's a little bit of spin also.
Mike into Thompson, played that nicely. That's a lovely shot from Jordan Thompson, who just adjusted his body and his hands at the last moment, really. So there must have been some aerial movement. He indicates as such to Ben Code. But the main thing was that he made the adjustment and played that with control, didn't he? Just guided it through third man and picks up 4 more.
Yeah, he played that lovely. There's just a little bit of movement, and he's just held his line and been able just to hold his position and deflect that ball with an open face wide of gully for 4 runs.
So 61 for him, second highest in his short so far first class career. That is just wide of off stump and through to Harvey Swindles. Jordan Thompson playing inside the line. No run. Harry Swindles, my apologies, not Harvey. Getting confused with Harvey Hussain at Derbyshire.
H's,
yeah. Gavin Gray says, good day to you all. Love the commentary. Just a further thought on the conference system for next year. How about including Scotland, Ireland and minor county champions, 1 in each division? It's a thought. In comes Mike. That's worked in front of square. In fact, just wide of mid-on by Jordan Thompson, who quickly called Code through for the single and got there. 62 now to Thompson, 250 up for Yorkshire, and a second batting bonus point, a 5th bonus point of the match. But they're still going to need to get 3 more. And with 3 wickets left, you have to say that looks improbable, not impossible.
3 slips in the game again, Doige.
In comes Mike to Code, who's tempted into having a flash at this one wide of off stump and misses out. Ben Code has of course been known to score runs with bat in hand. So he's not your, how can I put it, he's not your stereotypical rabbit, I think is what I'm trying to say. Far from it. Enjoys his batting, and he pushes this one back down the pitch to Ben Mike, who does the fielding and completes the 67th over. 250 for 7. Yeah, Ben Code evens first class career, has involved 37 matches, 49 innings. He's been not out 16 times. He has passed 500 first class runs with a highest of 48, which I think came at Scarborough last year. So he averages just over 15.5, 15.6. And he likes to get on with it when he's out there. So if he is to score a first class half century, this would be a pretty good time to do it, wouldn't it? Aaron Lilly coming round the wicket to the left-handed Jordan Thompson though at the moment, who guides that one to the man just backward of point. No run.
As I say, it is spinning, just beginning to spin a little bit. It's slow spin. It's a fairly slow pitch at this stage of the game. but there is some offerings for potentially for Jack Sott shot in his second innings. Oh,
Thompson pushes back down the pitch to Lilly. Evidence of a little bit more turn, and it draws a little bit of nerves from my colleague to the right. Here's Lilly again. Thompson tries to cut and misses.
and we have in place a slip to the spin of Lilly, short leg, backward point.
250 for 7. Big appeal, gone. Jordan Thompson has been caught, well, unable to really get out of the crease there. It's wrapped him on the pad straight in front. It looked a good shout, and Peter Hartley had little hesitation in raising the finger. And so Yorkshire have lost 3 quick wickets. It's been a real good knock from Jordan Thompson, but he's gone for 62 LBW to Aaron Lilly, bowling from wide of the crease. It's well, if it's pitched in line, it certainly looked like it was hitting. Probably just about middle, maybe middle and leg stump. And I think even he knew once it had hit him that it was time to be on the way. 250 for 8 now, Yorkshire, and Jordan Thompson LBW to Aaron Lilly for 62 in 150 minutes and 100 deliveries exactly, and it involved 12 fours. So well played, young man. Took part in an excellent partnership with Johnny Tattersall, but of course, just you look back, don't you, at those first couple of wickets on the first day. Yorkshire 4 for 2, and the worth of Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Adam Lyth in this Yorkshire batting lineup. They'd have taken one of those to be able to have batted longer. I'm guessing they obviously would have preferred them both to be, but that could have been nudging them up above the 300 mark, and then he'd still have been optimistic that they might get to 400.
It also shows the difficulty to get in on this pitch. So we've seen 3 quick wickets, haven't we? We've seen 2 good partnerships between Tattersall and Brook and Tattersall and Thompson, and then we've seen bang, bang, bang. We've seen 3 quick wickets. So it's not the easiest pitch to get in on. Once a wicket goes down, you can often see 1 more or 2 more following.
So Dwan Olivier is of course Yorkshire's number 10, which means Jack Shutt will be last man in. A lot of work to do now for Yorkshire to get 150 more runs with his last 2 wickets, and they won't, because Dwan Olivier has gone second ball, having a drive at that one wide of off stump by Aaron Lilly, and it's gone straight to first slip, and so he too has to go. 4 quick wickets now, and Yorkshire folding pretty quickly after a couple of excellent partnerships. Here's the delivery wide of off stump. There you go, Sunshine, have a drive at that. Olivier accepts the invitation and gets a big nick to first slip.
Yeah, Olivier looking for quick runs there, wasn't he? He's looking to strike the ball. He's thrown it up there. So go and have a go at that one. He's got a thickest edge and it's gone through to slip. But to be fair to Lilly, he's bowled well. 2 or 3 overs that he's come on, he's bowled good areas and enticed the batters, and I think he has bowled well.
So Olivier caught Ackerman, bowled Lilly without troubling the scorers, other than putting in place those finer details on the score sheet, and he's disappointed and walking off beneath our feet. And Jack Shutt is going to be the last man in, and we welcome along listeners to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra who've joined us. And I can tell you that we've had well, an interesting day's cricket here. Yorkshire, of course, resumed on 36 for 2 this morning in response to Leicestershire's 124 all out on day 1. No play possible in the game here at Emerald Headingley yesterday because of very frustrating amounts of rain, or when it came, and covers on and off and all those sort of things. They lost a couple of quick wickets this morning. Will Frayne for 13 and Tom Lowton for 11, and were 46 for 4 at one stage. But then a couple of excellent partnerships. Harry Brook and Johnny Tattersall, first of all, put on 75 together. Brook then going, caught Ackerman, bowled Evans for 53 when the score was on 121. As Ben Mike will start this new over to the right-handed Ben Code, who opens the face, runs it out to point, no run. And then another excellent partnership as well, 116 between Tattersall and Thompson. And that it's not long since that came to an end, just a few minutes ago really. Tattersall bowled by Ben Mike for 71. 133 ball innings that included 13 fours, and then 3 quickies have followed since then. Matthew Fisher caught and bowled Aaron Lilly for 1. He faced just 6 deliveries. 2 overs later, Jordan Thompson, who'd played really well, was LBW to Lilly for 62. And 2 balls after that, the demise of Duan Olivier without scoring, as Ben Code steps away to leg and has a real haymaker at this next Ben Mike delivery, but misses out. So Yorkshire have got to 2 batting points, having reached 250, but I think unless you've been away on another planet, you probably all know that they need 400 here to get enough batting points and then to win the game, if they're to have any hope of qualification. As Mike comes in and bowls to Ben Code, who opens the face and pushes it into the gap between point and cover. There's a chase on. Alex Evans is the man doing that and stops the ball but can't prevent the 2. So Code on to 4, 252 for 9. There are various permutations, of course, and if there doesn't happen to be a result between Somerset and Worcester that's anything other than a win for either side, if the match is drawn down there by some miracle, then there might be a way for Yorkshire to qualify, but that's, looking at the scorecard there, seems very unlikely. Here's Mike, and that's wide of off stump, and he's certainly trying to tempt Ben Code into getting an edge on one of these, and Ben Code's giving him an opportunity to pick up another wicket, isn't he? He's having a little wipe at 1 or 2 of these, but not connecting.
And I think in the context of this game, and Yorkshire can only control this game and the position they're in at the moment, they're looking for quick runs here now, aren't they? You can see that they've the situation, 252 for 9, a lead of 128. Yorkshire will just search for quick runs here at the end of this innings.
Somerset, meanwhile, have been bowled out for 193 and lead by 244 down at New Road against Worcester, as Mike is in. And Code turns this to leg, where Rishi Patel is fielding at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It's been a good comeback in the last half an hour or so from the Leicestershire bowlers. We've seen since lunch, actually, I think it's been a much improved bowling performance by the Leicestershire front line. And certainly in the last half hour, they've built a little bit of pressure and then obviously taken quite a number of wickets.
So Code waits. Mike is in. It's aerial. It's a brilliant catch at point there. This time that's a superb catch by Sam Evans with the right hand. What a grab. And Yorkshire are all out. Who would have thought that? At 237 for 5 as they were just a matter of minutes ago. And 15 runs further on, they're all out for 252. Ben Code has been caught by Sam Evans off the bowling of Ben Mike for 4. 16 minutes and 11 balls he was out there for, and so Yorkshire will pick up 2 batting points to go with the 3 bowling points that they picked up yesterday. But that means that even if they win this game, they can only come up with a maximum of 21, and that looks highly unlikely to be enough to get them on a trip to Lords and play in the final of this inaugural Bob Willis Trophy.
It certainly does, but if we can just go back to that catch, Sam Evans there at backward point has gone full stretch in his right hand, I think it was. Brilliant catch, absolutely outstanding catch, and that draws an end to Yorkshire's innings. 252 all out. How quickly a game can change. Good comeback there by Leicestershire, taking 5 wickets in succession very, very quickly. And Yorkshire will be slightly disappointed to have finished on 252 all out, of course, but obviously in terms of the lead, they've got a substantial lead at the end of the first innings, and again in the context of this game.
Now then, bowling figures for Leicestershire. Dieter Klein, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 44 he finished with. Alex Evans bowled well, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 59. Gavin Griffiths, 15 overs, 3 maidens, didn't take a wicket for 53 runs. Ben Mike ended up with 2 for 55 from his 15 overs and 2 maidens. And Aaron Lilly, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 21. So Yorkshire lost the last 5 wickets for 15 runs and are 252 all out. They still have a substantial lead with them of 128. Math failing me again. And bearing in mind Leicestershire were all out for 124 first time around, then they could make good use of that. Plenty of time left in the game for them to win it, the home side. But as we keep saying, it looks unlikely that that's going to be enough for them to get through to Lords from this North group. We shall see. The wicket being swept, the roller is out there. Looks like tea is being taken here at Emerald Headingley on day 3, with Yorkshire leading by 128 runs at the end of the first innings of both teams. We'll be back with you as soon as there is any further play here.
Welcome back to Emerald Headingley Stadium in Headingley in Leeds. Third and final session on this third day of the Bob Willis Trophy match. The last Bob Willis Trophy match of the season. That is between Yorkshire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire about to start their second innings, trailing Yorkshire on first innings by 128. Your commentators for the game: Jonathan Doidge, BBC Radio Leeds, myself, Richard Ray, for BBC Radio Leicester, and joining us as the third voice in this game is Paul Shaw, the England women's head coach.
Good afternoon, Richard.
Good afternoon, Shaw. So, yeah, I say it with a slight question mark. I wasn't quite sure of the actual structure of the women's head coaching or coaching system. Do you have a lot of assistants?
I did have a former head coach. I was the coach from 2013 to 2016.
Beg your pardon, former head coach. Beg your pardon.
Yes, we had a management team of around 8 or 9 people back in those days.
Ben Code going to open the bowling for Yorkshire from the Kirkstall Lane end and spears it down the leg side, and a good diving stop by Johnny Tattersall. Didn't take the ball cleanly, but he saved 4. Well, I would have said wides, but you never quite know with umpires in red ball cricket. They're sometimes extraordinarily generous to the bowler.
And I know the pair off Code and Fisher bowled extremely well in the first innings, didn't they?
They did.
Code getting some seam movement and Fisher getting some away swing. So let's see how they go this innings.
In goes Code and bowls outside off stump. Little bit of shape to the delivery in that it straightens, but it was too wide and allowed to go through by Sam Evans. His confidence might have been lifted by a quite sensational catch to end the Yorkshire first innings, catching Ben Code, a backward point off the bowling of Ben Mike, one-handed, above his head, leaping away to his right. Astonishing athleticism shown there as Yorkshire lost their last 5 wickets for just 15 runs. Code is in again and bowls to Evans, hits him on the back pad, but pretty high it seems to me. And the appeal from Code was not that of a man who really believes he was going to get an affirmative there. No,
I think, as you say, a little bit too high. But I think there's just a little bit of movement there still. So obviously brand new ball, hard new ball, fairly large seam on these balls, so certainly Code will be looking to move the ball around a little bit. And of course, as we know on this Headingley pitch, you have to hit the right areas.
In goes Code and bowls to Evans, who's drawn into feeling for that one outside off stump and didn't get anything on it. Fortunate not to do so. Code hands moved up to his head for a moment there. That was not a convincing shot from Sam Evans. He's got away with it, but it won't discourage Ben Code one iota. There are still 41 overs or 41.2 overs left to be bowled today. This game could be well advanced in that time. Code under the lights at Headingley is in to Evans again, it seems, and bounces and hits him on his left pad as he gropes forward a little bit. Sam Evans there was going on down probably the leg side and over the top, but plenty there for Ben Code at the moment.
And Code's certainly trying to make Evans plays, and he's trying to find the channel where he has to play, and I think he's looking to try and get him just stuck on the crease there. So let's see how he can finish this over.
That's what he did in the first innings to great effect. He's in and bowls to Evans outside off stump, gives him a little bit of width, and it sits up as the balls have tended to do outside off stump. Steered away by Evans, timed nicely, didn't try and hit it too hard, which is what worked for Tattersall earlier today. Just steered it away, used the pace of the ball, picks up 4. Leicestershire are up and running, therefore, without loss.
Yeah, just rocked back, got on top of the bounce there, didn't he, and just timed the ball away. Trying not to hit it too hard, just all about timing, and the ball ran away across the square for 4 runs through extra cover.
The pitch, for those who know Headingley, it is cut to that side of the square, the east side of the square, not ridiculously so, but it's probably around about 60 yards to the boundary on that side and something like 70-75 on the other side of the ground, the west side. The rope pulled well in front of the western terrace, or actually briefly it became the White Rose stand, didn't it? But I don't know whether there aren't those signs there anymore, so it may not be anymore. Maybe it's the Tudor stand, who knows. Matthew Fisher. I think these two have very much preferred ends, don't they? And he likes to bowl from the rugby stand end. And he goes and bowls to Hassan Azad, and it bounces and leaves him. And Fisher on the money straight away, as these two Yorkshire seamers have been throughout the game.
And these two Yorkshire seamers are rated by the Yorkshire head coach, Andrew Gale, and also the bowling coach, Richard Pyra, very, very highly. They rate them highly and they bowl well in partnership, obviously because they're both strong young men that run in and bowl at a good pace, but one ball swing and one ball seam.
Fisher in again to the left-handed Azad down the leg side, swings away down there. Azad looks to turn his wrists on it, doesn't get anything on it, and taken by Tattersall, running away to his right.
Just looking at the field, Matthew Fisher's got 4 slips, a backward point, a big gap in the covers. He's got an extra cover in there. He's got a mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg.
In he goes and bowls to Azad. Same delivery down the leg side, a little bit wider if anything, and Azad doesn't even shape to play at the ball, steps inside the line and watches as Tattersall takes it low behind the stumps, falling away to his right. A few more aeroplanes coming into Leeds Bradford today.
Just see the shadows of the players on the field. The floodlights are on here at Headingley.
As Fisher is in and bowling to Azad outside off stump, and sometimes Azad just tucks the bat back inside the body. He steps across and looks as though he's playing at it. I don't think he did, and there was no real reaction from the players, the Yorkshire fielders or Fisher the bowler, suggesting that he just curtain railed the bat back inside the line at the last second. His back is to us, Azad's were at very fine leg to the left-hander. So when it's pushed across him, his back does obscure it slightly. In goes Fisher and bowls to him, and he leaves. A very late decision to leave. A delivery outside off stump, but a good one. Goes through unimpeded on its way to Tattersall. No run.
And you can see the Yorkshire bowlers' plan, both looking to bowl fairly straight lines, probably a 4th, maybe 5th stump. Give the ball opportunity to both swing and seam and try and bring in the wicket keeper and slips.
Fisher in to Azad, who is up on his toes, defending a slightly short of a length delivery off stump, dropping it down towards backward point, only travels a yard or two in that direction. And that is the end of a good opening maiden over from Matthew Fisher, straight away on the mark, on the money, making the batsman play, making at least the batsman think about it. Nothing short, nothing wide, as there was too often from the Leicestershire bowlers this morning, and they were punished for it. 4 without loss, the Foxes. Young Sam Evans, 1 scoring shot, a 4, as in goes Code and bowls to him down the leg side. And looks a bit disappointed with himself, understandably. Ben Code just lost control of the direction of that one and scrapes at the crease. Definitely it's because he slipped.
And the partnership of Code and Fisher in the first innings brought 8 wickets to this bowling unit. So Code taking 5 for 18 and Fisher 3 for 29.
5 for 18, that does your averages a lot of good, doesn't it, as a bowler? Take that one. In goes Code and bowls outside off stump, and Evans half a stride forward, half a step forward really, and then just lifts his bat over the line of the ball. 128 the deficit on first innings, down to 124. Less you'll be thinking, well, if we can somehow get 130, 150 ahead tomorrow, you never know. Lily turned 1 or 2 towards the end. This game isn't over. In goes Code and bowls, hits the front pad. Oh, he's given him as Evans went forward there. And the appeal wasn't a massively vehement one, but it's been given. It was full. and it was looked to be just swinging in a bit. We'll have a good look at the replay here. He wasn't a long stride forward, and the replay goes up. Well, I think that's probably fair enough. It was hitting leg stump.
Yeah, I think so.
It certainly wasn't hitting middle, that's for sure. It was swinging in, but it wasn't a big stride, was it? It was a bit trapped in the crease.
That's right, and I think that's what Code's been trying to do, is trying to just catch the Leicestershire batters on the crease, not properly going forward and not properly going back, and that's obviously what's brought in the LBW appeal and the success there. It's a full ball, hitting the knee roll, and I think the umpire has got that absolutely right. It's a great breakthrough for Yorkshire. Code's done it again.
Yep. Well bowled, Ben Code. 6th wicket of the match for him. And there could be a fair few more to be had here. That 5 for 18 obviously was his best bowling in an innings in his first class. Certainly this season for Ben Code, obviously, because it's only his second game. His best bowling in an innings is in fact 6 for 25. Just looking for his best match figures. 10 for 102. Well, he's got 6 for 22. Long way from that yet, but given how many runs he's got to play with in those terms, you can see a best bowling for the 26-year-old. In comes Harry Dearden to replace Sam Evans.
Dearden looked really good in the first innings, didn't he? He was playing well before he was given out to that athletic catch, I think it was, caught and ball from Olivier.
And goes Code and bowls to him. He's waiting for it, deflecting it off middle and off, thick outside part of the bat down towards wide gully, and getting across there, making sure there's no chance of a single. 4 for 1 remains the score, taking chunks out of the ground, the fielders, when they go to ground. Chunks out of it. Is that Olivier at 4th slip? Not quite sure. No, he's down at mid-on. In goes Code and bowls. Thick inside part of the bat, otherwise pad and LBW almost in play. Shows he thought that one had got through.
He's certainly working the area as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Straight into it, making the batters work.
So he's got a nice new ball in his hand. As you say, a pronounced seam at the moment. Pitch is helping a little bit. Overhead conditions a little bit. That's all someone as good as Code needs. Ideal conditions almost for him. In he goes and bowls to Dearden, who is nicely, solidly forward in defence to a fullish ball, but well bowled Ben Code. A wicket maiden in his second over of Leicestershire's second innings. And the Tykes on their way. 4 for 1, the Foxes needing 128 to make Yorkshire bat again. Might just get away with this weather, you know. Grey still away to the southwest and the west, where the weather's been coming from. Light over the city and away to the east towards York. Well, actually, I don't know. York's almost directly east, isn't it? In goes Fisher and bowls, and Azad late in defence as ever, just dropping it in towards gully, just a foot or two.
That's the great thing about Fisher. He really does make the batter work. The batter has to play because he's zoning in on that off stump and he's working it and working it. His 2 balls, he'll be looking to bring the ball in to the left-hander here, and also when he balls to the right-hander, he's also be able to take the ball away.
Goes Fisher down the leg side, helped on its way by Azad, and he's going to pick up 4, but it was in the air for a while, and just for half a second you wondered whether Tattersall might get across and pick it up. He wasn't able to do so, and it's a 4 to Hassan Azad. This is effectively, because he doesn't play or he's not picked for the T20, this is his last innings of the season, Hassan Azad. You know, he's only going to have had 9 innings? I just checked, because obviously a couple of the games have been rain affected. Could it be 8? So it's not much of a season, so I want to make this last chance count. In goes Fisher and bowls to him, slightly short of the ideal length from Fisher's point of view, onto middle and leg, and the left-hander just drops the ball down on the leg side this time. In comes the tall Lowton to field, and there's no run.
And the field set to Azad is 4 slips, backward point, mid-off, well actually extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg.
In goes Fisher and bowls, seems back in and hits Azad amidships. Just for a second he starts to double up, but he's okay. He walks back into place, into his place.
Paul Nixon will be sat in the Leicestershire dugout just thinking, just get through this period. Leave when you can, just get through this period. Another 20 minutes, another 20 minutes.
In goes Fisher and bowls down the leg side again. Azad steps across his stumps and looks to turn it on the leg side, and from our angle it didn't look as though it missed leg stump by too much, but it did. It was just because Azad had stepped quite a long way across his stumps. Yeah, 7 first-class innings this season coming into this game, so this will be at 9. And that's your season. Kind of like an Australian season, almost, like state cricket. In goes Fisher and bowls full and straight-ish, middle and leg, and Azad looking to get his weight forward. No big stride, but just defends it on the front foot out into the on-side end of the over. 8 for 1, Leicestershire still trail by 120 runs on first innings.
And watching both batters, Dearden and Azad, play Fisher, they're trying to play him late as possible, and get good positive movements and play with a full bat face. Obviously there's a little bit of swing and seam, so that's how they're looking to play Fisher.
In goes Code and bowls to Dearden, who waits for a fullish delivery and then clips quite stylishly, but doesn't time it as well as he would have liked, and it goes quite gently towards mid-on. But of the Leicestershire players, Ackerman can unfurl a lovely cover drive from time to time, but Dearden always looks to me to have the most textbook technique, if you like. He looks a correct player, a very solid player. Just hope that eventually he'll just make that breakthrough, make that leap. In goes Code and bowls to him, just tucks him up a little bit, pitches outside leg and takes the bottom hand off the bat as he looks to defend it. It's a combination of bat and pad and thigh pad that sees the ball just drop out into the offside.
Our monitor's flicking a little bit, so we can't quite see that replay. But there is just a little bit of movement still here at Headingley, and as we say, it's important to bowl those areas, but the Yorkshire seamers will be encouraged by the start that they've made.
216 runs coming into this game. In goes Code, and on the move is beaten Dearden, thumps into the pads, and slips started to go up, but Code didn't join them, pitched outside leg again. Ball nods.
Doesn't look easy out there, does it?
Nope.
Very difficult for a batter to go in there and make a start, but this is an important phase for Leicestershire, as it is for Yorkshire. But if they can get through, as I said, the same thing to what Paul Nixon will be thinking, just get through the next 20 minutes,
In goes Code and bowls again to Dearden outside off stump. A momentary relief as the left-hander can let that one go through to Tattersall. Harry Dearden this season, 0 and 33, 70 and 47. That was a good match for him against Derbyshire. 23 against Durham, 7 and 16 against Nottinghamshire. And what did he get in the first dig here? Was it 16 or so? Looks back through his notes. 20. So he's had a few starts. And you could say, I mean, he went on once to 70. But he'd dearly like to go big here. difficult to do so. In goes Code and bowls to him again, just tucks him up on leg stump. Ball pitches outside leg, beats the defensive push, or at least the attempt to turn it onto the leg side, but no chance of the leg before. Dearden wanders down and inspects the wicket. Pats away at it.
Not too many free balls to put away, is there, for the Leicestershire batters? These two are quite tight on the line, so not offering anything at all.
That's the huge difference. In goes Code and bowls, and it's thick inside edge as Dearden is drawn into an expansive looking shot. The ball wasn't there to be driven, it was too straight for that, hence it took the inside edge and squirted out towards mid-wicket. Lowton half made the stop, and as a consequence Dearden is able to pick up one, but again that was not convincing. So 1 from the over from Code. 3 overs, 1 for 5 for him, 9 for 1 Leicestershire. A sweepstake on where Leicestershire, where they'll be at the end of today, would be a difficult one. It's a hard one to predict, isn't it? It really is. Can they dig in? In goes Fisher and bowls outside off stump, defended by Dearden. There is no run. You're going to have to commentate a bit, Shawsey, as I have an update to do, if that's all right.
Really good to see the way Dearden starting his innings. Very positive in his defence. He's been strong, he's been solid, and he's looking to play the ball back down the ground as much as he possibly can with a full face. And that's the way the Leicestershire players will need to play, certainly in this early part of the innings, as Fisher runs into ball. Balls to Dearden, who rocks back onto the back foot and just drops it into the offside. Takes the pace off the ball, but importantly plays it just under his eyes quite nicely. The Yorkshire fielders are working quite hard on the ball. Important to keep the ball in good condition at this stage to optimise any swing there is at this point. And we know that Fisher is a very good swing bowler, swings the ball late. As he approaches again up to the crease, balls to Dearden. Oh, what a delivery. That's just pitched, nipped away, just beat the shoulder of Dearden's bat, and Johnny Tattersall, the Yorkshire wicket keeper, takes a stride and dives across first slip. So fair bit of movement here at Headingley for the Leicestershire players to combat. Just a reminder to all listeners, floodlights are still on here at Headingley as Fisher turns and runs in and balls to Dearden. Slightly back of a length ball, goes all the way through to Tattersall. Dearden plays just inside it and plays that quite well actually. Dearden's having a walk down the pitch, having a look at the pitch, doing a little bit of gardening in the area that Fisher has just delivered the ball.
Franco convinced that LB was missing leg. I'm not sure.
Another good delivery from Fisher. Just working that off-stump line, isn't it, to Dearden? Good areas, good length, good pace as the ball goes through with a good carry to Tattersall. But I'm really liking the way that Dearden started here. He's trying to leave as much as he possibly can and play late. And that's the best way to play a swing. I just wonder if Fisher, as he just turns at the top of his mark, I just wonder whether or not he can bowl a little bit fuller as he runs in here. Balls to Dearden. Oh, and Dearden tries to work the ball to the leg side and actually gets an outside edge, a leading edge, and the ball runs through to the vacant third man boundary for a much needed 4 runs for this Leicestershire team.
Yeah, they won't mind how they come if they keep coming, but equally Yorkshire won't be discouraged by the uncertainty being shown by the 2 young left-handers. But these two very much the future of Leicestershire. Leicestershire obviously hoping. Both batsmen have shown they can score big runs in first-class cricket. Foxes need them to do so here and now. are going to save this game. Or who knows? Go on to win it. 13 for 1. Still 115 behind as Ben Code, sporting something of a beard, turns and then he runs away from us. Bowls to Azad. Lovely delivery that just shapes back in, but Azad, everything behind it, stepping into it. Nothing too textbook about Azad in any way, but it works for him. He's got his methods, he knows his strengths, and he knows his scoring areas. He's tried to develop them a little bit over the long period that the players have had off. Obviously, initially the winter, and then during the lockdown, so that he doesn't get tied down as much. He's got him out once or twice during this short season, just looking to drive deliveries that he might in previous last year when he scored all his runs have left really. So he's got to be a bit careful about getting too expansive. In goes Code and bowls to him. He takes a few steps down the wicket. That's another thing he's been working on, and jams it out rather, almost gets tangled up, his bat and his pads, jams it out into the onside, picked up by Lowton coming in, and there's no run. Yeah, I'm not sure that if he's not just better continuing with what was working for him. He scored the best part of 1,200 first-class runs last season. In goes Code and bowls to him with super delivery that bounces and just goes past the outside edge and misses everything.
Yeah, that's a great delivery, isn't it? Just back of a length, just misses the outside edge and goes through to Tattersall with a good carry. It's gone through with good pace. Yeah, Code's bowling well here and bowling those areas to give himself the best chance of bringing in the caught behind and caught slip. Dearden and Azad in particular is going to have to work hard just to get through this period as Code runs in. He's running in, very powerful figure into the crease, delivers the ball. Oh, and I think he's hit Azad on the helmet with a short ball.
No, maybe not, because they're not checking it. So what did it hit? Unfortunately, our stream is switching off and on our TV, which means we don't get to see the replays at the moment. Shoulder, maybe.
Shoulder, I think, yeah. Surprised him, didn't it?
It did. He didn't play it particularly well, did he? Turned away from it. He wasn't looking at the ball, took his eyes off it. Code is in, bowls to Azad. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there. Sure, he's not so sure, but it looked a bit, his pad and bat were very close together, sort of tucked in a little bit as it was pushed across him. But this is a very, very testing over. I think the fact he's coming round supports my contention there. But goodness me, this is a severe examination for Hassan Azad. This is a first division bowler, first division first class bowling. Every inch of it from Ben Code. Round the wicket he comes and bowls to Azad, who does edge, but it bounces well short of line. It was, I think, a maiden from Code, just waiting for it to pop up. Yet 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5. It's gone a bit darker. Floodlights having a little bit more effect. Still perfectly playable, and there's some brightish areas in the cloud behind the current heavy cloud that's over the emerald ground. In goes Fisher and bowls, and Dearden, who you can see looking to be positive, wants to get after the bowling, had to defend. It was too good a ball, and it was a bit thick inside edgy as it went out into the onside.
I think in this situation you are looking, of course, to accumulate runs, but I think it's more waiting for that bad ball, and if you can drop one in front of square and run and pick up a quick single, that's fine. But I wouldn't be looking, I wouldn't be searching.
The difference with this attack is you're not going to get many loose deliveries.
No.
In goes Fisher and bowls, and that time he's solidly forward in defence. It bounces back down the pitch, and half stopped by Fisher in his follow through, but it's the difference in the quality of the bowling. It is considerable against these two compared to what the these guys are used to, Azad and Dearden. Against the second division attacks, yeah, there'll be good spells, but there will be loose deliveries. Not with these two. Fisher in, bowls very straight again, and Dearden is forward defending it out to Olivier. You can't help feeling they'd rather be facing someone like Olivier, who might be quicker, but he's going to bowl the odd ball you're going to get away.
And there's such a fine line, isn't there, when you're going through a period like this of looking to score and going a little bit hard at it. You know, positive intention is good, and I would always say that for a batter, even in difficult situations. A very fine line.
In goes Fisher and bowls to Dearden, who bat just slightly in front of pad at middle and leg, pushing it out into the onside. Picked up by Lowton, and there's no run. Lots of stretching going on out there. Olivier is stretching, and Jordan Thompson is also stretching. Thompson is at point, and Olivier is sort of wide extra slash mid-off, trying to cover both positions. 4 slips go down as in goes Fisher and bowls, and again looking to drive, gets a thick inside edge, rehearses the shot when it wasn't there to drive, and it runs out towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Looking at Thompson, who has been warming up, he'll be eager to get on in these conditions. He's full of confidence. What did we get in the first innings as a batter? He got 62, didn't he? And also, when Leicestershire were batting, he bowled a tight spell.
Fisher in again, outside off stump, chopped away, or attempted to chop away by Dearden. It wasn't quite there, just not quite wide enough. He got plenty of bat on it, but it went quite slowly out towards point, where Thompson was the fielder. End of the over, another maiden. Fisher 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8, and Dearden and Azad have a word. Time isn't too much of a factor. Dearden, though, is one who does like to get on with it, or likes to feel the scoreboard moving, or sometimes you have to accept that the bowling is too good. You just need to keep it out for the time being. They can't bowl forever.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? Sometimes you just have to ride a spell. You have to absorb that pressure, and when the opportunity comes, be ready to try and shift momentum. But in this phase, it's just getting through this period and looking to rotate the strike. And if anything at all is on offer, which we know hasn't been so far from both these Yorkshire bowlers, Code and Fisher, but if it is, to really pounce on that.
Frayne has gone in at short leg, because Code is going to go round the wicket to Azad. In goes Code and bowls. Azad deep in his crease this time, just deflects it down towards third slip, and there's no run. I think he's almost there, not as much for the catch as for when Azad, or to stop Azad shuffling down the pitch and just trying to dropping his hands on the ball. He's almost there for the run out, threat of the run out, if you like, because he's 2 strips back.
Yeah.
Takes a step or 2 to his left, but it's a deepish short leg position as in goes Code and bowls onto off stump. Azad behind it in his idiosyncratic way, deflects it out to backward point, but as I say, it just works for him. Hassan Azad.
And looking at Code's strategy here of coming around the wicket with the angle, he's looking to bowl at good pace into that middle and off stump, and if he gets to hold his line, then it might just hold, then he might just get a nick towards the slip area.
Code is in and bowls full. Azad is going to pick up runs this time, because he's able to get to the pitch of the ball and steer it out into the offside. He turns for the second, but it will be just the 2, dragged back around about 10 yards inside the ropes, and that extra cover, wide extra cover. Azad moves on to 6, Leicestershire 15 for 1, the first runs for some little time.
And nicely played that by Azad, wasn't it? With just slightly over pitch but from Code, not too much, but just slightly, just leant into it and pushed it for 2.
He waits as Code still round the wicket, bowls to him, hits him on the pads. That's a decent shout, but might just have hit him outside the line. We'll have a look at the replay. He nods Ben Code as he walks back, so umpire Middlebrook has told him why it isn't out, and it isn't out because I suppose just hit him outside the line.
Close,
Looked like it was going to hit the stumps, but he does tend to step across Hassan Azad. But goodness me, that again was another good shout. In goes Code and bowls, and Azad bat very close to front pad, but you could see him there stepping across his stump. So maybe it's a deliberate thing by Azad to get out. If it does hit him on the front pad, it's hitting him outside the line. Having another look here.
Close, isn't it?
It is.
But you know, when you've got a short leg, not a traditional short leg, obviously he's a couple of yards back on that, but when you've got him there, you often get stuck on the crease, don't you, which brings the LBW in, because you don't want to push out the ball just in case you get a back pad.
This is super stuff from Code, who's in again to Azad outside off stump. He leaves this time. Great battle between a good young batsman, or promising young batsman, and a very good bowler, good seam bowler in bowler friendly conditions. End of the over, 15 for 1. Ben Code, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. Must be 6 overs up, as I was going to say, it must be more than that. 9 overs now. Anyway, it's a sanitisation break, a hand sanitising break. All the Yorkshire players wander towards the 12th man, who's coming on with the spray. Spraying, it looks like little gels and sprays. Everybody's putting their hands out. It's saving a bit of time. Saying to John that at Leicestershire they've had gel bottles set around the pitch on little stands and things like that, but that means all the players sort of have to run out to it. This is a bit quicker. Maybe they'll keep doing that.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll do it next season if it continues.
Just looking at the figures, as you say, Code 1 for 7 off 5, and Fisher none for 8 off 4. Miserly figures those are.
They have to learn from this, the Leicestershire seamers. It's not just about bowling. There's ways of taking wickets, and one of them is building pressure on the batsman. Fisher to continue from the rugby stand end. In to Dearden again, very straight. Dearden solidly enough behind it, steering it out into the offside. Picked up by Olivier.
And I think after lunch, Evans in particular, I think did go into ball in fairly consistent areas, and then not long before tea, Griffiths did the same, and Mike came back a little stronger. You know, and that's really important, isn't it? And they're the areas to bowl, very tight lines.
In goes Fisher and bowls to Dearden, inside edge onto the pad. I think Fisher's appealing for leg before, but again he was half beaten by the delivery. Harry Dearden sounded very wooden. Whether it was pad first, that's what Fisher was suggesting. We need to see the replay. Either way, umpire Hartley says not out. Fisher turns and is in, bowling out. That one comes back in a little bit. He was getting in position to cut it away, I think, or force it away into the offside. Found it coming back into him. Had to adjust late, Harry Dearden, and blocked it out just in the end to Olivier again at mid-off.
It was a good adjustment, wasn't it? Because he was looking to force that ball probably through the offside, and obviously the ball's nipped back in at him off the seam, and he's just managed to drop his hands on that and play it with a full face.
Fisher in again to Dearden, full this time, and Dearden can tuck in, and Fisher beats the ground with disappointment. He fell in his follow through because that's going to run away for 4. Just for once, Matthew Fisher just over pitched slightly, and Dearden, who's been waiting for that, just managed to push it firmly back past the Yorkshire seaman. It's run away for 4.
Played that really well. Fisher there just over-pitched, which very rarely happens, does it? But today they're just over-pitched. Dearden just played that one under his eyes, back past him for 4.
In goes Fisher again, thick inside edge, as he just dragged his length back a little bit, and Dearden looking to be positive, looking to play, ended up getting it out towards mid-wicket, and Mid-on had to run across to get to the ball. Jack shuttered his out at mid-on. But again, not convincing. Single taken. Dearden into double figures again, on to 10, 20 for one. The Foxes still trail by 108. Looks nice now where the weather's coming from. Fisher in to Azad, who waits and plays it very, very late defensively. Ball takes the thick outside part of the bat. It's angled by Azad and it runs down towards fourth slip, and there is no run. So Fisher, 5 overs, none for 13. Probably bowl another 1 or 2, I would think. Thompson continues to swing his arms as he walks out towards what will be point.
Yeah, he's trying to let the Yorkshire captain know that he's ready for action, isn't he? He's ready for action.
Has he had the word, or does he want the word? That's the question. For one. Code to continue in light sunshine now, as round the wicket he comes and bowls to Dearden, who looks to force it out into the offside. Thompson runs away to his... No, it's not Thompson who's out there at point now, it's Tom Lowton, the tall Lowton. Thompson has gone in at fourth slip. Very staggered, the Yorkshire. Goodness me. And indeed he does take a few steps back. Not many though. He's a lot closer than first slip, put it that way. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is Jordan Thompson. In goes Code and bowls on the off stump to Harry Dearden, who goes back and plays it firmly out towards Shutt, who's at wide mid-off. No run.
Dearden's just got to be a little careful here. He's just tempting just to push at that ball slightly square, which is what Cord wants him to do, because that then brings in the caught behind in the slip cordon. Still be encouraging him just to play this ball late and try and play it in front of square, play it under his eyes.
Have a look at his dismissals in a moment this season. In goes Code and bowls to Harry Dearden outside off stump. A decent leave by him. Caught at extra cover, caught and bowled. Leg before wicket, caught at mid wicket and leg before wicket coming into this game, and then caught and bowled as well. So whether there's a tale to be told there in the types of dismissal, the way he tends to get out. They examine everything these days, don't they? Analyse everything. Hopefully. They do, anyway. In goes Code, bowls and beats Dearden. Outside off stump with a ball that just slides away slightly. Not easy for a right armer to move the ball away from a left-hander going round the wicket. Might just have swung a fraction. Look, see. Yeah, a little bit of shape. Nice.
Yeah. That's what he's trying to do in it. That angle in, and the ball just goes away a little bit. Just brings in the caught behind, caught slip.
Code in again. Bowls. Drops a little bit short this time, so there's no real swing. And Dearden up on his toes. Defends firmly back down the pitch on the offside, picked up by Shutt. Moving in from that wide mid-off position, there's no run. We are set fair. Looks like we are going to get the full day, and there are still 31.1 overs left to be bowled. What time is it now? Coming up to 4:30, so it's going to be around about 6:30 or maybe a bit more. In goes Code and bowls full on off stump and steered out into the offside by Dearden. Sees that Lowton has a little bit of distance to make up to his left. Calls Azad through for a single. End of the over. Have they got through Ben Code for now? 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8 for Code. Hands on his hips. He looks to be puffing a little bit. 21 for 1, the Foxes. Do you give him one more if you were a skipper?
I'd probably take him off here. I'd take him off and just have a little breather. There's still 31 overs left. I might bring him back a little bit later in the day for a breakthrough.
I think, well, yeah, as you say, they definitely want him back for a second spell tonight. But he'd want another wicket from his opening partnership, you feel, Adam Lyth. But first change is made. Fisher is off. Thompson is on. Maybe an opportunity, more opportunities for Dearden to score. Thompson is in, bowls full, driven away for 4. It was a half volley, if not a full toss, outside off stump, and that's what Dearden has been waiting for. Big gap in the covers, and just stepped out and steered it away.
Yeah, it's well played this. Thompson over pitches this, wide outside and full outside the off stump, and Dearden leads into that ball and just caresses that ball quite powerfully actually through the covers for 4 runs. And that's the way to play. Just wait for the bad ball, rotate, strike when you can, but don't go looking. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? I mean, you do want to score, but don't go looking.
Thompson is in again to Dearden. That's a better delivery and is defended by Dearden. Was walking into the defensive shot, back down the wicket. Thompson pushes the ball with his foot to Lowton to do a little bit of polishing. He needs to be content with that almost. Harry Dearden now, you've got your 4 off the over. Only if there's a real nice juicy one. Now in goes Thompson and bowls onto the leg stump. I don't think he got anything on that. Came off the pad, trickles towards leg gully. Running across is wicketkeeper Tattersall. Umpire Hartley, did he tap his knee? I think he did. I was watching the ball there.
I think he did,
Yeah, first leg by. First extra of the innings. There were plenty of extras in the Yorkshire innings, courtesy of the Leicestershire bowlers, including 9 wides. There was a lot of them. A lot of them. Plenty of leg buys. A couple of no balls. No penalty runs, which hasn't always been the case with Leicestershire this season. There was one. I've conceded 5 penalty runs. Thompson, the 3 slips, not 4. In he goes and bowls to Azad, nice and straight. And Azad, stepping so far across, he's almost playing it as though off the leg stump, when in fact it was just almost off stump, or even just outside as he defends that one. Everything behind it.
Looking at the field, 3 slips, point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and long leg.
Thompson is in again, bowls to Azad, who's going to pick up 4 runs there. Thick outside edge along the ground all the way through about 5th slip. It was a slightly false shot, but he was on top of the bounce and obviously not a semblance of a chance. And Azad joins Dearden in double figures. Did reach for it a fraction, Hassan Azad. Thompson will feel he'd induced something of a false shot. He turns and he comes to finish his over and bowls to Azad down the leg side. Whoa, it was a chance and not taken. The Yorkshire slips were going up. Thompson has his hands on his head. Well, we won't know whether it was, because it wasn't a run, so there was no signal required from umpire Hartley, but Lythe was going up. He thought it had been taken and he leapt into the air in dismay, and Tattersall, hands went up to his head when he realised he'd spilt it. I think that might have been a chance, Jonathan Doidge.
I think it was. Yeah, just trying to get it away down fine leg, and Johnny Tattersall did get pretty much the whole glove on it, but couldn't make it stick. So 30 for 1, and Duan Olivier into the Yorkshire attack in a double change then. Jordan Thompson going for 8 in that first over. 12 bowled in this Leicestershire second innings. Harry Dearden not out 15 from 35 deliveries now. Hassan Azad is 10. It's Dearden on strike. And, conditions have been that little bit better in recent minutes. Sun shining again. What cloud there is higher than it was earlier in the day. We'll look set okay for the remainder of day 3, as this first Olivier delivery is turned off the hip by the left-handed Dearden. Down to fine leg for a couple. Matthew Fisher doing the fielding. And John has emailed in. Come back to your Message in a minute or two, John, because Ben Code just handing the ball back to Ollie Fear then, who turns at the end of his run. And he comes past umpire James Middlebrook. That's dropped into the offside this time by Harry Dearden, top of the bounce. Jordan Thompson doing the picking up. They get through for 1. He's on to 18 now. The Leicestershire batsman, 33 for 1. John says, hi JD, despite Yorkshire losing their last 5 wickets for 15 runs, they're in a strong position at 46 for 4. Harry Brook, Johnny Tattersall and Jordan Thompson all batted superbly to create a decent first innings lead. With Lancs in a strong position in their match against Derbyshire, the Tykes have a good chance of being North Group winners and take some good momentum into the forthcoming remaining T20 matches. He then says, can I be a little precipitous? I'd like to nominate Jordan Thompson as Yorkshire's Player of the Season in the Bob Willis Trophy. He's going early on this one. A genuine all-rounder who seems to have come of age. Ollie Fear in, and Dearden doesn't deal with that particularly well. Not Dearden, Azad I should say, but it's flicked off. Might have been the bat handle down towards fine leg, and he gets a single. Continuing with John's email, he says, a genuine all-rounder who seems to have come of age. So far this shortened season he's scored 234 runs at an average of 46.8 with 2 half-centuries, and also taken 10 wickets at an average of 21.50. Well, it's slightly early, John, but then again, I guess this is the last time we'll see Yorkshire in bowling action in the Bob Willis Trophy this season. So I'll forgive you for that and say it's not a bad shout. Ollie Fear is in. That's slanted across the face of Dearden, who watches it go by. Also passes on his best wishes to Gary Balance and hopes to see him back playing for Yorkshire soon. I'm sure Yorkshire supporters would echo that. Yeah, Jordan Thompson is a fair old shout, isn't he, for player of the shortened Bob Willis Trophy season. Made contributions with both bat and ball. As Ollie Fear is in, and Dearden pushes back up the pitch to Jack Shutt. That mid-off, there's no run. Contributions with both bat, ball and in the field, I should say as well. Remembering that brilliant run out down at Trent Bridge. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is the email address. And you can also get in touch with the 3 of us here. Paul Shaw is at Inside Leader 1, Richard Ray at Rich M. Ray, and at Jonathan Doidge for me, as Ollie Fear is in, and that's wide of off stump, and Dearden has a drive at it but misses, fortunately probably for him, because the cordon was waiting to snaffle an opportunity. 13 overs complete now in this Leicestershire second innings. They're trailed by 94 at 34 for 1. Beautiful, brilliant sunshine now coming from the west. Just about the best conditions of the entire match so far. Yorkshire 12th man. Josh Sullivan on there, taking Jordan Thompson a drink before he makes his way down towards the Emerald stand end of the ground then. Gets a pat on the backside from his skipper, Adam Lyth, of course, doing the duties here in the absence of Steve Patterson. He's going to go take his usual position up at second slip. And Thompson's going to turn at the end of his run at the Emerald stand end, and Richard's back.
There's been an earthquake in Leighton Buzzard. Words you never thought you'd hear. Yes. Thompson in down the leg side. There's appeal for caught behind. He's gone. Azad has been given. Well, he survived a similar appeal. Well, not appeal, because it wasn't taken in the end by Tattersall in Thompson's previous over. But that one bounced and went down the leg side. And umpire Peter Hartley decided it was bat as well. Well, very hard for us to tell. It swung on down the leg side. Azad highly unconvinced. But the man who mattered, Peter Hartley, was convinced. So I was just saying to BBC Radio Leicester that the 2 young left-handers were building a decent partnership in response, but it's broken now. Azad goes, caught Tattersall, bowled Thompson 11, and Leicestershire are 34 for 2.
Yeah, disappointment, clear disappointment from Hassan Azad. Out there for 53 minutes. Well, looking pretty good from a Yorkshire perspective, because we've just seen Leicester lose their second innings wicket. They're 34 for 2. Hassan Azad just been caught down the leg side by Johnny Tattersall off Jordan Thompson. The second innings wicket for him. Ben Code struck with the first one, had Sam Evans LBW for 4. Yorkshire earlier completed their first innings all out for 252. They lost the last 5 wickets for just 15 runs, but they led by 128 at the end of the first innings and still have a very comfortable lead with 8 more Leicester wickets to take. There's nothing like a good early cue.
No, all of it. 3 seconds warning. Was that Radio Leeds or Sheffield or York or Humberside or which of your many stations?
It was Leeds, because the rest of them, at the moment at least, sort of dropped off the radar to some extent. It's just the COVID times and a lack of people around at the various stations to even hook up and do those sort of things.
34 for 2 then. Leicestershire still trail by 94 runs, and there are still pretty much 29 overs left to be bowled today. Ackerman comes in, Leicestershire's skipper, and Thompson bowls to him, takes the thick-hand side edge as it seems back in to the right-handed South African, runs down to another South African, Dwan Olivier at long leg, and the single is taken. This, one feels, if Leicestershire have any chance of setting any sort of competitive target for Yorkshire, or even to make them bat again, is the key partnership. Ackerman and Dearden. Thompson is in to Harry Dearden, who is advancing down the wicket there, shuffling down before defending the delivery off stump out towards point. And there is no run. Ackerman scores this season. He's first as the red ball captain. 94 and 73 not out against Lancashire. 12 and 22 against Derbyshire. 61 not out against Durham, 4 and 65 not out against Nottinghamshire. In goes Thompson, bowls to Dearden, slightly short of the perfect length, so Dearden is able to stay on the back foot and defend that one out into the offside, and there is no run. And in the first innings here, of course, Ackerman just 1 before going leg before wicket to Matthew Fisher. But very much Leicestershire's leading run scorer in the competition thus far, Ackerman. Thompson turns, comes in, bowls down the leg side to Dearden, who makes absolutely sure there's no chance of getting a little inside edge down the leg side, which Tattersall can take by lifting his bat well out of the line across to the off stump, and as a consequence, Jordan Thompson says, I'm going to go round the wicket.
Yeah, just a bit disappointed in himself, the bowler. Having slid that one a little bit too far down the leg side for his own liking.
Do you know who he reminds me of? Just in physically, he looks a bit like Jack Brooks. In he goes round the wicket and bowls, and it bounces and he's caught behind. Dearden went for the drive, the extra bounce, and suddenly Leicestershire are in deep bother. 35 for 3 now, still needing another 93 runs to make Yorkshire bat again, and in danger of losing today.
Yep, good delivery from Jordan Thompson. As you can see, if you've got the streaming facilities, there was a little bit of bounce about it, but Dearden couldn't get there, couldn't get forward to it, could he, like he would have wanted to.
Not a great shot.
Nick really wasn't a great shot, no, either.
It wasn't a great shot. It wasn't there to be driven. And he was looking to be positive, looking to be forceful. And once again, Dearden kind of got in at 18, and he hasn't been able to go on.
Here we go again. with the replay. Yeah, just angled in and held its line, didn't he? And as I say, couldn't get forward. He only just about offered the front foot in a forward direction, and that's done for him. Good delivery from Jordan Thompson. 2 for 9 for him from 2 overs, and certainly throwing weight behind John Logan's theory that he could be Yorkshire's player of this Bob Willis shortened Bob Willis Trophy season, with runs, wickets and fielding. And he's certainly, I mean, when you consider that he wouldn't have played had Matthew Waite been fit. The first game of the season up at Durham, Matthew Waite fit again, played in the warm-up games, having struggled with injury, and he was the man. And Jordan Thompson, I think, had been told that he wasn't going to be playing. Whether he was going to travel with them or not, anyway, I'm not sure. But the day before the first game at Durham, Matthew Waite came up with a lat injury of all things.
Okay.
Bowling in the nets, and therefore was wiped out for the season on the back of that. So hasn't bowled a ball in anger in competitive cricket. And Jordan Thompson came in and grabbed his chance.
That's all you can do. You don't wish it on your teammates or fellow members of the squad, but if you get the opportunity.
Here's Dwan Olivier then from the Kirkstall Lane end to Ackerman, who's shouldering arms. The Leicester skipper, no run.
I would imagine these two will have played against each other over the winter. Don't know who Olivier plays for in South Africa at the moment, which region or club.
Well, of course, he's a Colpack player for Yorkshire, so I don't think he's playing for anybody back home, as far as I'm aware.
No. Is he not?
He's in again, and that's wide of off stump and going further away, and there's no run. He was bowling at a bed sheet. I can tell you that, Richard.
You'd back yourself to hit a bed sheet if held out from a bowler's point of view, wouldn't you?
You've not seen my bowling, have you? Make sure it's a king-size one, please.
He was playing for a side called Josie. Presumably that's some sort of shortening of Johannesburg. Josie Stars.
Back home in the winter?
Yeah.
Really?
T20s.
Ah, T20s, right. I thought you were talking first-class cricket. That's nipping away from the right-handed Ackerman. There's no run. There's been no mention of that, I've got to say. But he was working on his own fitness during lockdown, and that was when the bedsheet came into play. Just a replay of that for those watching the streaming. He played inside the line of that, did Colin Ackerman.
Ackerman spent much of his T20 period over the winter playing for Holland, actually. Oh, sorry, for the Netherlands.
Olivier straying slightly down leg this time, and Ackerman picks him off backward of square. There's a chase on towards the boundary at long leg, and that is too quick for Matthew Fisher. So 4 runs to Ackerman, who's moved on to 5:41 for 3, halfway through the 15th.
Obviously he will continue to play T20. He was just making the point to Paul that several of the Leicestershire side, well, 1 or 2 of the Leicestershire side don't play T20 like Azad. So that's it for Azad this season, essentially. He's done. His work is done.
Here's Olivier. That's a better delivery. Batsman gets something on it down to Fisher at fine leg, and they'll get through for a single to Rishi Patel. In fact, to Colin Ackerman, who moves on to 6. Of course, yeah, Ben Code in a similar situation. It's T20 doesn't appear to be Ben's game. So, but it'd be interesting to see actually, with 5 games remaining and now fit again, if he does get a game or 2 in the remaining 5 T20 matches. Olivier in short, and from under his armpit, Rishi Patel gets off the mark with a single backward of square leg.
Patel likewise won't play, I don't think, in any of the T20s, so this a huge innings for him.
It's like Josh Sullivan out there on the field at mid-wicket at the moment. Try and zone in on who he's deputising for. Could be Jordan Thompson. As this next delivery from Olivier goes past the off stump, and Ackerman able to shoulder arms.
Good call. Thompson's running back on.
It's one of those, isn't it, when you've got to look round and decide who's not there. That process of elimination doesn't always come with fluency.
No, Leicestershire listeners will confirm that I rarely get that one right. You tend to look for the bowler, but not one who's in the middle of a spell. Or someone who's just finished a spell. Often they'll go off for a change of shirt or a quick stretch with the physio. Jordan Thompson was in mid-spell and is going to continue, obviously having picked up a wicket in his previous over, that of Harry Dearden, caught behind.
So 2 for 9 for Jordan Thompson, been a good start.
Has. His first ball went for 4, otherwise it's all been pretty good. In he comes and bowls outside the off stump to Rishi Patel. It does seem back a touch, but it's too wide, and Patel lifts his bat. Then steps back towards short leg and affects a nonchalance that I suspect he doesn't really feel as he leans on his bat with his right hand on his right hip and watches as a little bit of extra sawdust is brought for Jordan Thompson. Do you not think he looks a bit... There's a bit of Jack Brooks about just his physical appearance? I mean, not just the headband. Jack used to wear a Yorkshire sort of headband.
Yeah.
Didn't he?
Yes. Maybe.
He went to, did he go back down to Somerset, to Jack, in the end?
Yep.
Thompson turns, is in and bowls to Patel, who clips him nicely away through the leg side for 4. It was too full, just drifting onto the leg stump, and Patel, good player off his legs it seems, from what we've seen so far. Tucked in, tucked it away, picks up 4.
Jordan Thompson's figures in the competition so far: 3 for 16 and 2 for 53 up at Chester Street in the opening game, 1 for 37 and then 3 for 6 at Trent Bridge, 1 for 45, the only innings he bowled in against Derbyshire here, and didn't take a wicket for 38 runs against Lancs.
And he comes and bowls very wide to Patel, who ignores the ball, lets it go through. Wasn't wide in the way that some of Ben Mike's deliveries were wide. Mike was banging it in short, and then it was seaming away, and he was, I mean, the ball was bouncing only just on the pitch and then seaming away, and poor Harry Swindles was taking the ball sometimes in front of second slip. Thompson is in and bowls to Patel, just held it back a bit and turned by Patel off. It felt as though it was held back a little bit. Anyway, turned it out towards mid-on. There's no run.
Probably feels I'm tailing him, Jordan Thompson, you know, because I think that's about 4 or 5 times in the last month, including last Friday coming back down from the T20 game at Durham, that I've ended up behind him on a road somewhere somewhere not too far from here. We're getting reported to the police soon.
Stalker. In he goes and bowls again very wide, and it swings away, but when he tries to bowl that outswing, he seems just to lose his line a little bit at the moment. Just marks the crease or just scrapes a little bit of the sawdust away from the crease. He too sporting something of a beard. Not much of one, but a little one. You wouldn't even say it was a goatee, really, would you? It's just a trimmed stubble almost. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. That one looking to come back in. Patel leaves again, but I think it was a good 6 inches outside off stump. There 1 or 2 oohs and ahs from the likes of Messrs Tattersall and Kohler Cadmore and Lythe behind the stumps. End of the over, 47-4-3. Still 26 overs remain to be bowled today. Leicestershire still trail by 81 runs, and they'll feel, Yorkshire, that if they can get through the first 4 or 5, they've got a chance of running through Leicestershire.
Yeah, they could claim an extra half hour possibly tonight. It could be here a long time. Yeah,
I'm thinking.
You
can pick up a couple more.
Yeah, obviously you're not hoping that.
No,
Richard.
Absolutely. Leicestershire will be still thinking if they can get 120 ahead somehow, 150. Bit of turn for Lily, you never know.
Here's Ollie Fear, Kirkstall Lane end. Evidence of some swinging towards the right-handed Ackerman, but he watches it go by. Lily congratulating Harry Brook, Johnny Tatt and Jordan Thompson on their knocks. And wonders if Yorkshire will have to bat again.
Mike Jelfs would like to see Hassan Azad playing T20, not just for his batting, but for his amazing spin bowling. I should tell you that Hassan Azad is going to finish this season top of the bowling averages, and I'll tell you why in a minute.
Here's Ollie Fear shaping in towards Ackerman again, but he solidly blocks it.
To set up the game against Durham, Leicestershire tossed up a few, agreed to toss up a few overs from the opening bowlers, batsmen, Sam Evans and Hassan Azad. And Azad's second delivery, he bowls leg spin. First one was fairly conventional, but the second was an absolutely ripping googly that must have spun a foot and a half and knocked out the leg stump.
Here's Ollie Fear, and Ackerman solid again in defence.
Of the Durham batsman, I forget who it was. I looked back through my notes and found out, but given everybody looked kind of a bit embarrassed, nobody celebrated or anything like that, and Azad grinned slightly sheepishly, and thereafter served up a measure of full tosses and long hops as required, but he decided to toss in the googly and it turned feed.
Sorry, batter. Sorry. Here's Ollie Fear in again. Good delivery this time as the beating of Ackerman. There's a stifled appeal because they realised that it was a delivery that was good but couldn't bring about a dismissal.
But the consequence of that is he's sitting on top of the averages with 1 for 15.
Excellent. Dennis Beaumont has emailed us. You can do the same. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com as we see the replay. He says, has Jordan Thompson heard that nomination? He's certainly doing his best to nail down the award. In comes Dwan Olivier again. Top of the bounce this time. Ackerman pushes into the offside and there's no run. I did used to play a bit of cricket when I was much younger with a chap in the team who was a lovely fella. He got a lot of wickets and he had this, must have been really annoying for the batsman because he had this way of dismissing somebody and then he'd kind of say, sorry batter, sorry. Extremely politely. Sorry batter, sorry. Just taking out his middle pole. Here's Olivier not doing that with Ackerman, who drives it to mid-off. There's no run. End of the 17th, 47 for 3.
Yeah, I remember taking a wicket in the Harrogate, when I was playing for Harrogate Strays once. I can't remember where it was. It was a nice ground as well, somewhere nearby, and it was a rank long hop that didn't get up, and he went back to pull it away, and I sort of crept underneath everything. And I raised my hand in apology, and I looked very embarrassed when I walked back to where I'd been fielding. "Nay, lad, don't you?" He said. "Plenty of good balls," the spectator said. "Won't take wickets. Don't you apologise." They were cross with me for apologising. The old Yorkshireman. But it is a bit embarrassing when you bowl, an awful delivery and somehow it ends up taking a wicket. Thompson to continue from the rugby stand end. In he goes and bowls to Patel. Nice and straight, but solidly forward is Patel. Looks to have a bit of time. Thompson isn't express. Lively when he bends his back. Strong young man. But it isn't express. But Patel, as I say, just looks to have a bit about him.
I reckon he's put him on probably 4 or 5 miles an hour on average, Jordan Thompson.
Still probably in he goes and bowls to Patel outside off stump. Nice bounce and carry through. Still only sort of, I'd say only, 80 sort of 2 to 4, that sort of level. But I don't think he's sitting going beyond 85s. But
no, I'd be surprised at that.
Think?
Well, if you think about what Matthew Fisher is reputed to bowl it at around about 85, then you'd say Jordan will be a little bit short of that pace.
In he goes. Bowls to Patel outside off stump. It does bear us out there by taking its time to go through to Johnny Tattersall behind the stumps.
Interesting, when Ben Code was doing his piece with me the other night, he was talking about the selection of the ball from a Yorkshire perspective. It's something I'd not really thought about, who in the team picks the ball. I would have thought you'd probably looking at the skipper to make that decision. More in a moment.
Thompson is in and bowls outside off stump, carved away straight to cover. Unbelievable. Rishi Patel, ball was short outside off stump and he's just clobbered it straight to extra cover. And the fielder who took it two-handed to his chest was Jack Shutt. Well, Patel can't believe it, and there were no celebrations from Thompson or the Yorkshire players. They looked a bit embarrassed for Patel there, and I'm not entirely surprised what Patel was thinking. He was almost on the front foot as he tried to hit it away through the offside, and well, they have an insult, professional cricketers, when they sometimes say that was a bit clubby. Something was a bit clubby, and that was, there was something slightly clubby about that shot, and Shawsy's nodding in the background, but that was a shocking dismissal, I'm afraid, in the context of the game and in the context of what Rishi Patel wants to prove to Leicestershire. He's gone, caught shot, bowled Thompson for 5, and the Foxes are 47 for 4.
Jordan Thompson has picked up his 3rd wicket of the innings. He's having a good time of things out there again with the ball. We'll get the replay for those who are watching the streaming, and it was wide of off stump, and well, if he was going to play that shot, he certainly had to get much more on it than he did. He's clearly not timed it as well as he was thinking when he leant back, but it was a very, very cavalier style stroke, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was that sort of, that feeling of the 70s 80s West Indies, really big backlift and bang, hitting it on the up, but it went straight to the man in the covers. So talking about who was selecting the ball from a Yorkshire point of view, now this obviously will vary from team to team, whether that be professional or club. Captains will often probably choose it. You might let the opening bowler choose it, but in Yorkshire's case, I was surprised to learn that Adam Lyth is the man who consistently chooses the ball that the players will use to bowl with. You can tell the surprise in my voice, and I'm sure probably Shawsy's looking at me with surprise off air in the commentary box here, and probably one or two of you listening as well, thinking, Adam Lyth, why? And apparently Adam Lyth has the smallest hands in the team, and so on the principle that if the ball feels small in his hand, those with the bigger hands and the bowlers, you might expect that, it's going to feel even smaller to them, and so therefore they feel, I guess, that there's more control of that cherry between the fingers.
Well, Thompson has Harry Swindles to bowl at now, comes in and bowls to Swindles, who takes his bottom hand off the bat as he defends that one, seams in towards him a little bit. Thick inside part of the bat, sees the ball squeeze out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 3 for 13 for Jordan Thompson. Now to go with his, did he get 70 in the end?
Got 62.
62. It was Tattersall who got 71. Splendid century partnership between them. In goes Thompson and bowls and beats the outside edge there of Swindles with a super delivery, which leaves Leicestershire's young wicket-keeper batsman end of the over. And the Foxes have gone from 34 for 1 to 47 for 4.
Yeah, super stuff from Jordan Thompson then. What a great day for him. 62 runs, 3 for 13 from 4 overs. And that one maiden. And going to be a good evening in the Thompson household, especially if Yorkshire can manage to find another 6 wickets and get this one finished today. There's still 24 overs remaining according to the scoreboard, and as we understand it, they're going to be able to claim an extra half an hour as well if they get close to finishing it off, but still a fair way off just at the moment as Olivier is in to Ackerman, who pushes back up the pitch. Bowler fields in his follow through, and there's no run. Rich off to do an update and then put his feet up for a little while, which means that we have Paul Shaw back alongside, standing on a chair as usual to be able to see play. Get one in early. Short ball here from Olivier, and that is wide of off stump, and there's no run. And speaking of short, welcome back, Shawsy.
I don't mind that, but please don't mention my short, hairy legs.
Unfortunately, you have decided to wear trousers that wouldn't give us that view today. I can't imagine short, hairy legs and those shoes at the same time. Be coming in with a knotted hanky on your head for your next spell of commentary. In comes Olivier, and with an open face, Ackerman pushes that into the gully region where Will Frayne does the fielding. There's no run. Afternoon to Steve Thompson, Jordan's dad, who's messaged in, clearly listening and saying he's still making his own tea. Loving that. Don't care how many runs and wickets you got, you're still making your own tea. Just about typical, yep. In comes Olivier then. Right arm over the wicket, and that is wide of Ackerman's off stump, and he has a little bit of a cut at it but misses.
You've really surprised me with the choice of bowler who selects that ball. And you obviously Adam Lyth, small hands, but in most dressing rooms I would have thought obviously the captain has an input, but normally it's the opening bowlers, isn't it, who like to feel for the ball and get it in the hand and have a little bit of feel. Obviously it's not in this case. No.
Olivier coming in to Ackerman again, who's got one that's shaping in towards him this time, but too high and lets it go through. Yeah, the thing what Ben Coates said, and he said I've not been around forever, obviously, but this is, what is it, 4th season now of first class cricket, maybe 5th. And he said, I don't know what the history of it is, but I can tell you that since I've been playing, he's consistently picked the new ball. Of course, he is the captain in this game, but that's not normally the case. Olivier, again, shaping one in towards Ackerman, but just a little too wide to tempt him into playing. It's the end of the 19th over. Leicestershire 47 for 4, trailing by 81 runs in their second innings.
Talking about Jordan Thompson, and I'm pleased to hear what his father said. He will be making his own tea. I wouldn't expect anything less. But he's developing into a fine young cricketer, isn't he? Fine young all-rounder. Runs, wickets. He's put on a few yards pace. He's developing nicely. Yorkshire will be happy with his development. No doubt his father will be too.
His father spent a lot of time, I know that for a fact, like parents do, putting in the hours with him, practicing and running him around to matches all over the place. Not just his father, I'm sure, but certainly among them, as that's another good delivery from him, shaping in towards Swindles. Must have gone over the top of the stumps, but it was a little bit back of a length. So 47 for 4. I think it's appalling, to be honest with you, the lad. Do you know what? He's come out here, he's done his family proud today, and he still doesn't get his team made when he gets home.
Well, he's got to be independent, hasn't he?
Here he comes. Now then, that's a swish from Swindles to a delivery short of length outside off stump. The way he ended up with that shot, it looked like he'd teed off on the first hole, didn't it, on the golf course? It looked like he might have sliced it as well had he done that.
Yeah.
Definitely would have sliced it. So 3 slips waiting for an opportunity. Wonder if he'll get his teammate if he gets a 5 as well as his 62 Jordan Thompson. It's pushed up to mid-on this time by Swindles. where it's fielded by Ben Code, no run.
As we said earlier about Thompson, he's a fine young cricketer now. He's put a few yards of pace on, but he has become more accurate. When he finds his rhythm, which he has in this spell, he is bowling good areas and drawing the batsman into playing out the ball when they perhaps wouldn't.
I better not ask him for a post-day interview, I don't know, because he'll probably tell me he's got to get off home and make his tea. In he comes, it's wide of off stump, and Swindle's shoulders, arms, there's no run.
Well, on days like this, it could be a microwave tea.
Well, it could be, couldn't it? Because he might not get home till 7:30, something like that.
Well, still above 22 overs left in the day, haven't we?
You'll be staying over, won't you? You'll not face that trip back to Barnsley tonight, will you?
Oh, it's a long way, you know that. Long way for these little legs.
In comes Jordan Thompson again, and this is wide of Swindle's off stump and no run. You can sort of, I'm not sure if is he trying the setup here, or is he just saying, I'm going to keep hanging the ball out there and you just have a flash if you want, pal.
Well, he's got the 3 slips ready to catch. Any nick, hasn't he, or thick edge, and he's also got backward point in play.
And he comes then, number 44 on his back at the Emerald stand end, and he's hung on another one outside off stump that Swindles couldn't get out of the way of, and that could have crashed into his stumps. Got away with one. End of the 20th over. Leicestershire still 47 for 4, and now 5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 13 for Jordan Thompson. As we see shots of our brave cameraman. Look at that. Blowing you kisses as well, Shawsey. He's seen those lovely blonde locks of yours.
Yeah, well, it's no surprise, is it? Eh?
No. Obviously. So Ackerman, 6 not out. Waits for Olivier to come in, and he's solidly behind that. Again, the Leicestershire skipper, and there's no run.
Dodgy, there's been a couple of times today.
Not Barnsley you live at anyway, it's Bedrock, isn't it? I forgot.
Bedrock, yeah. It is a long way back there. There's been a couple of times today. You've actually been stunned into silence. One about my shoes, and then people blowing kisses at me. That's 3 times.
Look, I'm good, but I'm not that good. As Olivier is in again. Good delivery this time as the beating of Ackerman. Olivier can't believe that he hasn't got a nick on that.
That's a top delivery, isn't it? Pace, good areas, just a little bit of action off the pitch. Watch this. Just watching the replay here. Oh.
That's an absolute beauty. Ackerman smiles. Olivier doesn't, because he thinks you should be walking off at this moment, Mr. Batsman. None for 12 though for Duan Olivier so far, and this will be the halfway point in his 5th over when he releases to Ackerman again, who's this time shouldering arms to what is called as a no ball by James Middlebrook. So 49 for 4. Ackerman remains on 6. There's a bit of stretching going on at mid-off by Ben Code. Jack shut at mid-on. Jordan Thompson. A few deep breaths, no doubt, at this stage at mid-wicket after his stint with bat and ball today. Short ball here from Olivier, and that's dispatched through the covers off the back foot by Colin Ackerman, and brings him 4 runs, takes him into double figures, and Leicestershire on to 53 for 4.
It's well played by Ackerman, isn't it? Just rocked back onto the back foot, hit through the line of the ball and caressed the ball through the covers for 4 runs. He'd be pleased with that. He didn't go chasing it, he just waited for it to come to him and just hit through the line of the ball. It's a good shot from Ackerman.
South African then turns, makes his way in once again at this Kirkstall lane end. That's a little fuller and wider of off stump, and Ackerman happy to watch it go through.
Quick update on the field. We've got extra cover in play. We've got backward point. Got a floating 4th slip stroke gully. 3 slips. fine leg, straightish mid-wicket and a mid-on.
In comes Olivier again, and that is pushed to Code at mid-off, and there is again no run. When you said a floating slip, you mean sort of levitating. James has tweeted us, he says, "Think you're a bit cruel to Barnsley, lad. Does he know you stopped play early this year when you wore a pink shirt? Did you get fined by the match umpire?"
That was the day when you were asked to speak up because someone couldn't hear for your shirt.
Olivier into Ackerman, shouldering arms, no run. End of the 21st, 53 for 4. I wore a salmon pink shirt.
Loud, very loud.
T-shirt, I should say, polo shirt, to give it its correct title, at Trent Bridge. It was a red hot day, and when I was off between spells, Kevin Howells and Dave Bracegirdle were on, and I walked off into the stand, sitting completely on my own, made sure I was strips and strips away from the strip that we're playing on, you know, so that I couldn't be accused of being in the eye line. And then I've been sitting there literally a couple of minutes on the phone, and 2 or 3 players started advancing towards the stand that I was sitting in, and it turned out Johnny Bairstow was batting at the far end, and there was an advertising board on the stand that must have been tilted, and the sun was reflecting, so they're asking me if I'd move it. I did that kindly for them, went back and sat in my seat, and then I was moved on by one of the Trent Bridge stewards. Matthew Fisher is back into the attack at the Emerald stand end for Yorkshire, and that's pushed into the offside by Swindles, who's yet to get off the mark and doesn't hear. So apparently the match, whatever it was called, referee in the no, sorry, not the match referee, tell a lie, I wouldn't blame him for it. It was the operations person who was running things in the scoreboard end of the ground at Trent Bridge, opposite to where I was sitting, who had said I had to be moved on. Fisher is in. Good delivery, and he's got a wicket here, and that is a feather edge from Swindles, and he's gone without scoring, caught by Johnny Tattersall, and Leicestershire, well, they're staring down the barrel of a possible defeat inside 3 days here. 53 for 5, and super piece of bowling from Matthew Fisher, just a little offering away from the left-hander, just a beautiful, gentle swinger of a delivery. And he held his bat, tried to keep it inside the line, but couldn't avoid getting the edge. Harry Swindles has gone for none.
Yeah, good ball in there. He's just run up, bowled it pretty full, got a fair bit of a way swing, feather on the ball all the way through to Tattersall for another catch for the Yorkshire wicketkeeper. But again, as we look at the replay, it's all about bowling areas here at Headingley, and that's exactly what Fisher has done. He's thrown it up there, he's drawn in the batter, got a fine nick all the way back to Tattersall. So Leicestershire 53 for 5.
Yeah, super stuff on it, and as you say, lines and lengths there, just couldn't get forward to it, could he, Swindles? So right on the money, Matthew Fisher. Good change of bowling, you'd have to say, by Adam Lyth. You always say that when the wicket's taken, of course.
Well, I was saying on day one, Lyth will be thinking this is the captaincy game's pretty easy, won't it? Everything seems to have certainly gone his way, certainly with the bowling changes and the field placements, etc. Yeah, Yorkshire are well on top in this game. Leicestershire still trailing by 75 runs. To say 53 for 5. Still 20.4 overs left in the day, so plenty of cricket left today for Yorkshire to take a few more wickets.
So new batsman is Aaron Lilly, making his way out to the middle to join his captain Colin Ackerman. 20.4 overs remain in the day, so I suppose the way things are going, given that only 21.2 have been bowled, ample time you'd have thought for Yorkshire to finish this off. Lady Auntie Cathy's tweeted, "Long blonde locks. Can we see a picture of Mr. Shaw?" Just Google him. Just look up Robin. Yeah, look up Robin Williams. Look up Paul Shaw, former head coach of England women's cricket team, and there'll be lots of pictures of long blonde flowing locks. As Matthew Fisher comes in from the Emerald stand end to bowl his opposite number 7. Aaron Lilly, good delivery first up as well. Asks the batsman to play, and he had to drop the bat down on that quite sharply.
Yeah, heck of a delivery to get first ball, isn't it? Pretty much full length Yorker delivery.
Love watching Matthew Fisher bowl. He's a real good bowler to watch. Action, the way he gets the shape on the ball, he can do it both ways as well as this next one. Again, just offering to shape away from Lilly. Drops it into the offside, no run.
It's great to see Matthew Fisher playing, isn't it? Because he's had some unfortunate injuries over the last couple of years, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But actually to see him bowling the way he is, looking fighting fit in full flow, is he really is a top bowler nowadays. Yorkshire will be really happy with how he's progressed.
And he comes, shirt hanging out. Can't have everything, can you? And that one again, just going away from Aaron Lilly. Plays inside it, no run.
Again, it's the areas he bowls, isn't it? You know, he's just there and thereabouts, just swinging the ball late.
But the people are calling for us to be wearing the dicky bows and the three-piece suits and speaking with cut glass accents, they'd also want him to be tucking his shirt in, surely.
No comment.
Well, I've got you stumped now. As Fisher is in, that isn't stumped. Aaron Lilly dropping it to Will Frayne at gully, and that's the end of the 22nd over of this Leicestershire second innings. 53 for 5, trailing by 75. And, well, every indication that this is moving towards a Yorkshire win. Don't want to be accused of stating the obvious in saying that, but it's going to be a very, very good one for Leicestershire to win from here. Matthew Fisher, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13 so far. Economy rate of just over 2. And Duan Olivier, who's none for 18 of his 5 overs and 2 maidens, is in to bowl to Ackerman, who's working that one out to Jordan Thompson, who comes in from pretty deep mid-wicket. They go through for 1. So he's been set back for the short ball. There's a long leg in place. Jack Shutt, the only other leg side fielder at a wideish mid-on. Ben Code just shining the ball for his fast bowling colleague before handing it back to Olivier. He's at mid-off. Big gap through the covers. Tom Lowton looks like the man on stilts at point, and then there are 3 slips and a gully. So the ball back with the bowler, who's in past James Middlebrook. Short ball this time, and that felt a little bit quicker than most we've seen today. Whistles past the shoulders through to Tattersall, no run.
Yeah, it was a sharp delivery, that, wasn't it? Back of a length. That was sharp. Good carry through to Tattersall, who decided to take that reverse cup.
Coming out with technical terms now as well. Here's Duan Olivier once again. Once more short of a length. That's a good delivery. And tell you what, that you'd be hard pressed to say didn't deserve a wicket. Just evades third slip, I think it was, and has gone away for 4 runs. But that was how to bowl a short ball, wasn't it?
Oof, yeah, this is sharp. This is sharp. Short delivery at the batter. Tried to drop his hands. But thick outside edge and just went over the slips.
Harry Brook it was with a despairing dive, but played with absolutely no conviction whatsoever by Aaron Lilly. Who is now 4 not out with that boundary, 60 for 5. On for 25 now for Olivier. Sure what's going on, but we've got somebody making their way on with a helmet by the looks of things. Yep, it's Yorkshire going to position Will Frayne under that lid at short leg. Yorkshire 12th man well hidden under cap behind tabard, fluorescent tabard and face mask, so difficult to identify. Even if I did have the knowledge. Olivier goes short again. Lilly has this time got underneath it, and he's played a little bit of a chip out beyond point. It has trickled over the boundary rope, but again, not convincing, and he stepped a long way inside that. Look at it again. Well, I say he stepped away. It felt like he'd stepped away, but he didn't really, did he, when you look at the replay?
He's certainly staying leg side of it, isn't he? So he's aware of that short ball, so he's staying leg side of that, and he's just managed to loft that ball over point. I think this could be an interesting time for Lilly.
Yeah, I think, to put it mildly, he doesn't look like he's really relishing the prospect of facing Duan Olivier, who's in again. This time he bowls one wider and a little bit fuller, but still the batsman doesn't want to step in and get forward at that. Rattles through into Tattersall's gloves. And again, no run. There with the streaming, those of you privy to the pictures get a second look at it. And yeah, he just didn't want to move his feet, did he? There's just an apprehension about it so far, I think you'd have to say.
He's just staying leg side of it and even just inching slightly towards the leg side.
He's picked up 2 boundaries in the over, but hasn't convinced anybody. This time he looks a little bit more solid in pushing into the covers and scampering through for a quick single. Gets him away from the strike, doesn't have to face the last ball of the over. He's on to 9 and his team are 65 for 5. So a quick look, if we can, at what's going on elsewhere. Although lots of it academic. Of course, Essex won earlier in the day against Middlesex by 9 wickets. Warwickshire leading Glamorgan by 298 runs in their second innings. Still got, of course, tomorrow to go there. Olivier into Ackerman, who pulls the bat inside the line. Dot ball to complete the 23rd, 65 for 5. Of course, that match between Gloucester Northants was pulled a couple of days ago on COVID grounds. At Canterbury, Kent have beaten Hampshire by 7 wickets. That's confirmed. Lancashire leading by 236 runs against Derbyshire at Egbert. 212 for 2 in their second innings. So looking very unlikely that Derbyshire will win that, and therefore looking more likely that Yorkshire will win the North Group, but still not qualify, of course, for Lords. In this group at Trent Bridge, Durham trailing by 20 at 108 for 1 in their second innings. So making a good fist of it as Matthew Fisher resumes at the Emerald stand end, and Lilly plays this rather more comfortably than he was doing those deliveries in the last over from Olivier. At the Oval, Sussex lead by 89 runs, but they are only 62 for 8 in their second innings. So that looks like going the way of the home side. Match delayed by bad light at Somerset and Worcester. Worcestershire needing 187 to win. They've got 8 second innings wickets standing as Fisher is in, and that is left alone by Aaron Lilly. So if it stayed pretty dark for the next 24 there you go, up to date with what's going on elsewhere. And in comes Matthew Fisher. Lilly drops it into the offside, no run. Damsey, Richard Dams has been in touch and says, Harry Sullivan, lad. I don't know what did I call him? Anyway, thanks Damsey. Always in touch when he's got something to criticise you about. Another Barnsley lad, of course.
Yeah, he's a good lad, Damsey. Top lad. Just a quick reminder of the field. 4 slips in play, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg.
Here's Matthew Fisher. I've got all on not to call him Ian, having known Ian for much longer. That's turned deep backward square leg for a single. And takes Lily into double figures, 66 for 5.
Yeah, talking of Damsey, if you think about the players that's come through Yorkshire's academy over the last few years, you know, with Damsey there coaching and Juicy as well, they've produced some good players, really have.
Fisher in, and Ackerman playing inside the line of that one. Tell you what, shaping away again. Lovely to watch, but doesn't bring about a wicket. He's all right, Damsey.
It was top man, top man. Let's look at this. Fish again. Fisher in nice, late swing. He's played inside that, hasn't he? He's seen it swinging.
I'll tell you what, last time I spoke to Damsey, he did actually congratulate Leeds United on promotion to the Premier League.
Jeez, tell you what.
Fisher in, and that's
Shot.
turned into the leg side by Ackerman. That's a lovely shot, isn't it? Just an on drive, really, wide of mid-on.
That's a great shot. His balance here is fantastic. Fisher just slightly over pitches, and Ackerman just leans into that and clips that one away nicely with a full face past a wide mid-on.
Helps it on its way. You've not congratulated we Leeds fans on promotion for the Mighty Whites.
Many congratulations.
If you could have seen those gritted teeth, folks, when he said that. I thought he was a ventriloquist for a moment. Ben Code going to come back into the attack for Yorkshire at the Kirkstall Lane end then at 70 for 5 Leicestershire. Still got 58 runs to play with. Oh, blonde bombshells all around here because Sam Gascoigne's now walked in the back of the box.
2 of us.
He's come to tell me that nobody's available for interview this evening after the game because he wants to get off. He's got to wash his hair. Ben Code in. That's a good length ball. Worked into the leg side where Jack Shutfield's at mid-on, no run.
Maybe he's going to make his own tea.
Well, Jordan,
you know?
Sam, you've got to do something about this, you know. Steve Thompson, Jordan's dad's been in touch and says that Jordan is still making his own tea despite the fact he's taken 3 wickets and got 62 runs today for the White Rose. There's going to be a nasty letter coming your way, Steve Thompson, from the media department at Yorkshire County Cricket Club. Ben Cody's in, and with an open face, that's pushed out by Lily to Tom Lowton. At that point, no run.
We were saying earlier on when Rich and I was on air about the importance of this partnership in terms of Code and Fisher, and you look around the partnerships across the country in terms of opening bowling partnerships, and these two have got to be right up there. Both economical, ball good areas. One seams it, one swings it. Ooh.
Oh, good delivery again from Ben Code, angled in towards the right-hander and then nipping away from him. It's difficult out there, isn't it? Let's not be hypercritical of the batsman in the sense that these are very much bowling conditions.
I mean, look at this delivery. Ooh. Hey, that's seamed, hasn't it? That seamed a long way. Angled in towards the stumps, pitches, hits the seam, and then goes away towards first slip. Very, very difficult conditions in which to play.
Lip reading's not a strength, but Aaron Lilly looked like he might have said, "What are you wasting that one on me for?" as he shoulders arms to this next delivery, which is going the other way. And he signals as such, as batsmen tend to do. Miriam has emailed in, to be fair, she says, "We can't see you, so you could be sitting there in your pants for all we'd know." Is that you she's referring to?
She had the rumour. Oh dear.
He's got those short socks on with braces, the little ankle braces as well.
Oh.
Garters. Next delivery is wide of off stump, but Lily again just offers the bat at it. It's not been convincing at all, has it, from Aaron Lilly? He's got a couple of boundaries. He'd probably be happier in some respects that Duane Olivier was taken off from bowling at the Kirkstall Lane end because he looked distinctly uncomfortable against him in the previous over from this end. But now looking a little bit uncomfortable in different ways here.
Yeah, it's tough going out there. Tough going for the Leicestershire batters for sure with these two bowlers.
Here's Code again. Good delivery, and has a nibble again. Aaron Lilly for a moment looked like he'd got a feather on it to Johnny Tattersall, but that's not the case. Ben Code, I think, finding it unbelievable he's not taken a wicket in that over, but he hasn't. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8 for him.
I mean, let's be honest, it is getting pretty dark. There's cloud cover, the lights are on full. It's not easy out there, is it? So if you've got 2 bowlers of Fisher and Code's class who will bowl good areas, as I said before, Code just working it off the seam, really good seam bowler, and also, as we can see, Fisher with late swing, difficult conditions in which to bat.
Now then, first ball of this next Fisher over, just whipped off the legs by Colin Ackerman. 74 for 5. We're hoping to be speaking to Jordan Thompson after the day's play, and why wouldn't we? That's if his dad will make his tea for him, and so allow him an extra 10 minutes for us to have a chat here. Damsey's responded on the Harry Sullivan front 12th man. Well, my apologies to Harry if I called him something else, as Fisher's next delivery is allowed through by Ackerman, who was shouldering arms. No run. And my thanks to Damsey for putting me straight, as he always does, the lad.
Yeah, Harry Sullivan out of the academy. So it's a good opportunity for him to pick up some experience today. Lovely left arm spinner. Lovely left arm spinner, is developing nicely too.
Fisher in again, and Ackerman once more shouldering arms. And there's no run.
Really important here that both these Yorkshire bowlers look to focus in and dial in pretty straight as possible. I know they're looking for the edge, but I think let's bring the wickets into play as well and keep those lines very, very tight. Also brings in LBW, and obviously with the moving ball, that's a certain option.
Fisher again, straight and blocked by Ackerman this time, up to mid-on. Ollie Fairdew in the fielding. Don't you love this interaction? Just had another message from Steve Thompson, Jordan's dad, saying he can just do the washing up then.
I think Jordan's just putting an order for a 3-course meal now, hasn't he? If his dad's making.
Yeah, with the finest fillet steak, in the Thompson household. Yeadon royalty, as this next delivery from Fisher is just wide of Ackerman's off stump, and he's able to shoulder arms and watch it go through. David Collicutt's been in touch on Twitter and says it's definitely a tad warmer than Beckwithshire Cricket Club on a windy weekend in April. I tell you what, David, I went past there a couple of times last week. The covers were on, even though it was something like the middle of Thursday or whatever. Never a ground that drains well. Beckwithshire CC in the Airwharf League. I think it's a clayey soil underneath. It was pretty parky then, I can promise you. Here's Fisher in. That's whipped through the leg side nicely again by Ackerman, just as Shawsey described the previous one that went through the same sort of area, leaning on the ball, using the pace of the ball. Matthew Fisher just over pitching a tad and also hitting more leg stump than anything else. He plays the shot well.
Yeah, the ball's not swung there, has it? He's just looking for the $1 million delivery that swings late, and he's gone a bit too straight, and Ackerman there's just played that nicely through the mid-wicket area, timed it beautifully off his pads for 4 runs.
Now then, there's a discussion going on about the light, and this could well bring about an early end to the day. We'll see on that front, but it's bringing about an early end at the moment, at least, because the players are making their way off. At 78 for 5 Leicestershire. We've seen, 26 overs of their second innings, and still 18 left to bowl today. Ackerman 23 not out. Lilly is not out on 10 in a partnership for this 6th wicket with 25 so far. But we're not going to be seeing any further action just for the moment, at least. Just looking away at what's going on out across to the right. It looks pretty grey all around and set in, doesn't it? So now that they have gone off, you wouldn't hold out too much hope that they're going to be getting back out there anytime soon. Time for an update for BBC Radio Leeds. It's looking gloomy, I'm afraid, at the moment, Steph. In fact, they're just walking off, the players, having taken a break here for bad light. Not sure if that will be the end of the day's play or not just yet, but there are 18 overs remaining, and in this Leicestershire second innings, well, Yorkshire have been doing really well. 78 for 5 Leicestershire second time around. 3 wickets in it for Jordan Thompson, who made 62 with the bat earlier in the day. Ben Coad and Matthew Fisher have picked up the other 2. Leicester skipper Colin Ackerman not out on 23, and Aaron Lilly is not out on 10 at the moment, but we're not too sure if we're going to see any further play today. Leicestershire trailing by 50 runs in their second innings at 78 for 5. Thanks, Steph. And so with that little roundup for BBC Radio Leeds, we will await further acknowledgement here. By the sound of things, you may have just heard Richard there on the effects mic. The umpires have decided they're going to give it 20 minutes and see if there's any improvement in the light. So that'll take us up to, what, just before 6 o'clock. And then I guess we'll get a decision as to whether there is any more time that they can play today, or whether that's it, and we'll come back on day 4. So Leicestershire 78 for 5, trailing by 50 runs in their second innings. And we'll just take a break while they do as well, and we'll be back with you with any further updates that we've got. Well, welcome back from Emerald Headingley, where, as you can see, the covers are being moved back onto the pitch, and that is that for day 3. So just a reminder, Leicestershire 78 for 5, and therefore they trail by 50 runs in their second innings with just those 5 wickets remaining. We'll go to day 4. There was some doubt about that among certain quarters a little bit earlier on, so please do rejoin us tomorrow morning when, weather permitting, play will be underway, of course, from 10:30 for the final day of this Bob Willis Trophy contest. But from Paul, from Richard and from myself, Jonathan, thanks for joining us today, and we'll say good night.